Chapter 486. Aha! There's still 10 breaths of time. This fellow probably will not be able to come out. Elder Sure, I think we can announce the end of this trial of the ancient desolate tower. There is no need to wait any longer. Li Xiuzhu said to Shi Hailong with a faint smile. Shi Hailong looked coldly at Li Xiuzhu and said, Li Xiuzhu, you seem to have a strong opinion of this Xiao Chun. I heard that he once used an engraved card to participate in the selection. However, you obstructed him in every possible way and made things difficult for him. The trial of the ancient desolate land represents the luck of the Heavenly Extermination Union. The higher it goes, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union will have. The 5 lords are watching from the sky. You know what you've done? The Lord can see it too. Li Xiuzhu's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. He said disdainfully, "Ha ha." Without any evidence, Elder Sure had better not say anything. Furthermore, he is someone who cannot even clear the 5th floor. What is there to look forward to? Elder Sure, that light seems to be coming out. An elder said in a trembling voice as he pointed to the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Shi Hailong ignored Li Xiuzhu and quickly looked over. He saw a flickering spot of light on the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. If it was not the last person, who else could it be? Xiao Chun? Ha ha ha. We have passed the 5th floor and reached the 6th floor. Regardless of the outcome, the Heavenly Extermination Union's 100 years of luck will be preserved. Shi Hailong paused for a moment before laughing heartily. The ancient desolate tower had existed since the ancient era. No one knew who built it or why it was built. However, the ancient desolate tower that Xiao Chun knew was the same as the great Jin Nation's wind cloud platform. They were the most wondrous structures in the Tianwu continent. They controlled the illusory luck. The higher one went, the more luck that person would obtain. The reason the Heavenly Extermination Union organized the desolate ancient trial was to entrust their luck to that person. The higher they climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. As the leader of this trial, Shi Hailong would naturally receive more benefits. It has been close to 1,000 years since anyone has passed these 5 floors. Ever since the Thunder King and his group, the world of martial artists has been on the decline. However, the peak of prosperity is bound to fall, and the peak of decline is bound to rise. This is the law of the Great Tao. Now that someone has finally passed the 5th level, it could be considered an important sign of the prosperity of the Great Tao. The group of elders excitedly discussed with each other. They were grinning from ear to ear. Only Li Xiuzhu's complexion was pale. His fingers trembled, and his lips quivered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched tightly. How could this kid really pass the 5th level? Back then, she had humiliated him in public and mocked him for overestimating himself. But now, it had really happened in front of her eyes. An inferior grade martial king that Xiao Chun strongly opposed had overcome all obstacles and obtained 100 consecutive victories, defeating many experts and obtaining one of the 20 spots. Now, he had reached a height that no one had been able to reach in the past 1,000 years. If his luck was a bit better, he would be able to pass a few more layers. It would not be impossible for him to reach the heights that the Thunder King achieved back then. When Li Xiuzhu thought of all this, he felt his scalp go numb. He no longer had the disdain he had earlier. He said in a trembling voice, "Elder Sure, I suddenly feel unwell. I intend to take my leave first." Shi Hailong revealed a playful smile. He turned his head and said, "Old Li, are you not going to keep watching? Who knows? You might be able to clear a few more layers." The people at the side also smiled and said, "Indeed, you are perfectly fine. Why do you feel unwell? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" Li Xiuzhu's face flushed red. He said sternly, "Nonsense. This old man is magnanimous. Let's not talk about it. Goodbye." Shi Hailong's expression turned cold as he watched Li Xiuzhu leave. He said in a frosty voice, "Keep a close eye on him. If Xiao Chun really reaches the 7th or 8th layer, immediately restrain him. Punish him for harming the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck and harboring malicious intent." The hearts of the people at the side trembled. The Heavenly Extermination Union's internal structure was very complicated. Eldershire was probably going to make use of this opportunity to get rid of Li Xiuzhu. Right after Li Xiuzhu spoke, the elders of Shur Hailong's faction immediately followed him out silently. Below the platform, Ding Fengqiu looked at the speck of light in the fifth layer. He smiled bitterly to himself and sighed. Desire is hard to break, as hard as ascending to heaven. We all shrink back at the sight of it. Chu Chaoyun was eliminated in a sorry state. I did not expect him to pass so quickly. In the future, the gap between us will only widen. Zuomo's expression was also very complicated. He smiled and said, "The trial of the ancient desolate tower for 20 people ended up being a one-man show for him. After this matter, his title as the strongest person of the four nations will be well-deserved." The participants who obtained a spot together looked at the flickering speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. They all had different expressions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and others were all different. There were also people who felt conflicted and hesitated. The Holy Fire Manor's Lung Yun was one of them. Back then, he already knew that I was the one who attacked him. Given his character, he will definitely not let things slide. He took my Holy Flame's origin flame. I have not settled this debt with him yet. I cannot wait for him to mature. I have to plan properly. Lung Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at the speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. A chill flashed in his eyes as he quietly left the crowd and headed for the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. Inside the ancient desolate tower, Xiao Chun stood in a daze before the door of desire. He closed his eyes and thought back to his earlier hazy experiences. As he stood before the door of light, he did not move for a long time. Is this the desire from the bottom of my heart? In order to become unscrupulous, cold, and emotionless, without any guts, I gambled everything on it. It is not worth it. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered, "It is not worth it. The great Tao is hard to seek, and the peak is hard to reach. What I seek is to not have any regrets. Be it the past, the present, or the future, I will not have any regrets. No matter what, I will not become like that." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he drew his lunar shadow saber. Chi, chi, chi. Saber chi flew everywhere, and 4 large words appeared on the walls of the 5th floor. Not leaving regrets. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile. He had not obtained any substantial benefits from this 5th floor. All he obtained were these 4 words. However, these 4 words were more important to Xiao Chun than any cultivation technique, martial technique, or natural treasure. After Xiao Chun destroyed his desire, his mental state would be completely perfected. From now on, he would not have to go astray on the path of cultivation. He had dealt with a heart demon in advance. After Xiao Chun sorted out his emotions, he gently leaped up and passed through the light of the 5th floor, heading for the 6th floor. Who? The moment he landed, Xiao Chun discovered himself in a vast snowy plain. A cold wind howled, cutting at him like a knife. How cold? Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He quickly circulated his essence and forced out the cold qi that had seeped in. A snowstorm spread out in front. All he saw was white. In the boundless wind and snow, Xiao Chun vaguely saw a tightly shut door. A voice appeared in Xiao Chen's heart for no reason. Walk over and open that door. The voice sank deep into his heart, preventing him from suspecting it. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and muttered, "This cold qi does not seem to be able to hurt me. However, it is like a soft knife grinding on me. It will be a problem if I can endure it for a long time." This floor should be a test of a cultivator's willpower to see if they could persevere and open that door. Xiao Chun stopped thinking about other problems and looked in the direction of the door. Then, he slowly made his way forward. It was as Xiao Chun expected. At the start, he moved very quickly, covering 5 kilometers in one breath. However, slowly, his legs became heavy. The cold qi penetrated his bones, and his lips turned pale. The resistance of his essence weakened. Every step he took became incredibly difficult. Xiao Chun remained silent as he walked alone. He did not complain at all. There was only one belief in Xiao Chen's heart. As long as he did not stop, No matter how slow he would eventually finish the heavenly road. After some time, Xiao Qian's eyes glazed over, and his entire body stiffened. He was so cold that he did not have any temper at all. Suddenly, that door appeared in front of him. Pan! Without hesitation, Xiao Qian pushed open the door. When he saw the scene behind the door, his originally relaxed expression turned bitter. I just passed the ice mountain, and now there is a sea of fire. Hoochie! The instant the door opened, a warm current surged over. Under the quick exchange of hot and cold, Xiao Qian felt like his bones were about to shatter. Xiao Qian's physical body was exceptionally strong. Even so, he felt this way. It was easy to imagine how an ordinary cultivator would react in such a situation. They would probably crush their jade pendant and give up on this test. A bright red land filled Xiao Qian's vision. Cracks spread out on the ground, each one the length of an arm. As the hot air surged, lava gushed out. When Xiao Qian looked ahead, he could vaguely see flames rising up. Without any hesitation, Xiao Qian raised his leg and stepped in, heading forward without stopping. After walking for a while, the blood-flamed shoes burned like they were in a furnace. They were so hot that blisters appeared on Xiao Qian's feet. Enduring the intense pain, Xiao Qian frowned heavily. He appeared to be in extreme pain. He wished he could immediately throw off the shoes and walk barefoot. However, his rationality overcame his impulse. The blood-flame shoes were medial-grade secret treasures. They could more or less block heat. If he threw them away and walked barefoot, he would suffer even more damage. Chapter 487. This place was the same as the snowy plains in front. He could not fly. He could only walk on foot. Sweat covered Xiao Qian's entire body. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The heat was unbearable. The blisters on Xiao Qian's feet had all burst, leaving only a layer of bloody skin. With every step Xiao Qian took, the bloody skin rubbed against Xiao Qian's shoes intensely. That kind of pain was even more torturous than being cut by a saber. It felt like thousands of ants were wriggling on Xiao Qian's feet. The world was like a huge furnace. Xiao Qian continued to walk alone. Even if he was in pain or tired, he did not stop. Xiao Qian calmly analyzed the situation in his heart. He was certain that this place tested one's willpower. It would not be too dangerous for him to die, but it would not let him walk in peace either. It would continuously whip him, grind him, and bring him inhuman pain. It wanted him to stop, to give up. As Xiao Qian walked, the blood in his shoes dripped on the ground. It made it look like he was leaving a trail of blood behind him. Xiao Qian was like a pilgrim, walking forward with a faith in his heart. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Qian's fatal weakness was his low cultivation. Now that the opportunity was right before him, he could not leave any regrets. Ta, ta, ta. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Qian lost all sense of time. Suddenly, a large door appeared in front of him. Xiao Qian pushed the door open numbly and looked forward. He saw a mountain filled with sabers. A large door stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Xiao Qian took heavy steps and entered. He smiled coldly and said, "A mountain of sabers, a sea of flames, a plain of absolute cold. I want to see what other inconceivable things there are that I cannot pass." Xiao Qian could not fly through the air on the mountain filled with sabers. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to climb up the sabers. Xiao Qian's body, which was already in a sorry state, immediately became badly mutilated. It was a tragic sight, and the pain was unbearable. The test of this stage was very miraculous. No matter how it changed, there was only one thing that did not change. There would never be a situation where one would die. It would just continuously torture one, dampen one's spirit, and wear down one's willpower. As long as one did not stop, this torture would continue, forcing one to give up on the trial. After Xiao Qian crossed the Saber Mountain with much difficulty, he pushed open the door. Like before, what awaited him was not victory, but a swamp filled with poisonous gas. Dragging his battered body, Xiao Qian relied on his strong willpower to continue on fearlessly. The poisonous gas spread out, rotting his body. Xiao Qin's body looked as if it were a snake. He fell into the mud a few times. One step at a time, one footprint at a time. At this moment, Xiao Qian was already in a daze. He could not even distinguish the path under his feet. He fell into the mud a few times. It took a lot of effort to climb out, and then continued on his journey. Xiao Qian that as he go, Xiao Chun as before, he was as he could as he wanted. Xiao Chun Chen's face. After all these dangers, Xiao Chun was already numb to them. He smiled bitterly and continued on his way. All sorts of dangers appeared continuously. Behind every door was an unimaginable danger. However, Xiao Chun passed through them all. This continued until the 9th door. After Xiao Chun pushed it open weakly, there was no danger waiting for him. A gentle light enveloped him. The holy white light was like a mortal grade spirit liquid. It quickly healed Xiao Chen's wounds. All his fatigue was swept away, and his entire body felt indescribably comfortable. The sudden return of happiness after all the torture was intoxicating. He did not want to wake up for a long time. After the light faded, Xiao Qian suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. After this ordeal, the strength of his physical body actually increased again. Looking at his new skin, Xiao Qian revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Not only did my strength increase, but my physical body's defense also increased. Unfortunately, I do not have a chance to test it now." When the clouds parted, the moon shone brightly. Xiao Qian's perseverance finally paid off. He did not mistreat Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian sized up his surroundings. This should be the 6th floor of the ancient desolate tower. There were statues that looked no different from real people in front of him. When he counted them, there were about 100 of them. When Xiao Qian's gaze landed on the first statue of the row at the very front, his expression suddenly froze. That statue wore white robes and a blue strip of cloth on its head. Its gaze was cold, and there was a calm expression on its face. Its arms were crossed, and an ancient saber was casually held in front of its chest. Who else could it be if not him? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chun continued looking forward. He did not recognize many of the statues. However, the few that he did recognize were all legendary experts of the various nations. As Xiao Chun looked further down, he even saw the statue of the Thunder King, Sang Mu, standing there quietly. Xiao Chun muttered, "It looks like the people who passed the test of will on the 6th floor will leave behind statue here." However, I did not expect that after thousands of years, only 100 people managed to pass the 6th floor. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and the others on the tall platform had excited expressions on their faces. This was because Xiao Chun had given them another pleasant surprise. He had cleared the 6th floor and was now heading to the 7th floor. Shi Hailong smiled happily and said, "After clearing the 6th floor, one can leave behind an ordinary will statue. That can be considered as carrying some of the ancient desolate tower's luck. This is the best reward for cultivators on this floor." He has already reached the 7th floor. As long as he goes up another floor, he will be able to reach the height of the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. This fellow might really be able to create a legend. One of the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders said excitedly. When Shi Hailong heard this, his expression became much calmer. He smiled and said, "Don't overthink this. It is rare for someone like the Thunder King to appear in 10,000 years. In the end, Xiao Chun is still a distance away. If he can reach the 7th floor, it will be a great help to the Heavenly Extermination Union." The 7th floor, that is filled with the wool statues left behind by Emperor Wu. How could Emperor Wu's test be so easy to clear? Shi Hailong sighed softly. He felt that it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. If he had another 2 years, he would definitely be stronger than Xiao Chun. If he had another 2 years, he would be a half-step martial monarch. With his combat talent, he would have a 70% chance of clearing Emperor Wu's test. However, he had come too early. His chances were still very slim. Dita. Xiao Chen's body passed through the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower. Drops of pure essence fell continuously from the purple chi whirlpool, which had already expanded by half. This lasted for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, Xiao Qin's cultivation had increased by half a year, stabilizing his cultivation as a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Qin landed firmly on the ground and appeared on the 7th floor of the ancient desolate tower. He could feel the vast energy in his body. Xiao Qin revealed a satisfied smile. It was worth the price he paid to climb up to the 7th floor. Just the increase in his cultivation from the 7th floor's light brought him boundless benefits. He had closed the gap between him and the genius cultivators of the same generation. I will go up and try to reach peak medial-grade martial king. I only have one chance to come to this ancient desolate tower. I cannot waste it, Xiao Qin said resolutely in his heart. He wanted to see the scenery of the 8th floor. Back then, the Thunder King could reach the 8th floor. Xiao Qin could do the same. Xiao Qin looked around the 7th floor. Then, 10 human-sized statues appeared before Xiao Qin's eyes. These statues were different from the statues on the 6th floor. With a cursory glance, Xiao Qin could feel the boundless aura contained in these statues. These statues were also different from the martial sage statues on the 2nd floor. The aura and bearing of these statues were far superior to the statues of martial sages. As Xiao Qin stood before the statues, it was like the statues in front of him were real people. It was as if the people in front of them were real people. Their gazes were deep and distant, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said softly, "They should be statues as well." However, statues are divided into different grades. The statues on the 6th floor are the most ordinary statues. The ones on the 2nd floor are the sage statues left by martial sages. The ones on the 7th floor are probably martial emperors. When Xiao Qin thought of this possibility, he could not help but feel a deep sense of respect when he looked at the statues again. Emperor, the pinnacle of martial cultivation, the peak of the great Tao. This was what all cultivators pursued their entire lives. It represented glory, represented the peak, and most importantly, represented strength. Every Emperor Wu was a legend. In the Qianwu continent, for thousands of years, there had not been any news of anyone stepping into the realm of Emperor Wu. The legends of Emperor Wu were left behind by the older generation sages. However, the older generation Emperor Wu had already vanished from the Qianwu continent. After the Thunder King fell 1,000 years ago, there had been no more news of an emperor appearing. It was like all the martial emperors had disappeared. Now that Xiao Qin personally saw the statues left by Emperor Wu, the fluctuations in Xiao Qin's heart could be easily imagined. As Xiao Qin carefully sized up the statues, he suddenly gasped. His gaze stopped on the 4th statue from the left. Bai Shuihe. This statue wore blue battle armor and carried a dragon-toothed saber on its back. It looked exactly the same as Bai Shuihe on the 2nd floor. The only difference was that the pressure it gave Xiao Qin was on a completely different level. Xiao Qin's attitude toward Bai Shuihe could not help but rise to another level. The will of Bai Shuihe on the 2nd floor was like a great teacher. Rather than calling it a test, it was more like a senior bladesman giving pointers to his juniors. As they chatted, Xiao Qin benefited a lot. Unexpectedly, he saw Bai Shuihe's statue again on this floor. Such a heroic person with such a breadth of mind was able to reach the level of Emperor Wu. Xiao Qin felt gratified as well. He quickly stepped forward and pointed at the other party's forehead. "Brat, choose me. How is this by face attractive? I will show you what a true bladesman is." Just as Xiao Qin's finger was about to tap the statue's forehead, the thunderous voice of the first statue from the right, a man holding a thick saber, rang out. "Ha! Old lay, don't be envious. With your looks, no one will choose you. Ha ha ha." Chapter 488. Bai Shuihe, who was in front of Xiao Qin, seemed to come to life. He laughed loudly and pointed at Xiao Qin's forehead at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! The surroundings shook and Xiao Qin's vision turned blurry for a moment. After a while, he found himself in a chaotic space. With his previous experience, Xiao Qin was not too surprised. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "This junior, Xiao Qin greets senior again." Bai Shuihe raised his eyebrows and a formless light flashed in his eyes. It was like he could see through everything about Xiao Chun. There are no secrets at all. No wonder you chose me. It turns out that you already shattered my will statue on the second floor. Why do you want to shatter my will statue on this floor as well? Bai Shuihe said calmly as he looked at Xiao Chun with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chun said somewhat embarrassedly, "How could that be? I just wanted to ask Senior for guidance. I hope that I can pass the test of this floor." Bai Shuihe said somewhat angrily, "Young man, don't be so humble. You could be more confident. Since you can shatter my sage statue, you might be able to shatter my emperor's statue. You don't even have this much confidence, and you still want to go to the 8th floor? The 8th floor is filled with the will statues of king-grade martial emperors. I'll ask you one more time whether you are confident or not." Bai Shuihe's tone suddenly turned heavier. He shouted his last sentence, causing Xiao Chun to feel an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Xiao Chun nearly blurted out the words. However, when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly realized it and was startled. The other party was the bona fide saber Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun was just an insignificant martial king. If he said he was confident he could shatter the other party's statue, he would be overestimating himself. Xiao Chun stopped speaking and said softly, "Senior, you must be joking. A few moves would suffice. Why would this junior think of shattering your statue?" Seeing that Xiao Chun did not fall for his trap, the interest in Bai Shuihe's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, "That's right. If you had really said that there were words, the number of moves you could exchange with me would have increased from 10 to 20. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say the word yes. Comparing 20 moves to 10 moves, it was twice as long. However, on account of the fact that you've shattered my saint statue, I've decided to give you 20 pointers. Bai Shuihe changed the topic and smiled slyly. Xiao Chun felt depressed in his heart. It turned out that Xiao Chun was toying with him. His image of a martial emperor in his heart immediately fell to rock bottom. Who would have thought that Emperor Wu would have this kind of bad taste, toying with a junior? Bai Shuihe frowned and said, "What's wrong? You look very happy. Add another 10 moves." Xiao Chun's expression immediately became conflicted. He hurriedly said, "How am I happy? It's nothing." Bai Shuihe nodded and said, "I, the great Emperor Wu, am here to give you pointers, yet you are still angry. Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Add another 10 moves." Xiao Chun was utterly speechless. He did not say anything more. This Bai Shuihe's character before and after he became a martial emperor was too different. When Bai Shuihe saw Xiao Chun's conflicted expression, he laughed loudly again. His face was filled with joy as he said, "Brat, I was just fooling you. The test of this stage is not about exchanging a few moves." "Then what is the test of this stage?" Xiao Chun asked doubtfully. "There is a huge gap between Emperor Wu and a martial sage. As a bladesman, you choose me. 10 moves, 20 moves, or 1 move, there is no difference." Bai Shuihe withdrew his smile and said seriously, "You only need to receive 1 saber strike from me. If you do not die, you will pass. Do you dare?" "Do I dare to receive Emperor Wu's saber strike?" Emperor Wu's saber strike. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought about it. Although it was said to be Emperor Wu's saber strike, the other party would definitely not use a cultivation that surpassed Xiao Chun's own. Otherwise, he would not even need to use 1 saber strike. With just a glance, the other party could use the natural laws to kill Xiao Chun. Then, there would be no need to talk about the test. However, this saber strike would definitely not be easy to receive. This was especially so when the other party said very clearly that he would pass if he did not die. What did he mean? Did he mean that Xiao Chun would not be able to break this saber strike? At most, it would just be a matter of injury. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not doubt the words of the peak Emperor Wu. However, he still asked uncertainly, "What if I die?" When Bai Shuihe heard that, he could not help but laugh loudly. "What else can I do if I die? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Naturally, everything will be over. So, think carefully before you make your decision. Don't ever think that giving up is a very embarrassing thing. The strength of my saber strike will not surpass your cultivation. However, the difference between us is not as simple as cultivation. One saber strike, just one saber strike. As long as he passed this saber strike, he would be able to reach the 8th floor. However, this saber strike would really kill him. Once he agreed, there would be no more chances to give up. He would have to face death. Xiao Chun could not help but hesitate. At the juncture of life and death, no matter who faced such a situation, they would hesitate. This was especially so when the other party was a bona fide Emperor Wu. If someone really agreed without thinking about anything, that person might really not be far from death. Back then, the Thunder King was only 21 years old. His cultivation was slightly higher than mine. What did he think when faced with such a situation? Xiao Chun could not help but look at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. If Ao Jiao were here, given her experience, she would be able to give him an answer very quickly. At this moment, Xiao Chun could not help but reminisce about Ao Jiao. Back then, she accompanied the Thunder King all the way to the 8th floor, which no one had reached in 10,000 years. Her understanding of this ancient, desolate tower was much clearer than Xiao Chen's. Should I accept this saber strike or not? Xiao Chun hesitated for the first time in his heart. Idiot, why do you not dare to accept it? It is fine as long as you do not die. Why are you so afraid? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately rejoiced and said, Ao Jiao, when did you wake up? Within the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao habitually mocked, Stop speaking nonsense. I took some time out of my busy schedule to give a piece of trash like you some pointers. Stop saying meaningless words. Just agree to him directly. He is just a minor heavenly Emperor Wu, and he dares to put on airs to scare people. Xiao Chun blushed with shame in his heart. Regardless of what Emperor Wu is, he is still Emperor Wu. You look down on him, but he can destroy me with just a finger. Bai Shuihe, who was in front, saw the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, You who are hiding, come out. Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber in his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed like the lunar shadow saber would be drawn at any moment. Boom! Xiao Chun did his best, but it was to no avail. There was a melodious sound, and Ao Jiao's image was pulled out. When Bai Shuihe saw Ao Jiao's appearance, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, I was wondering why this fellow looked so familiar. So, you are the inheritor of Sangmu. Little Ao Jiao, after not seeing you for a few thousand years, you dare to look down on me, a minor heavenly senior. You are ambitious. However, Ao Jiao's expression was very unhappy. She looked at Bai Shuihe and said gloomily, You have wasted a year's worth of hard work. Later, I will have to swallow up the sword spirit again. Bai Shuihe smiled calmly and said, You have to pay a price for speaking ill of others behind their backs. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. Unexpectedly, the target of the Thunder King's challenge 3,000 years ago was Bai Shuihe as well. However, 3,000 years later, although the process was different, Xiao Chun was still stuck in Bai Shuihe's hands at the final hurdle. Bai Shuihe returned to Xiao Chen's side and said, Now, there is no one to disturb you. You can decide for yourself. Receive a saber strike from me. Do you dare not? The instant Ao Jiao appeared, Xiao Chun had already made up his mind. When Bai Shuihe asked him again, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to nod and say, I dare. Bai Shuihe smiled gently and did not say anything more. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt on his back. His gaze was like 10,000 sabers piercing toward Xiao Chun. It was extremely sharp. Kassiye. Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and held it horizontally in front of his chest. He stared at Bai Shuihe's right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The nervousness that Xiao Chun expected did not appear. In the instant before the battle, all of Xiao Chen's hesitation were tossed aside. His state of mind was incomparably calm. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, her bright eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape. She revealed a faint smile on her face. A person who could draw the Thunderwood sword is definitely not trash. Ao Jiao thought to herself. Xiao, Bai Shui's attack did not make Xiao Chun wait for long. When he said he would use one attack, it was one attack. He did not use his aura to pressure Xiao Chun, nor did he use his mental energy to destroy Xiao Chen's state of mind. This attack was just an ordinary chop. There was nothing fancy about it. Bai Shui leaped into the air and chopped down with a saber light. It was so simple that Xiao Chun found it inconceivable. This move is full of openings. I can break it with just a casual attack. Emperor Wu's attack is too laughable. That's not right. If it was so simple, why would there be a dead person? There must be some secret that I do not know. Let's continue watching. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced like lightning. After he analyzed everything, he discovered some tricks. The other party is wide open. As long as I stab his heart, I can force him to withdraw his saber and defend. However, he is holding his saber with one hand. The angle of his grip is at a 90-degree angle to his chest. When I attack his chest, the tip of the saber will turn. Given the length of his dragon tooth saber, he will definitely be able to injure me first. When he flies, he is only 1.5 body lengths higher than me. His feet are spread apart, and he can change direction at any time. No matter where I retreat to, I will not be able to dodge. The direction of his attack looks like it is from above. However, the angle of his body is 30 degrees forward. Actually, this attack can also be seen as coming from below. The more Xiao Chun analyzed, the more tricks he found. The other party's attack seemed to have considered all the problems that could be considered. It was simple and unadorned. This was probably the principle behind the Great Tao being the simplest. Wen Bai Shuihe was only a martial sage. The four-season saber technique was ever-changing. The various states and mysterious phenomena dazzled the eyes. However, at the crucial moment, Xiao Chun could always think of a way to break it and even counterattack. However, now that the other party was at Emperor Wu's level, this simple attack gave one the feeling that it was unbreakable and unblockable. No wonder Xiao Chun said earlier that at his level, there was no difference between one attack and 10 attacks. This attack contained more than 10 kinds of saber techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it contained thousands of saber techniques. I can't use the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He can see through my true body with one glance. If he attacks from above, he can chop me in half. Chapter 489. The Wukuei blossoms will not work either. The instant the flower buds combine, the saber light will reach my neck. The lightning evasion will take too long to execute. That will not work either. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. In an instant faster than the blink of an eye, he thought of all the methods he could use to deal with this. However, he rejected all of them. None of them worked. Idiot, as long as I do not die, why would I not dare to receive it? When the saber light was 1 meter away from Xiao Chun remembered Ao Jiao's words. He suddenly felt enlightened and heaved a sigh of relief. I am really an idiot. There is no way I can dodge this saber strike, nor can I break it. Bai Shuihe had already made it clear long ago. As long as I do not die, it will be fine. In the end, before the battle, my thoughts were still the same as before, thinking about how to break it and how to dodge it. Xiao Chun did not know that he could not dodge this saber strike. He did not need to try to break it. He only needed to survive. However, it was not that easy to survive. If Xiao Chun tried to get lucky, he might end up dying even faster. However, this gave Xiao Chun a direction. Xiao. At the last moment, Xiao Chun did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He raised his saber and swung it at the opening in his opponent's chest. Bai Shuihe smiled faintly and thought to himself, I already told you to survive. Yet, you overestimate yourself and want to injure me. In that case, I can only send you on your way. Bai Shuihe turned his wrist unhurriedly and the saber moved downwards naturally, heading for Xiao Chen's neck. He did not even see Xiao Chen's attack. It is as I expected. This is not an opening. He does not even care about it. However, this is what I wanted. The throat is a vital point. If a regular cultivator gets hit by a saber strike, they will die. Naturally, Xiao Chun was no exception. Since he wanted to survive, he had to know which vital point his opponent was attacking. Once he confirmed it, it would be easy to deal with it. Xiao Chun let go of the lunar shadow saber and let it fall to the ground. He opened his right hand and smashed it against his opponent's saber. Poochie! The blade, which was only a centimeter away from his throat, was immediately pressed down by 3 centimeters. The saber radiance cut open a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood immediately spurted out. When the saber light entered his body, it stirred up his internal organs. Xiao Chun felt something sweet in his throat, and he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His face was terrifyingly pale, but Xiao Chen's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Senior, this strike multiplied the power of the blade to its peak. It is worthy of being Emperor Wu's blade strike. But in the end, I did not die." The expression on Bai Shuihe's face was slightly startled. The tip of his blade had clearly been a centimeter away from Xiao Chen's throat, but at the last moment, his opponent had forcibly pressed it down. "Look, that dot of light is going up again. Xiao Chun has reached the 8th floor." The few elders who had been paying attention to Xiao Chun said excitedly. The higher Xiao Chun climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. Naturally, the benefits they would receive would be greater as well. Sure Hailong rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though he had full confidence in Xiao Chun. Who would have thought that he would really be able to pass the test of the 7th floor and reach the 8th floor? Even the Thunder King back then was no more than this. He really made it to the 8th floor. Incredible. Back then, when the Thunder King reached the 8th floor, he was already 21 years old. I heard that this Xiao Chun is not even 20 years old. From this point of view, has Xiao Chun already surpassed the Thunder King? What did I say? What did I say? I said long ago when he jumped over the first level that Xiao Chun would definitely surpass the Thunder King. But you didn't believe me. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Up on the high platform, the old man who made the prediction about Xiao Chun was the most excited. The few people at the side said disdainfully, "Old Ma, you were not so sure at that time. Now you only know how to be cocky." Sure Hailong withdrew his smile and nodded gently. "Old Ma, make your preparations. Bring my words over. You could take down Li Xiuzhu now." When the old man with the family name Ma heard this, he immediately said respectfully, "Elder Sure, rest assured. Leave it to me. That old man with the family name Li will definitely not be able to escape." Everyone could predict that after this experiential training, Sure Hailong's position in the Heavenly Extermination Union would definitely rise. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with Sure Hailong. The few elders at the side looked at Elder Ma, who had left to carry out his orders. They revealed envious gazes. "This was a good job. Elder Sure, do you have any instructions for us to carry out?" The few of them asked with smiles. Sure Hailong paused for a while before smiling. "It's fine. Just continue watching. This time, we managed to dig out a person like Xiao Chun because of everyone's hard work. I will make things clear to the 5 lords." The 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower was empty except for an ancient copper door in the center. It was unknown where the door led to. The copper door was tightly shut. Mysterious talisman scripts were embroidered on the door, giving off a faint spiritual light. Xiao Chun passed through the light of the 7th floor. Purple essence liquid dripped down for 10 minutes before stopping. When Xiao Chun landed, his cultivation had stabilized at peak medial grade Martial King. He could not help but reveal a wide smile. On this trip to the ancient desolate tower, he had finally closed the gap in his cultivation that he sought. When Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the copper door, he thought for a while before going over to take a look. Ao Jiao, who had followed Xiao Chen over, said, "Wait for a while. Recover from your injuries first. At the same time, try to comprehend Bai Shuihe's earlier saber strike. That saber strike contained all sorts of saber techniques. As long as you can comprehend a little, no one in the same generation will be able to block it." Xiao Chan stopped and thought about it. Bai Shuihe's move was definitely at the peak of the saber technique. Since there was not much time left, Xiao Chan should try to comprehend as much as he could. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. A purple chi whirlpool spun, and a vast amount of essence nourished the wound on his chest. As Ao Jiao looked at the ancient copper door on the 8th floor, her expression became somewhat complicated. In the end, she sighed gently, feeling melancholic. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at Ao Jiao. He said, Ao Jiao, do you know what is behind the door? Ao Jiao thought for a long time before saying, Xiao Chen, let's stop here. Don't go up. Xiao Chen nodded and said, All right, then I won't go up. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chen answered so straightforwardly, she asked, You are not going to ask why? Xiao Chen smiled and said, Why ask? If you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. If you don't, it is pointless for me to ask. I just need to remember that you will not harm me. If you say no, then I won't go up. Ao Jiao felt warmth in her heart. She had not expected Xiao Chen to resist the temptation of the 9th floor so firmly, choosing to trust her. It is as you said. I will not harm you. You should have gained a lot from being able to reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chen did not dwell on this matter anymore. Instead, he asked about something he was more concerned about. He asked, Earlier, you said that you were going to swallow the weapon spirit again. What's going on? When Ao Jiao heard this, she felt somewhat vexed. She said, I still underestimated the skills of the Haotian sect. The weapon spirit in the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than I expected. Even after I swallowed it, it refused to merge with me. As a result, my progress in nourishing the divine weapon was extremely slow. Now, that person with the surname Bai pulled me out. That weapon spirit has broken free from my control again. I have to start over. However, don't worry. In the end, I am still in control. When Xiao Chen heard this, he relaxed. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they started chatting on the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. When Ao Jiao arrived at the ancient desolate tower, she seemed to be in a good mood. She told Xiao Chen about the Thunder King's experiences in the past. In just 3 years, you went from a cultivator to where you are today. It is really hard to imagine. Ao Jiao looked at the current Xiao Chen and thought about the Xiao Chen from 3 years ago. Then, she looked at the current him and sighed. Before Xiao Chen could feel proud, Ao Jiao mocked him. However, you are still too weak. You cannot even defeat your own weapon spirit. Do your best, trashy master. Smiling gently, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of white light and returned to the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He glanced at the bronze doors and no longer lingered. Xiao Chen took out the jade pendant on his chest and gently crushed it. The instant the jade pendant shattered, Xiao Chen was immediately knocked out. Xiao! In the air, Xiao Chen, dressed in white with a blue strip of cloth on his forehead, slowly floated down. Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face as he jumped off the tall platform. He led a group of elders to part the crowd and walked towards Xiao Chen with a smile. Xiao Chen, you have indeed not disappointed me. Since the Heavenly Extermination Union opened the trial of the ancient desolate tower, you are the second person to reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chen said politely, Many thanks to Elder Shi and the Heavenly Extermination Union for giving me this opportunity. As Xiao Chen spoke, Xia Xian, Zemo, Jiang Zimo, and the others all came over to congratulate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen performed cup fist salutes in return. At this moment, Shi Hailong appeared to be in high spirits, even more pleased than Xiao Chen. He gathered everyone together and said, I hereby announce that this trial of the ancient desolate tower has come to an end. I hope that everyone will not disappoint us 2 years from now and achieve even better results in the 5-Nation Youth Competition. A bunch of trash. Do you really think that you are not trash after passing the ancient desolate tower? Xiao Chen, scram out here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw Sizawin and his master breaking through the Heavenly Extermination Union's blockade and forcefully arriving before the crowd. Shi Hailong's face sank. He looked at the old man behind Sizawin and said, Gong Hao Yu, no matter how much your evil moon pavilion calls the shots in the great Jin Nation, don't forget that this is the ancient desolate land. The Heavenly Extermination Union has the final say here. Shi Hailong was extremely frustrated. Xiao Chen had just broken through to the 8th floor. This was a rare event that happened only once in 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, The two people that he did not want to see the most appeared before him. Gong Haoyu said coldly, "I'm not here today to cause trouble. It is just a conflict between the younger generation. Don't use the Heavenly Extermination Union to pressure me. Even if your union chief is here, I will still be in the right." Shi Hailong frowned slightly and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Gong Haoyu looked coldly at Xiao Chun and said, "This brat caused my Evil Moon Pavilion to lose the chance to compete for the ancient desolate tower. No matter what, I have to give him an explanation today." Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chun, who stood tall in the crowd. Hatred filled his eyes. If he had not been careless and lost to Xiao Chun, he would be the one enjoying such treatment now. "Xiao Chun, do you dare to fight me again?" Xie Ziwen shouted expressionlessly. Chapter 490. When Shi Hailong heard this, he was stunned. He immediately sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun. "Don't fall for his provocation. Your strength is about the same. He clearly knows that you became much stronger after entering the ancient desolate tower, yet he still challenged you. He must have some secret technique to increase his strength temporarily. The most important thing is that you just came out of the ancient desolate tower. You are blessed with great luck. If you lose, he will snatch away all the luck you accumulated in the ancient desolate tower. Don't fall for his provocation. In the future, when you grow stronger, you will be able to destroy him with just a flick of your finger." Shi Hailong's tone was very anxious. He said a lot in one breath, listing the pros and cons. He did his best to dissuade Xiao Chun from accepting the other party's challenge. However, Shi Hailong had no choice but to be cautious. If Xiao Chun lost, the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck would be damaged. If that happened, all his efforts would go to waste. The others, Xia Xiyin and Jiang Zimo, also advised Xiao Chun, "Don't accept him. This fellow definitely came prepared. He's just waiting for you to jump in." When Xie Ziwen saw the silent Xiao Chun, he mocked, "That is all the courage you have. To think that you dare to compete with the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Chun, you disappoint me." Xiao Chun took 2 steps forward and carefully sized up Xie Ziwen. Then, he said, "As you wish. Get on the arena." Xie Ziwen laughed loudly and floated to the largest arena in the Tianwu Plaza. He put on an expression as though he already had Xiao Chun in the bag. He said, "Good. I was waiting for you to say that." When Shi Hailong heard this, he said anxiously, "Xiao Chun, don't be rash." Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "Senior Shi, don't worry. I know what to do." Shi Hailong shook his head and sighed, not saying anything more. Xiao Chun's battle was very important. He wanted to stop Xiao Chun, but he could not do anything about it since Xiao Chun insisted on fighting. The trial of the ancient desolate tower was a major event in the entire ancient desolate land. Countless people had already gathered outside the Tianwu Plaza. However, the people of the Heavenly Extermination Union kept them outside. Now that the trial was over, in addition to the Evil Moon Pavilion's interference, the order of the place became chaotic. Crowds of martial artists swarmed into the plaza. Xiao Chun stomped hard on the ground, and his figure flashed, landing on the arena in an instant. Is that person in white the one who reached the 8th level this year? Why is he only a medial grade martial king? Are you sure? That should be right. I saw him floating out from the outside. Cultivation is not the only thing that determines a cultivator. However, this Xie Ziwen is really vicious. The other party just came out of the ancient desolate tower. If he defeats this person, he will snatch away all of this person's luck. If he didn't have the confidence, he would never dare to challenge Xiao Chun at this time. This is going to be interesting. The crowd below discussed with each other. Some of the more discerning cultivators guessed Xie Ziwen's purpose in challenging Xiao Chun. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight shone down. Up in the arena, Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chun and smiled coldly. "You really dare to come up. Those who hurt my, Xie Ziwen's, people have never had a good ending. I, Xie Ziwen, will be taking your luck today." Xiao. Right after Xie Ziwen spoke, he brought out his state of fire to its limits. This time, he would not be careless. He would not hold anything back. Xiao Chun sent out a palm strike, and a fierce sea of fire spread around him. It rose and fell like waves, layering over each other. The heat wave spread into the surroundings, and the temperature instantly soared. Sure Hailong's expression changed. He said, "This fellow indeed came prepared. He has comprehended his state of fire to its limits." Kasie. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and drew it at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared as Xiao Chun leaped into the air. A purple saber light appeared, and he hacked down. This was the saber strike that Emperor Wu by Shuehe executed back then. As Xieziwen flew, he saw Xiao Chen's saber strike. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. "You are full of openings, and you are not embarrassed to call yourself the white-robed bladesman. Get down here." Boom! A sea of fire surged around Xieziwen's body, and his palm gave off a bright red light. A huge flame rippled and formed a jade-like palm. As the flames surged, a huge flaming palm formed and pressed towards Xiao Chen's open chest. Xiao Chun recalled the charm of Bai Shuehe's saber strike. He tilted his body slightly, and the huge flaming palm brushed past his shoulder. Xiao Chun twisted his wrist, and the saber moved from top to bottom, naturally thrusting forward. Pussy-eye. Xiao Chun landed on the ground, and the tip of his saber stabbed in by 1 centimeter. It happened to be stuck in Xieziwen's chest, and blood immediately spurted out. Everything was going according to plan. There were no deviations. Xiao Chun looked at Xieziwen calmly and said, "You have lost." The disdainful smile on Xieziwen's face did not even have time to disappear. Just as he sent out a palm strike, Xiao Chun stabbed into his chest, a vital spot. As long as Xiao Chun used a little more force, Xieziwen would die. What's going on? How did I lose? That move was clearly full of openings. At most, the saber light was a little strange. How did he manage to stab me? Xieziwen showed a stunned expression. He could not understand what was going on no matter how he thought about it. Xieziwen was not the only one who could not understand. The thousands of cultivators watching felt it was strange as well. Only one move, and Xiao Chun actually defeated Xieziwen. Everyone still remembered the fight between Xiao Chun and Xieziwen 7 days ago. Xieziwen had only managed to defeat Xiao Chun after 100 moves because of his carelessness. However, 7 days later, Xiao Chun used only one move to defeat Xieziwen. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Chun in shock. Zhuo Mo revealed a contemplative expression. He said indifferently, "That saber strike has its own uses." Ding Fengqiu said softly, "I can only tell now. It seems to be full of openings, but in reality, there are no openings at all. However, there are still some flaws in the transitions, as it is a move that he just learned." Jiang Zimo said with some envy, "I really wonder what benefits he obtained in the upper floors for him to have such strength." Shi Hailong was slightly stunned before he reacted. He smiled and said, "No wonder this fellow is so confident. I was overthinking things. I did not lose. It is impossible for me to lose." Suddenly, something strange happened. Xieziwen grabbed Xiao Chen's saber and retreated at lightning speed. Then, he took out a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. Boom! The medicinal pill melted in his mouth, and Xieziwen's aura suddenly soared. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind, and a strong wind howled behind him. Bang! Xieziwen ignored the injury on his chest and sent out another palm strike. A huge flaming palm the size of a small mountain pressed toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, he felt a dangerous aura from this huge flaming palm. Xiao Chun did not block blindly. He pushed off the ground and retreated. Pa! As the giant flaming palm fell, a deep pit formed by the palm print immediately appeared on the arena. Countless stone slabs exploded and shot in all directions. Shi Hailong said sullenly, "Half-step martial monarch. What kind of medicinal pill is that? How did Xieziwen become a half-step martial monarch in such a short time?" The situation suddenly changed. Xieziwen, who had consumed a mysterious medicinal pill, suddenly became a half-step martial monarch. When Xieziwen waved his palm, a berserk essence poured out. He launched a chain of attacks without pause, beating down on Xiao Chun until he could not retaliate. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out incessantly. Under Xieziwen's berserk attacks, the sturdy arena shattered, turning it into rubble. He is very strong. However, he forcefully advanced to half-step martial monarch. His aura is not stable. While his energy looks berserk, it is not very condensed. Let's wait for a while, Xiao Chen analyzed calmly. Then, his figure flashed and flew towards another arena. Huqi, Xieziwen quickly followed, not letting up. The two's figures flashed and flew to another arena. Xieziwen laughed and said, Xiao Chun, aren't you very powerful? Why aren't you attacking? Let's see where you can run to. 1,000 flaming palms. Xieziwen took a deep breath and released a resplendent red light from his right palm. It was as bright as day, like a small sun. Boom! Xieziwen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and shouted. Then, he sent out a palm as bright as the sun. Suddenly, a flaming palm shot out like a meteor shower at Xiao Chun. With such a large area of effect attack, there was no chance for Xiao Chun to dodge. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the flaming rain falling from the sky. He muttered, "It is time to end this. A half-step martial monarch is only SOSO. The purple chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body spun quickly. A surging, pure lightning-attributed essence circulated in his meridians and poured into his saber. Xiao Chun condensed the surging energy to its limits and infused it into his saber, not letting any of it leak out. The pitch-black saber immediately flickered with a purple light. It looked very simple and plain. It was a stark contrast to Xieziwen's berserk energy. Break! Xiao Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He shouted and swung his saber forward. The flaming palms flying at him immediately shattered into countless sparks. Break! 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 Facing the raining flaming palms, Xiao Chun did not move at all. It was like his feet were rooted to the ground as he stabbed his saber at the flaming palms flying at him. Without exception, all the flaming palms that Xiao Chun stabbed shattered into countless sparks and disappeared into the air. Xiao Chun seemed relaxed and did not feel any pressure. It was like the flaming palms were not filled with berserk essence attacks, but just tiles. Bang! 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 When the other flaming palms landed on the ground, they blasted the arena into smithereens. Dust filled the air and flew everywhere. This made it clear that while these flaming palms looked small and messy, their might was not weak at all. They were definitely not tiles. However, the white-robed bladesman with a calm expression easily shattered the flaming palms flying at him amid the flaming light filling the sky. Such a huge contrast was hard to believe. Were these flaming palms really that strong? It was somewhat contradictory. When Shi Hailong saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Given this, Xiao Chun had at least a 50% chance of victory. Xieziwen's chest tightened. He had consumed the rank 7 blood essence pill, which could raise his cultivation by 50% for the time it takes for a jaw stick to burn. Chapter 491. The so-called half-step martial monarch referred to cultivating essence to the limit of a martial king. Comprehending states to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating cultivation techniques to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating martial techniques to the limit of a martial king. After reaching the limit in all aspects, there would be a qualitative change. There would be a huge difference from a martial king. After that, once one's mental energy cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to successfully advance to martial monarch. Xieziwen's talent was outstanding. His comprehension of states, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques could be said to have reached the limit of a martial king. Only his cultivation was slightly weaker. However, after Xieziwen consumed the blood essence pill, he made up for this difference. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he could be considered a true half-step martial monarch. Xieziwen had not expected Xiao Chun to be able to break his attack so easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. Aside from the 1-meter radius of Xiao Chen's feet, the arena was already in tatters. The rest of the arena was already filled with holes. It was a complete mess. 1,000 flaming flames, gather! Xie shouted, and the countless flaming palms in the air merged together. They formed an incredibly huge flaming palm with clear lines and a beautiful luster. The palm was like a tall wall. It fell down at an incredible speed. Its shadow instantly covered Xiao Chun. I don't believe that I cannot suppress you to death. Xie formed hand seals continuously. A sea of fire surged around him. The might of the descending flaming palm continued to increase. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, like a spear, pierced through his palm and shot out. At the end of the lightning, at the end of the electric light, was an ethereal figure holding a long saber. He was dressed in white with a blue bandana on his head. He had a delicate face and a delicate face. Bang! His palm landed solidly on the ground. Without any pause, the arena silently sank more than 10 meters into the ground. The might of the palm was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The surrounding crowd found it hard to imagine how the white figure in the air managed to break the palm with just one saber strike. Xiao Chun pointed his saber at the sky. The sharpness in his heart that had never faded surged out from his saber and into the clouds. Dang! 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 The 6-foot-long saber trembled continuously as an extremely sharp saber intent spread throughout the entire Tianwu Plaza. Among the thousands of spectating cultivators, the weapons of some bladesmen could not help but shake intensely, as if they would fall out of their hands at any moment. When Jiang Zimo, Zhua Mo, Ding Fengqiu, and the other cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chun saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions. After a while, Zhua Mo said with some uncertainty, "It should be saber intent." Ding Fengqiu, you say it. You are a swordsman and have comprehended sword intent. You have more say than us. As Ding Fengqiu looked at the white figure in the sky, he felt very bitter in his heart. From today onwards, he, Ding Fengqiu, would have to look at this person forever. Ding Fengqiu sighed softly and nodded heavily. Stop guessing. That is saber intent. Actually, I should have thought of it long ago. After he cleared the hurdle of desire, his mental state reached consummation. It is only natural for the qi in his heart to turn into saber intent. Although Ding Fengqiu said that, he had not expected Xiao Chun to comprehend saber intent so early. Based on his estimations, Xiao Chun would need at least 2 years to comprehend saber intent. When the others received Ding Fengqiu's confirmation, they all remained silent. Saber intent was different from sword intent. It was harder to comprehend. If one could comprehend saber intent before the age of 30, one could become a powerful bladesman. Xiao Chun had comprehended saber intent before the age of 20. He was already comparable to the ancient geniuses of the Saber Dao. The gap between them had widened once again. Sure, Hailong's mouth gaped open for a long time before he closed it again. All the worry on his aged face vanished like smoke. He beamed with joy and said, "Ha ha ha, Gong Hao Yu. You're seeking your own humiliation this time. Let's see how you're going to account to your pavilion master when you return." Xiezuan's second martial uncle, Gong Hao Yu, had a sullen expression. He struggled to say, "Don't laugh too early. It is just saber intent. It is not sufficient for a half-step martial monarch." Xiao, the qi in Xiao Chen's heart surged out. His entire body felt very carefree. With the completion of saber intent, the sharpness in my heart will never be extinguished. From this moment on, Xiao Chun could truly be called a bladesman. Xiezuan's expression changed unpredictably. As he looked at Xiao Chun, whose white robes fluttered in the air and whose saber intent dominated the entire place, despair welled up in his heart. It can't be. It can't be. After I became famous, aside from the peak people of the great Jin nation, no one can defeat me. Xiao Chun is just a cultivator from the great Qi nation. It is impossible for him to defeat me. I want to win. I want to win. I want to snatch away his luck and become a peak genius of the great Jin nation. Xiezuan roared ferociously, and veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted, "Dance of 10,000 flames." Xiezuan formed hand seals, and the sea of fire around him surged up into the sky. The temperature of the entire plaza soared. The scorching air forced everyone to circulate their cultivation energies to disperse the heat wave. Rise! Xieziwen pointed at Xiao Chun. Sweat dripped down his face. This move had overdrawn all his essence, causing his face to pale. If he had not consumed the blood essence pill, he would not have been able to execute this move with his essence. Chi! 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 Thousands of arm-thick flame ribbons surrounded Xiao Chun from the sea of fire, trying to trap him. Xiao Chun's gaze turned cold. It was as sharp as a saber. He grasped his saber tightly with his right hand and swung it gently. With the support of the sharp saber intent, the saber light became extremely resplendent. Dang! 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 The bladesmen in the plaza could no longer hold on to their weapons. They all flew into the air. Eternal saber intent, inextinguishable sharpness. Using the saber intense sharpness, Xiao Chun did not advance. Instead, he retreated. This was the first time he brought out his full strength after advancing to peak medial grade Martial King. Kassier. As the saber gleam swept past, the flame ribbons were sliced apart like noodles by the saber gleam. As the flame ribbons flew through the air, they gave off a dazzling red light. They looked very beautiful. Xiao Chun continued to descend like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he arrived before Xieziwen. Xiao Chun chopped all the flame ribbons into pieces. This upgraded version of the Dance of 1,000 Flames, which had given Xiao Chun a lot of trouble in the past, was broken like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao! A sharp saber intent trembled in the arena. The mysterious phenomenon of flames that Xieziwen created using his state instantly scattered. Xieziwen's final move was only executed halfway before it was destroyed by such a tyrannical move. You lost. As the saber rested on Xieziwen's neck, Xiao Chun's expression remained calm as he repeated what he said earlier. You lost. Xiao Chun's voice was as calm as ever. There were no fluctuations at all. The saber rested on Xieziwen's neck. With just one move, he could end Xieziwen's life. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. As they looked at Xiao Chun, no one believed that he had relied on luck to clear the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chun tyrannically ended the mysterious phenomenon of the Sea of Flames. Xieziwen's pale face, which had overdrawn on his essence, became even paler. Pussy-eye. Xieziwen vomited a large mouthful of blood. His overwhelming aura deflated like a balloon. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn was up, the medicinal energy of the blood essence pill completely dissipated. At this moment, the side effects of the blood essence pill appeared. Xieziwen's eyes were listless. He felt completely drained of energy. His cultivation fell until he was a medial grade Martial King. It would be impossible for Xieziwen to recover to his peak state within 3 months. This was the cruel side effect of the blood essence pill. Xiao, the evil moon pavilion's Gong Haoyu rushed over at lightning speed and grabbed Xieziwen. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at Xiao Chun and said, Very good. You have thoroughly offended the evil moon pavilion. I hope you will never step into the great G Nation again. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. After Gong Haoyu said this, he grabbed Xieziwen with one hand and soared into the sky, heading for the exit of the Tianwu Plaza. Boom! However, just as Gong Haoyu took a step into the air, he discovered an extremely sharp saber, Qi heading for his head at lightning speed. The saber Qi contained an inextinguishable, sharp saber intent. With the support of that saber intent, the might of the state of thunder in the saber Qi more than doubled. Gong Haoyu's expression turned cold as he smashed his palm against the saber Qi. Electricity flickered and exploded in the air. The saber light turned into a resplendent martial technique, illuminating the sky. This saber Qi forced Gong Haoyu to descend. Xiao Chun, what are you trying to do? Gong Haoyu shouted angrily after he landed. Xiao Chun pointed his saber at Gong Haoyu. His calm face did not change as he said indifferently, Did I say you could leave? The 6-meter-long saber trembled continuously. A sharp saber intent spread out continuously. The saber intent pulled the weapons up into the air, causing them to tremble rapidly. When the thousands of cultivators in the Tianwu Plaza heard Xiao Chen's words, their brains short-circuited. What was Xiao Chen trying to do? Gong Haoyu was an outer sect elder of the Evil Moon Pavilion. He had already become a half-step martial monarch many years ago. Although Gong Haoyu's talent was limited and he would never be able to advance to martial monarch, he was still a bona fide half-step martial monarch. Gong Haoyu was not like Xie, who relied on medicinal pills to forcefully advance to half-step martial monarch. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Although Xiao Chen's victory over Xie was shocking, it was not impossible for a genius who had cleared the 8th floor. However, Xiao Chen was too crazy to make a move against Gong Haoyu. After all, Xiao Chen was still too young. He had not matured yet. There was still a gap between him and the experts of the older generation. Gong Haoyu remained expressionless as he gently tossed Xie body off the platform. Then, Xie slowly landed on the ground. It looks like I'm really getting old. Youths are already so arrogant. Today, you attack me first. Even if I kill you, the Heavenly Extermination Union will not be able to say anything. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This person is really shameless. If he had not threatened me, why would I make a move against him? Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to drag this grudge to the great Jin nation to settle. Xiao Chen was not a person who waited 10 years for revenge. If there was an opportunity, Xiao Chen would deal with the other party now. There was no need to wait until they reached the other party's territory. Chapter 492. When Xiao Chen fought Xie, he had only used 60% of his strength. There were strong half-step martial monarchs and weak half-step martial monarchs. This Gong Haoyu was one of the weaker half-step martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he had at least a 50% chance of victory. Why not give it a try? Elder Sure, should we make a move to stop him? A Heavenly Extermination Union elder beside Shi Hailong asked worriedly. Shi Hailong thought for a while and remembered what Xiao Chen said to him before he went up. He said, "Let's wait and see. Xiao Chen should be free to make his own decisions. He will not fight a battle he is not confident of winning." Die! Gong Haoyu shouted, and the aura of a half-step martial monarch spread out. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. He took 7 steps in the air and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. This palm strike was not fancy at all. It relied on the advantage of his cultivation. He wanted to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, giving him a show of strength from the start. Xiao Chen switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. When he faced the palm strike filled with surging essence, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and welcomed it head-on. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed in the air, giving off a startling explosion. Ripples appeared in space and spread out in all directions. Gong Haoyu took 5 steps back. Xiao Chen was slightly weaker, taking 7 steps back. Such an outcome was far from what Gong Haoyu had hoped for. Gong Haoyu originally thought that this palm strike would be sufficient to suppress Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's powerful counterattack told him that this was impossible. 5-peak soaring. Gong Haoyu's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. So, he executed the martial technique he was most proficient in. Gong Haoyu soared into the air, and 5 mountains of different styles appeared. When they linked together, they formed a meandering mountain range pressing down on Xiao Chen. Wu Kuei shakes the heavens. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen chose to clash head-on. The divine Wu Kuei tree appeared and carried a strong electric force as it smashed into the 5 lone peaks flying at him. Boom! The lone peak broke apart and lightning bolts raged in the sky. In the face of this powerful attack, the world immediately lost its color. War turning mysterious peak. Gong Haoyu roared furiously. As he waved his palms, the shattered 5 mountains and rivers suddenly gathered together, forming a strange mountain peak. The mountain turned upside down, and its sharp tip pierced towards Xiao Chen like a sharp blade. Wu Kuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Qin's figure spun a few times in the air, dissipating the force of the earlier strike. Then, he pointed his saber forward. Lightning flashed in the sky, and a bright beam of light quickly elongated on the blade. The top of the beam of light instantly broke through the mountainside of the strange peak. Wu Kuei shakes. The entire mountain peak was immediately split into two halves, turning into countless mountain rocks that fell to the ground with a crashing sound. This phenomenon was condensed from the peak of the concept of Earth. It was like a real mountain. After the mountain shattered, it fell to the ground, creating deep pits in the Tianwu Plaza. When the spectating cultivators saw the falling rubble, they quickly made their moves to dodge it. The two people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously sent out killing moves, one after another. The two people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously used killer moves, one after another. However, Xiao Chun dealt with the attacks as they came. He would break one move after another. If he could not break it, he would do his best to block. He did not fear clashing head-on. The crowd was astonished. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiao Chun did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Everyone was astonished. Originally, they thought that it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiao Chun was not at a disadvantage at all. The two exchanged another move. Xiao Chun relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. The two exchanged another move. Xiao Chun relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. Xiao Chun stood in the air. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Gong Haoyu coldly. His saber flickered with an electric light. Gong Haoyu was astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so difficult to deal with. He had used all his killing moves, not holding back at all. However, he still could not do anything to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's originally imposing morale slowly declined, no longer as sharp as it was at the start. Xiao Chun tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead, and the red mark on his forehead started to flicker. He unleashed the state of massacre and merged it with the state of thunder. The saber started to flicker with a strange, alternating purple and red light. After the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiao Chun's originally delicate face gained a strange air. Kassier, the saber light flashed, and an intense state of massacre surged out. The berserk lightning contained a sharp killing intent, easily breaking Gong Haoyu's palm wind. Xiao Chun turned into a beam of purple light, no longer defending passively. Instead, he launched a sharp attack at Gong Haoyu. Taking advantage of the fact that Gong Haoyu's aura was exhausted, Xiao Chun launched a frenzied counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. After merging the state of massacre, Xiao Chun brought out all his strength. Purple and red lights filled the air, forcing Gong Haoyu to retreat step by step. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Gong Haoyu clenched his teeth, and his gaze turned sharp. He tried to rally his aura and charge back several times. However, Xiao Chun retaliated with even more ferocious attacks. Gong Haoyu retreated again and again in the air. His aura was completely exhausted, and he showed signs of defeat. "Little bastard, go to hell," Gong Haoyu shouted. He no longer had the air of an expert as he launched a frenzied counterattack. "Unfortunately, I won't die," Xiao Chun replied calmly. Then he executed listening to the sword and communicating with it. His saber turned into a heaven-ranked spirit weapon again. Xiao Chun's counterattack increased in might once again. It swept out and knocked Gong Haoyu back, causing him to vomit blood. Then, he crashed into the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Puxi, the Tianwu Emperor's statue had a strange power protecting it. The rebound caused the severely injured Gong Haoyu to vomit another mouthful of blood. His figure was now in a sorry state. Kassier. In the air, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and tied the blue strip of cloth back to his forehead. The state of massacre immediately vanished, and his charming face regained its elegance. He glanced coldly at the severely injured Gong Haoyu before ignoring him. Hualala. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The weapons that Xiao Qian's saber intent had pulled into the air fell to the ground as he withdrew his hand. When the severely injured Gong Haoyu saw Xiao Qian sheath his saber, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pushed off the Tianwu Emperor's statue, and his figure flashed as he launched a sneak attack at Xiao Qian. "You are seeking death." Xiao Qian snorted coldly. The blue dragon tattoo on his right hand moved quickly. He instantly executed the dragon claw fist, forming a claw with his right hand. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded. A huge azure dragon claw appeared on Xiao Qian's right claw. The dragon claw opened into a palm and smashed down ferociously. "Pah!" This palm pressed the sneak-attacking Gong Haoyu to the ground. He could not resist at all. His face was on the ground, and his body was deeply embedded in it. The two from the Evil Moon Pavilion charged over in a tyrannical manner. Xie extremely arrogant voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. "Xiao Qian, get out here." However, in less than 2 hours, this old man and young man were both defeated by Xiao Qian's saber. One was beaten into a weakened state, and his cultivation regressed. The other was in an even more miserable state. He was directly embedded in the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The two came in a domineering manner, yet they ended up in such a state. This made everyone sigh. As the crowd looked at the white figure slowly descending and saw his calm expression, they all thought of one word: tyrannical. Although Xiao Qian did not say any domineering words, nor did he have that kind of tyrannical aura, his actions truly made people feel a domineering aura that came from his bones. This fellow is really like the Thunder King of the past. If you're not as good as me, then don't threaten me. Who cares if you're a half-step martial monarch or have a super sect behind you? I will just fight you first. The four nations might have really produced a person who can rival the peak geniuses of the great Gene Nation. I really look forward to the next 5-nation youth competition. I wonder how far he can go. It looks like the reputation of the white-robed bladesman is well-deserved. This is really the era of the young. The experts of the older generation need to recognize their current situation. If they still try to put on airs and flaunt their seniority, they will not have a good time. Indeed, now is the budding age of geniuses. It is best to be careful and not become a whetstone for those geniuses. Discussions broke out. Some people praised Xiao Qian's strength. There were also people of the older generation who sighed softly. When they saw Gong Haoyu's predicament, they felt sorrowful. There would always be geniuses in every generation. Each wave would be higher than the one before. However, this wave had arrived too quickly. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd, there was a person wearing a black cloak and a hood. There was a sinister scar on his face under the shadow. His entire person exuded an uncomfortable aura, and the surrounding people unconsciously distanced themselves from him. He was a cultivator with sharp eyes. A cultivator with sharp eyes recognized this person as someone from the Dark Church and took a few steps back, not wanting to form any sort of connection with him. The scarred man muttered in a soft voice, "I never found an opportunity to make a move." Now, he has actually grown to such a level. However, his cultivation is still lacking. After the scarred man spoke, he gave Xiao Qian another deep look before leaving quietly. Xiao Qian walked over to Shi Hailong and performed a cupped fist salute. He said apologetically, "Sorry, Senior Shi. I have caused trouble for the Heavenly Extermination Union." Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face. He looked like he was bathed in the spring breeze. He waved his hand and said, "What are you saying? Just remember what I told you in the past. The Evil Moon Pavilion will not be able to cause any trouble in the ancient desolate land. Work hard and don't waste your luck. In the future, you will know how strong the luck of the ancient desolate tower is." Xiao Qian thanked Shi Hailong softly. Just as he was about to take his leave, a few strong auras quickly flew towards the Tianwu Plaza. Who? When these people arrived, a strong aura spread out. The air was compressed above everyone's heads and started spinning. Xiao Qian frowned slightly. This aura was the same as the martial monarchs he had seen before. Furthermore, they were all locked onto him. Oh no, The evil moon pavilion's hidden pawns in desolate city have all appeared. The expression of an elder beside Sure Hailong changed. On the surface, the Heavenly Extermination Union did not allow any of the great Gene Nation's powers to enter desolate city. However, as one of the two centers of the Tianwu continent, it was impossible for those super sects to not have any pawns. Otherwise, they would not know if something big happened. Chapter 493. Sure Hailong's face sank. However, there was no panic in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "Good timing. We can pull them all out by the roots." Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. 3 figures appeared in the center of the plaza. Their auras surged, and everyone immediately felt a strong pressure. The leader wore gorgeous blue robes and a jadeite thumb ring on his right hand. He looked exactly like a merchant. It looked like this person had rushed over in a hurry. He did not even have time to remove his usual disguise. However, when this person saw Gong Haoyu in the ground and the extremely weak Xie Ziwen, he sighed to himself. In the end, he was too late. Qi, the blue-robed cultivator, raised his hand and pulled Gong Haoyu out of the ground. Then, he checked Gong Haoyu's pulse. He was still breathing. The blue-robed cultivator casually handed Gong Haoyu over to the person beside him. Then he stared at Xiao Chun. He wanted to say something, but did not say anything in the end. The blue-robed cultivator instructed another person to bring Xie Ziwen and prepare to take his leave. Sure Hailong smiled coldly, but did not say anything. He looked at the 3 with a playful gaze. Bang! The 3 people who had soared into the air crashed into a formless wall. The huge rebound knocked them back to the ground in a sorry state. Bang! 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 The 3 tried again from other places. In the end, they were all knocked back in a sorry state. No matter how much essence they used, it was useless. On the contrary, the more essence chi he used, the more serious the injuries he suffered. The expressions of the 3 changed greatly. They looked around, but could not sense who attacked them. They did not even know where their opponents were. They overestimate themselves. Coming to the Heavenly Extermination Union to behave atrociously, 1 half-step martial monarch is enough. Now, 3 martial monarchs came. The trial of the ancient desolate land is such a big event. The 5 giants of the Heavenly Extermination Union will definitely be here. However, it is not convenient for them to show their faces due to their status. If they do not show their strength, these people will think that they can come and go as they please in the Heavenly Extermination Union with just a few martial monarchs. The spectating cultivators also revealed expressions of interest, as if they were watching a good show. The leading blue-robed cultivator shouted to the sky, "Senior, please be merciful. From today onwards, the Evil Moon Pavilion will not take half a step into Desolate City." A cold snort came from 7,000 meters up in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see 5 figures hidden in the boundless white clouds. Behind him, the wind and clouds surged, extending for hundreds of kilometers as they devoured and spat out a boundless grand scene. Scram! I will only say this once. My Heavenly Extermination Union will protect Xiao Chun. We will not care about the fights between the youths. If he does not follow the rules and sends out the people of the older generation, the genius of the Evil Moon Pavilion can forget about leaving the great Gene Nation. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the thousands of people present. It was as if he was speaking right beside their ears. Pucci. However, this voice was like a clap of thunder exploding in the ears of the Evil Moon Pavilion's people. Every word was like a clap of thunder. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, blood leaked out of the corners of the Evil Moon Pavilion's people's mouths, but they did not show any dissatisfaction. After they respectfully thanked him, they quickly flew away. It is a good thing for the youths to be sharp. However, you must not be impetuous. Now that you have become famous at such a young age, don't let your fame stop you. Otherwise, not to mention becoming the second Thunder King, it will be hard for you to reach a higher level in the martial Dao. Take care of yourself. That melodious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. After giving him a warning, it cut off the connection with Xiao Chun. The 5 figures completely disappeared into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. As Xiao Chun watched the person who spoke, he felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. It was like he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shur, who was the mysterious person who told the evil Moon Pavilion's people to retreat. Xiao Chun asked Shur Hailong as he turned around. Shur Hailong smiled gently and said, "It is this generation's Heavenly Extermination Union's Alliance Chief. Brat, you're really lucky. I have never seen the Alliance Chief openly protect someone before." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He was now 70 to 80% sure of the white-robed person's identity. This was a banquet that never ended. The outstanding talents of the four nations had gathered because of the ancient desolate tower. Now, it was time for them to part. Xiao Chun, there's still 1.5 years to the five-nation youth competition. We will meet again at that time to finish that unfinished battle. Zhuo Mo walked forward and performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Chun. Even though he had seen Xiao Chen's strength, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Only with the goal would he have more motivation. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Definitely. Let's meet at the Great G Nation's Wind Cloud platform." The people who were on good terms with Xiao Chen all came forward to congratulate him. Xiao Chen did not show any reservation or arrogance. He treated them politely, performing cupped fist salutes in return. "If others respect me, I will respect them tenfold." This was how Xiao Chen did things. He would not change because of external factors. A month had passed since the trial of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chun had bravely made it to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Then, he defeated the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master and the Evil Moon Pavilion's Outer Sect Elder. This news spread like wildfire in Desolate City. Desolate City had existed for 10,000 years. There had never been a lack of legends. However, in the past 1,000 years, Desolate City had been quiet for too long. There had rarely been such an uproar. For the past month, everyone discussed this matter in their leisure time. The white-robed bladesman who came from the Great Qi Nation and comprehended saber intent at the age of 19. Many busybodies dug up this matter. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's internal strife. Even the proud people of the Holy Land suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Xiao Chen toyed with the various half-step martial monarchs in the demon battlefield. He openly snatched away the peak demon core of a few half-step martial monarchs. He won 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, causing Gao Yangyu, who dominated the southern islands, to go bankrupt and lose his reputation. All these things made people sigh. This person's experiences were a legend. Many people waited in anticipation to see how far Xiao Chun could go in the Wind Cloud Arena after 1.5 years. The Great G Nation had monopolized the top 10 for many years. Could Xiao Chun represent the four nations and break this stalemate, entering the top 10? There were even more people who compared Xiao Chun to the Great Qi Nation from thousands of years ago. This resulted in intense disputes. The main character of this storm, Xiao Chun, had been so frustrated in the past month that he felt like his head was about to explode. Xiao Chun finally knew that Desolate City lived up to its reputation as one of the two great centers of the continent. In the past month, countless sects of the four nations had extended olive branches to Xiao Chun, inviting him to join their sections. The benefits they offered kept increasing, flabbergasting Xiao Chun. They gave him as many thousand-year-old spirit herbs as he wanted, an unlimited supply of medial Great Spirit Stones, and 100 superior Great Spirit Stones every month. Xiao Chun remained calm. He knew what he wanted, so he rejected all of them. He just wanted to find a place to cultivate. However, after Xiao Chun went to several courtyards, people would find him immediately. They would welcome him with smiles and politeness. He could not lose his temper and could only reject them. In the end, Xiao Chun had no choice but to use the shape-shifting spell to silently find a quiet courtyard. Only then did he calm down. Just like that, half a month passed. Xiao Chun spent the day comprehending by Shuehe's saber strike and the saber intent that he suddenly comprehended. Saber intent was hard to form. Xiao Chun knew this principle as well. However, when he fought with the shoes that day, he was not able to comprehend it. However, when Xiao Chun fought with the shoes, his saber intent seemed to flow naturally. With a thought, the qi in his heart gushed out and condensed into an inextinguishable saber intent. At night, Xiao Chun spent all his time stabilizing his cultivation. His cultivation had increased in one day. Although the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower did not have any side effects, his foundation was still unstable. He needed to solidify it. Otherwise, he would not be able to endure a drawn-out battle. On this particular night, the moon hung high in the sky, looking as bright as a silver plate. Motes of light fell to the ground, illuminating the courtyard in silence. In the bedroom, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. He held 2 medial-grade spirit stones in each hand as he quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. The spiritual energy in the 4 spirit stones flowed continuously into the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. They turned into drops of purple liquid and dripped down. After 1 hour, the medial-grade spirit stones lost all their luster, turning into 4 useless stones. Xiao Chun calmly tossed away the 4 medial-grade spirit stones. With a flip of his palm, 4 more medial-grade spirit stones appeared in his universe ring. 4 medial-grade spirit stones for 1 hour. That was 8 medial-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. That was 48 medial-grade spirit stones for 12 hours in one night. If others found out about such a huge expenditure, it would be hard to imagine. Not to mention the fact that they did not have so many spirit stones to squander. Even if they did, they would not dare to expend so much. Even if they could, they would not dare to expend so much energy. The capacity of their dantian was on a completely different level from Xiao Chun. They would not be able to endure such a large expenditure. This was the benefit of a heaven-rank cultivation technique. It was something that people loved and hated at the same time. See. A trace of heat came from the room. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as he slowly withdrew his consciousness from cultivating. It was currently close to midnight. This was the coldest time of the day. How could there be heat? Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in a circular fashion. He discovered that the rooms connected to the bedroom were all burning. This fire was not ordinary. With a flip of his palm, Xiao Chun broke through the roof with his lunar shadow saber and flew out. A person with a sword on his back sat on the wall of the courtyard. He looked at Xiao Chun with a relaxed expression. Xiao. When Xiao Chun landed on the wall, he looked suspiciously at the person who started the fire. Chu Chaoyan, what is the meaning of this? Nothing. I'm just calling you out. Xiao Chun was speechless. He said, Is that how you call people out? The moment you arrive, you burn down my house. A golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. The blazing flames were immediately extinguished, turning into motes of golden light that entered his eyes. Convenient. I don't even need to open my mouth. I just need to look at you. You feel the same way, right? A house was not worth Xiao Chun hurting himself. So, he did not want to linger on this topic. Xiao Chun asked directly, Why are you looking for me? Pa. Chu Chaoyan placed his palm on the wall of the courtyard and gently patted it. Then, he moved back and stood on the door. Do you know that you are about to die? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Do you think I will believe you? Chu Chaoyan said, Not everyone is happy to see you rise up. The people you offended might not be able to do anything to you. However, not every faction will fear the Heavenly Extermination Union. Remember what I told you before. In this world, the title of genius is useless. The one who laughs last will be the final winner. The last one is king. Chapter 494. Leave desolate city within 3 days. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. After Chu Chaoyan said this, he did not stay any longer. His figure flashed, and a sword of light appeared under his feet. Then, he quickly disappeared into the night. As Xiao Chun watched Chu Chaoyan leave, a shadow appeared in his heart. He had already been very careful. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyan still managed to find him. If Chu Chaoyan could find him, then those people who wanted to cause trouble for him would definitely be able to find him as well. It looked like he could not stay in Desolate City for long. The spiritual energy in Desolate City was much denser than outside. Xiao Chun had originally intended to stay for a few more days. Now, it looked like he could only leave early. Xiao Chun pushed off the wall of the courtyard and left. This courtyard could only be abandoned. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a few cultivators dressed in black nimbly jumped into the courtyard. When they saw the rubble, it was clear that the house had been burned down. The leader of the group revealed heavy suspicion in his eyes. He muttered, "This brat is really cautious." The moment we arrived, he burned down his house and spent a lot of money to buy the information from the wind-chasing sect. Yet he wasted it. The eyes of the person at the side hid a heavy, murderous intent. He said coldly, "It just so happens that he is about to leave Desolate City. It will be easier for us to make a move after he leaves." The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said, "City Lord Gao is right. It would be too conspicuous to make a move in the city. It is better to leave the city. Let's return to our Holy Fire Manor branch first to discuss the details." Gao Yongyu said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will not act alone. Just send someone to inform me when the time comes." Gao Yongyu's words were filled with pride. He did not care about the Holy Fire Manor at all. After he spoke, he left. Lung Yin looked at the black-clothed men and asked, "Uncle Qin, is this person reliable? What if he makes a move on us?" Old Qin smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. He lost all his fortune to Xiao Chun and hates him to the bone. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he will not be able to stop him alone. He will have to cooperate with us." Lung Yin said somewhat gloomily, "However, this fellow's attitude is really unpleasant. He asked for 50% of the harvest the moment he opened his mouth. If not for Father not agreeing to us making a move, how could he have the chance to speak like that?" Old Qin smiled and said, "Don't bother about him. After all, he was once an influential figure in the Southern Islands. Give him some face." Xiao Chun was not very interested in the spirit stones on Xiao Chun. He only wanted to snatch back that peak demon core and open his sea of consciousness to advance to Martial Monarch. When Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Monarch, he would be able to obtain as many medial grade spirit stones as he wished. He was very clear on what was more important. As for the operation failing, that was impossible. 2 half-step Martial Monarchs and 10-odd superior grade Martial Kings were more than enough to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The next morning, Xiao Chun walked out an inn in Barren City. He wanted to eat something and then leave Barren City. As for where he was going, he had already made up his mind long ago. As of now, his state of massacre was still too weak. He wanted to go to the deep-sea battlefield and refine his state of massacre there. After that, he would return to the Great Qin Nation to settle some matters with the Shao clan. After that, he would go to the imperial capital and participate in the 5-nation youth competition that happened once every 4 years. While 1.5 years might seem like a lot, with this arrangement, Xiao Chun felt that it was not enough. "Boss, bring me another 5 kilograms of the best wine in the inn. I do not have enough thunder ox beef. Give me another half." Just as Xiao Chun descended the stairs, he heard a heroic cry. The thunder ox was a rank 6 spirit beast. Its meat was not only more delicious than ordinary beef, but it was also more chewy. After swallowing it, the fragrance would linger in the mouth. That feeling was indescribably comfortable. The most important thing was that the rank 6 spirit beast meat still contained some spiritual energy. Long-term consumption of it would be very beneficial to the physical body. There were many benefits, but the price was ridiculously high. Anyone could afford to eat a few kilograms a day. However, eating half a head in one go was too extravagant. Furthermore, based on the tone of the thunder ox, it sounded like it had already eaten half a head. Xiao Chun could not help but look over curiously. Xiao Chun saw a stout man sitting by the window on the 3rd floor. Beside a table that was larger than a regular table sat a stout man. He was drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. This person looked very satisfied and comfortable. Xiao Chun found this person familiar. He turned to the side and looked. Indeed, it was Bai Lishi. "Waiter, why are you so slow? This old man is about to die from your dawdling. If you still don't come, this old man will go to another place." Bai Lishi was halfway through his sentence when he saw Xiao Chen's appearance. He was startled and startled. He did not even manage to chew the piece of meat properly before he swallowed it. The piece of meat was stuck in his throat, unable to move forward or backward. His expression was one of extreme pain. His earlier satisfied expression disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this fellow have such a big reaction when he saw me? There is no reason for this at all. Bai Lishi gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and smacked the meat a few times. Only then did the piece of meat sink down. Xiao Chun immediately relaxed. Brother Xiao, you are here. Come, sit. Eat as much as you want. It's my treat. Xiao Chun swept his gaze across the table. He was slightly stunned. What a fellow. Aside from the rank 6 Thunder Ox, there were also other rare beasts on the table. There were at least rank 5 spirit beasts. Some flew in the sky, and some crawled on the ground, filling the table. Xiao Chun tore off a piece of deep purple Thunder Ox. The fragrant Thunder Ox was very tasty. He placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Bai Lishi smiled in a fawning manner and said, How is it, little brother Xiao Chun? This beef is pretty good, right? Although this shop is small, in the entire southern district of Desolate City, this is the only place that dares to call itself the best. Very good, it is very tasty. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He sized up Bai Lishi's attire. He wore a pair of black open-toed gloves. On the surface, they looked like ordinary leather gloves. However, when Xiao Chun scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered several complicated talisman scripts. Based on the complexity of the talisman scripts, they were at least superior grade, medial grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw a black talisman script necklace with a rhombus-shaped stone hanging at the end. With one look, he could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Bai Lishi wore a blue inner vest under his jacket. A strong spiritual qi came from it. The inner vest was at least a medial grade secret treasure. There were 2 black tiger shoulder pads on his shoulders. When Xiao Chun looked down, he saw that the shoes he wore were not ordinary either. There seemed to be 2 leg guards on his calves. What a fellow! He had a set of medial-grade secret treasures on him. With such a large sum of resources, just the value of these items would cost him tens of millions of medial-grade spirit stones. However, high-ranked medial-grade secret treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. One would have to spend at least a few million medial-grade spirit stones to make some connections and use some connections to obtain them. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He smiled faintly and said, Old Bai, does your butt still hurt? I really did not do it on purpose last time. Bai Lishi smiled magnanimously and said, It's fine. It is just a small matter. I have long since stopped minding it. My butt is thick. It is fine to kick it a few more times. Since when did he become so magnanimous? There is definitely something strange about this fellow. Xiao Chun put down his wine cup and said in a low voice, Tell me the truth. When the all-in-all victory token was activated, the person who spent a large sum on me and forced Gao Yangyu into bankruptcy was you? Bai Lishi looked around cautiously. It seemed like he had expected Xiao Chun to ask this. He said, It is not convenient to speak here. Come with me to the private room on the top floor. Dong! Bai Lishi casually tossed out a medial-grade spirit stone and quickly led Xiao Chun to the top floor. The two found a quiet private room and closed the doors and windows. After they verified that no one was eavesdropping, Bai Lishi told Xiao Chun everything that happened that day, in full detail. After Xiao Chun heard it, he felt somewhat shocked. Even though he already had some guesses, he was still astonished. You are too courageous. I really don't know where you got your courage from. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, From Qianren Island to the demon battlefield, everything that happened clearly shows that as long as I follow you, I will definitely benefit. Furthermore, I believe in your strength. At worst, if I lose, I will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land. After that, Bai Lishi said, somewhat embarrassedly, I received news that Gao Yangyu went in and out of the wind-chasing sect several times. It seems like he's trying to find you. It seems like that fellow is determined to kill you and will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land. Xiao Chun said calmly, It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Even if he did not seek trouble for me, I would seek trouble for him. Tell me, what kind of existence is the wind-chasing sect? Now, Xiao Chun finally understood why Bai Lishi had been so shocked when he saw Xiao Chun. Bai Lishi nodded and said, I knew that you would not mind. The wind-chasing sect is a neutral organization that seeks information. As long as you can afford it, You can obtain any information from them in the ancient desolate land. However, don't worry. Even if you did not seek me out, I, Old Bai, intended to seek you out. In this desolate city, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can avoid the eyes and ears of the wind-chasing sect. It is just that the price is higher. I have already made arrangements. We will be able to leave the city by nightfall. Xiaoqin thought for a while and knew that Bai Lishi was telling the truth. This inn was the closest inn to his courtyard. It looked like it was not a coincidence that Xiaoqin met Bai Lishi here. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "Don't move for now. Let me ask you, with your current strength and this set of secret treasures, how strong are you?" Bai Lishi chuckled. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the treasures on him. He muttered, "I believe you know that there are strong and weak half-step martial monarchs. Normally, we divide half-step martial monarchs into 3 grades: small perfection, great perfection, and peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Right now, when I use my full power, I am already as strong as a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. I should be able to deal with 5 or 6 small perfection half-step martial monarchs like Gong Haoyu in one go." Xiaoqin felt astonished. He could not tell that this fellow had relied on a stroke of luck to become a nouveau riche. Now he was ahead of him due to a freak combination of factors. When Xiaoqin first arrived at the ancient desolate tower, his and Bai Lishi's strengths were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Xiaoqin had fought bitterly along the way. Not to mention a narrow escape, he had put in thousands of times more effort than ordinary people to get to where he was now. Chapter 495. However, when compared to Bai Lishi, the difference was immediately obvious. Bai Lishi had easily won a large sum of spirit stones in a gamble. By relying on a full set of 10-odd medial grade secret treasures, Bai Lishi's combat prowess surpassed Xiaoqin's. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaoqin's depressed expression, his smile became even more cocky. He pretended to comfort Xiaoqin. "Brother, don't overthink. This old brother is only ahead of you temporarily. However, there's still a long way to go. In terms of future potential, I'm still not as good as you." Xiaoqin smiled bitterly and said, "Never mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. You should not be targeted yet. Help me ask around and see who exactly is investigating me." Bai Lishi was startled. He said, "What are you thinking of doing? I already made arrangements. I guarantee that you will be able to leave Desolate City safely tonight." Xiaoqin muttered, "Just do as I say. There are some grudges that need to be resolved in advance. Otherwise, you will end up creating trouble for yourself in the future. If I cannot find you, your friends and family might fall into their hands. I do not want to leave behind unforgettable regrets." Bai Lishi thought for a while and still disagreed with Xiaoqin's thoughts. He said, "Gao Yongyu is not easy to deal with. He became famous in the southern islands long ago. He has already become a great perfection half-step martial monarch." Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Because of this, we need to make a decision early. Once he becomes a martial monarch, he will be even harder to deal with." Seeing Xiaoqin's insistence, Bai Lishi did not have much to say. Although Bai Lishi had a rough character, he felt that what Xiaoqin said made sense. However, he was worried that Xiaoqin would be rash. After Bai Lishi left, Xiaoqin found a room in the inn to stay in and continue to stabilize his cultivation. He was like a divine weapon. The outline of the weapon had already been formed. He still needed to polish it, making it sharp and filled with spirituality. Bai Lishi left for 2 days. The room in the inn was very spacious. After 2 days, Bai Lishi pushed open the door and sat down at the tea table in the hall. Xiaoqin slowly opened his eyes and pushed open the door. When he saw the somewhat fatigued Bai Lishi, he asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Bai Lishi took out a stack of information from his bosom. He smiled and said, "Brat, you have been extraordinarily popular recently. There are so many people looking for you. I collected at least 100 sets from the 4 branches of the wind-chasing sect." Xiaoqin nodded in thanks and said, "Lishi, thank you for the trouble. I will give you the money." Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about money. Right now, I lack everything but money. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just call me. Don't act rashly by yourself. Brother, I will be there at any time." This Li Shi to the Xiao Li Shi tu. Li Shi tu, he, Chun Chin Chun. Li Shi, he Lido Chun. Chun, by, he did to with. There was a small pile of information on the table. There was a detailed introduction of the backer, strength, and personal information of every person looking for Xiao Chun. The detailed information taught Xiao Chun a lesson. He now understood why he was always the first to be found. The extremely detailed information really taught Xiao Chun a lesson. He now somewhat understood why he was always the first to be found by others. 4 hours later, Xiao Chun finished reading all the documents on the table. Then, he spent another hour categorizing them. The first type did not pose much of a threat. They were the various sects that had not given up yet. They still wanted to extend an olive branch to Xiao Chun. The second type was more interesting. Many youths wanted to challenge Xiao Chun. They wanted to use this opportunity to become famous. There was no need to bother with these two types. They did not have any malicious intent toward Xiao Chun. However, the third type made Xiao Chun wary. The holy fire manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiao Chun's whereabouts. The holy fire manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiao Chun's whereabouts. The final record was for the wind-chasing sect to keep an eye on Xiao Chun and inform him when Xiao Chun left the city. Xiao Chun thought for a while and remembered who this Qin Yu was. It was the Holy Fire Manor's inner sect elder whose peak blood demon's demon core, Xiao Chun, snatched away from him in the demon battlefield. It looks like this fellow is waiting for me to leave the city to ambush me. He is also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He will not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chun continued reading and finally found Gao Yangyu's record. He had gone together with Qin Yu. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, 2 great perfection half-step martial monarchs worked together. This will not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chun looked down and saw the wind-chasing sex analysis. His eyes could not help but light up, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu did not stay with the Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chun had not expected such a good opportunity. However, there was no record of Chu Chaoyun in all the information. This made Xiao Chun suspicious. If this person did not go through the wind-chasing sect, how did he find him? Unable to figure it out, Xiao Chun could only put it aside for now. He destroyed all the information and called Bai Li Shi to his room to explain his plan. You want to take the initiative to attack and kill off Gao Yangyu. After that, you will destroy the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. When Gao Yangyu heard Xiao Chun's plan, he could not help but be startled. Xiao Chun said calmly, "That's right. We cannot give him a chance to work together with Qin Yu. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance." Bai Li Shi remained silent for a while. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Brat, only you have such boldness. I, old Bai, will do it with you. That group of people is still waiting for you to leave the city. They probably never dreamed that you would take the initiative to attack. Just tell me what you want me to do." Xiao Chun looked at Bai Li Shi calmly and asked, "Are you not afraid?" Bai Li Shi chuckled and said, "I am a bachelor. What is there to be afraid of? Now that the age of geniuses has sprouted, when the great age arrives, who will be the main character? I, old Bai, have set my mind on you. If I make the right bet, and you become the main character of this age, the benefits I will gain will be greater than what I have to pay." The age of geniuses had arrived. The great age was coming. A martial emperor would definitely be born. As long as Bai Li Shi made the right bet, he would gain the friendship of the future Emperor Wu. This benefit would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than any natural treasure or spirit pill. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I do not care who the main character is. If you help me, I will definitely remember your kindness." After the two finished their discussion, Bai Li Shi made his move again. He wanted to find Gao Yangyu's residence at all costs. As for Xiao Chun, he started to make his final preparations. Xiao Chun took out the remaining half of the Wutong spiritual wood from the universe ring and closed his eyes. Then he started to recall all sorts of things worth carving. After a while, the image of a rank 10 frost flood dragon was deeply imprinted in his mind. Opening his eyes, Xiao Chun already had an idea in his heart. If we're going to play, let's play it big. 3 days later, Xiao Chun found out where Gao Yongyu was staying. Everything was ready. When the sky turned dark, Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi immediately set off. Barren City was a city of water. There were countless rivers and lakes everywhere in the city. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a huge lake. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a pavilion in the center of the lake. Below the pavilion was a winding wooden path that extended to the shore. In a hidden spot by the lake, Xiao Chun was somewhat astonished. He said, "Who said that this fellow went bankrupt? Even cultivators would not be able to live in such a large house by himself." Bai Lishi smiled embarrassedly and said, "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This fellow has been operating in Wrestling City for half his life. He definitely has a few backup plans." Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Let's go then." Bai Lishi picked up the huge axe on his back, and a ruthless expression flashed on his face. He said, "I'll make the first move later." The two withdrew their auras and walked silently on the winding plank path, heading for the pavilion in the center of the lake. Break for this old man. When Bai Lishi was 100 meters away from the pavilion, he suddenly erupted. His huge axe quickly enlarged. He shouted and hacked down at the pavilion. Bang! 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 A burst of light flickered above the pavilion and collided with the huge axe blade, creating a crackling sound. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. Unexpectedly, there was a simple defensive barrier in the wooden pavilion. However, Bai Lishi was not surprised. The talisman scripts on his black leather gloves slowly lit up. "Break!" Bai Lishi shouted again and chopped down with the huge axe, which had already grown 100 meters long. Chi! Chi! The barrier around the pavilion shattered with a cassier sound. The axe chopped down unobstructed, chopping the huge pavilion in half. The axe landed on the lowest floor of the pavilion, giving off a melodious clang. Bai Lishi wanted to pull his axe back, but he felt something clamp down on it. He could not pull out no matter what. Boom! The two halves of the pavilion fell towards the lake. Gao Yongyu stood on the water, and a strong aura spread out. He used one hand to clamp down on Bai Lishi's axe. Dang! Gao Yongyu snorted coldly and struck the axe with his palm. The axe immediately shrank back to its original size. On the winding path, Bai Lishi could not help but take a few steps back. When Gao Yongyu saw Xiao Chun beside Bai Lishi, his gaze immediately turned cold. His face turned frosty as he said in a cold voice, "I did not look for you, but you actually came to look for me. You are really bold." Bang! Gao Yongyu stomped heavily on the water, and a semicircular screen of water appeared behind him. His figure flickered. Boundless ripples spread out from his palm. It was like a gushing waterfall appeared in the night sky. Gao Yongyu used the might of the waterfall to smash at Xiao Chun. Boom! 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 The sound of the waterfall reverberated in the surroundings. It was like a real waterfall. Who? The other party's momentum was surging. Xiao Chun chose to dodge for now. He pushed off the ground, and his figure immediately drifted away. Pa! 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 The gushing waterfall in the sky gathered into Bai Shuihe's palm before exploding. The winding path under Bai Shuihe's feet immediately shattered, and a huge pillar of water shot up from the lake. Bang! Bai Lishi broke through the pillar of water and hacked at Gao Yongyu with his axe. There was nothing fancy about this move. It was just a horrifying force. When Gao Yongyu swung his axe, the air was like thin paper. It seemed to have been chopped in half, and an indistinct crack appeared. Splash! Gao Yongyu's right palm moved back and forth in front of him. A wave of water swam around his palm. The water attributed spiritual energy on the lake quickly gathered there. When the axe arrived before Gao Yongyu, he smashed it with his palm. The surging steam exploded, and the huge force knocked Bai Lishi back by 100 meters. Who? When the wave fell, a figure flashed. It was Xiao Chun attacking again. He clenched his right fist tightly, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm swam about. Chapter 496. A resonant dragon roar resounded on the surface of the lake. A dragon head appeared on his fist, roaring ferociously. You overestimate yourself. How dare you attack me? Gao Yongyu did not panic. He circulated his essence and sent out a palm strike. The dragon head vanished, and Xiao Chun somersaulted 3 times in the air, dissipating the force. Then his left hand turned into an azure dragon claw. Another resonant dragon roar resounded. Gao Yongyu dodged to the side and arrived at Xiao Chen's left side. Then he flew forward and sent out a palm strike. Roar! The dragon roar resounded endlessly. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and essence, clashing head-on with Gao Yongyu. Bang! The instant the fist and palm met on the calm surface of the lake, waves rose 100 meters high and filled the sky with raindrops. Gao Yongyu, who had remained motionless all this while, finally took 3 steps back from his palm strike. However, Xiao Chun was in an even more miserable state than Gao Yongyu. He took 10 steps back before he could stand stably on the water. Before Gao Yongyu could stand stably, Bai Lishi quickly stepped on the water. With every step he took, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. Gao Yongyu's face sank slightly as he forcefully suppressed the fluctuations of his qi and blood. Then he sent out 2 palm strikes. Palm winds howled, and the sound of a waterfall resounded endlessly. The 2 huge impacts instantly neutralized Bai Lishi's ferocious attack. Bai Lishi took 2 steps back on the water and chuckled. "Old man, why do you not have any strength left? Receive another attack from me." Gao Yongyu raged in his heart. These 2 people were not a match for him. However, when they worked together, Gao Yongyu did not have a chance to catch his breath. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he felt a wave of powerlessness. He had to get rid of one of them first. Gao Yongyu looked around and made up his mind. He stomped heavily on the water, and a crack appeared on the surface of the lake. The water parted just like that. Bai Lishi missed a step and fell into the crack. He felt extremely depressed. Gao Yongyu ignored Bai Lishi and snorted coldly. Then, he charged at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. "I've been waiting for you." The dragon head on my right hand and the dragon claw on my left hand spread open. A blue dragon shadow flickered behind me, and Xiao Chun shouted, and a complete dragon image appeared behind him. Then, he punched at Gao Yongyu, who was flying over. Roar! The roar of the heaven dragon resounded across the surface of the lake. The azure dragon's shadow left its body, and a supreme dragon's might spread across the lake. On the surface of the lake, the water rippled, stirring up layers upon layers of waves. Gao Yongyu's expression immediately changed. He waved his palms, and the lake water beneath his feet formed a water shield in front of him. The dragon head smashed in the water shield, and with a cassier sound, the water shield split apart. Then, the dragon tail swung and sent Gao Yongyu flying. "Mother of ***, how dare you let your grandfather drink water?" Bai Lishi, who had sunk to the bottom of the lake, broke out of the water and headed for the descending Gao Yongyu. The black leather gloves on his hands glowed with a blue light, increasing the explosive power of his axe to its peak. Boom! Caught off guard, Gao Yongyu, who had just eaten a mouthful of water, was struck into the water by the axe. He tumbled for a long distance before he stopped. "Did you really think that I would come and find you just because I had some confidence?" Xiao Chun said expressionlessly to Gao Yongyu as he walked on the surface of the lake. Back in the wrestling ring, this fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for Xiao Chun. He probably did not expect such a day to come. Gao Yongyu stood up in a somewhat sorry state. When he saw the 2 approaching, he roared ferociously and charged over again. Bang! 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 The 3 of them clashed once again. Without a doubt, Gao Yongyu's strength was stronger than either of the 2 of them. However, Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi were exceptionally patient. They did not make any mistakes and worked together to wear him down. After one person finished fighting, the other would immediately take over, not giving Gao Yongyu any chance to catch his breath. Time slowly went by. The injuries that Gao Yongyu suppressed became increasingly severe. The pressure on him increased. If he could not suppress his internal injuries and erupted, he would be in grave danger. On the other hand, Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi had a better chance to recover. There were no hidden injuries in their bodies. The more they fought, the more valiant they became, refusing to let go of Gao Yangyu. No, if this drags on, we will really die here. Unexpectedly, in just a short 1 or 2 months, this brat managed to grow to such a level. Gao Yangyu did his best to execute a big move, causing the water to surge continuously, forcing back Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi. Gao Yangyu wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He smiled coldly and said, "If the two of you work together, I am indeed not a match for you. However, if I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. Just wait for my rage." As long as there was life, there was hope. Gao Yangyu was not someone who did not know how to adapt. If he left first and worked together with Qin Yu, he would not have to fear these two. Indeed, at their cultivation realm, it was easy to defeat the other party. However, it would be difficult to kill the other party. Unless one had an overwhelming advantage in strength, it would be hard to keep the other party here. As Xiao Chan watched Gao Yangyu leave, his expression did not change much. He casually tossed a wooden sculpture to the bottom of the lake and quickly formed hand seals. Life bestowal spell. Bang! Xiao Chun shouted, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake. All the water in the lake quickly surged toward the whirlpool. A dragon roar came from the whirlpool, and a flood dragon burst out of the water. All the water in the lake soared up. Gao Yangyu felt that something was wrong, so he turned his head back to look. He saw a 200-meter-long frost flood dragon less than a meter behind him. The huge dragon head felt like it was right in front of him. "Ha!" Before Gao Yangyu could react, the frost flood dragon spat out a beam of cold qi at him. The cold qi quickly froze at a visible speed. When it struck Gao Yangyu's chest, the hidden injuries that he had been suppressing for a long time erupted. Pussy-eye. Gao Yangyu vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily into the water like a broken kite. The frost flood dragon sent out an attack, and Xiao Qin quickly canceled his spell. A wooden sculpture descended, and he opened his hand to pull it over. Cracks appeared on the wooden sculpture. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Xiao Chun frowned and said, "Using Wutong's spiritual wood to materialize a rank 10 flood dragon is too much. It probably won't work even if I use it one more time." "Xiao Chun, how should we deal with this fellow?" Bai Lishi asked as he carried the heavily injured Gao Yangyu like he was a toy and walked over to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun put away the wooden sculpture and glanced at Gao Yangyu. Then, a horrified expression appeared on Gao Yangyu's face. Xiao Chun stretched out his finger and placed it on Gao Yangyu's forehead. A strand of purple flame shot out, and a bloody hole appeared in Gao Yangyu's head. Then, his body went limp and fell over. Xiao Chun removed Gao Yangyu's spatial ring and tossed it to Bai Lishi. Then, he said casually, "Let's go to the Holy Fire Manor's branch." The Holy Fire Manor was considered a first-rate power in the Southern Islands. The Manor Lord and a Supreme Elder were martial monarchs. With 2 bona fide martial monarchs holding down the fort and 12 half-step martial monarch intersect elders, they were indeed very strong in the Southern Islands. However, when considering the entire ancient desolate land, such a power was not sufficient. This was clear from the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. The Holy Fire Manor occupied only 100 acres of land. Compared to the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, it was much smaller. Although the Holy Fire Manor was small, it had everything: fake mountains, flowing rivers, pavilions, corridors, and flower racks. However, the Holy Fire Manor was much smaller. Looking down from above, it was only the size of a palm. It would be quite cramped with so many buildings. Lung Yun and Qin Yu leisurely played a game of Go in a secluded hall with simple and unadorned decorations in the courtyard. There were 15 lanterns at the side. 15 flames swayed gently, illuminating the hall like it was daytime. "Uncle Qin, that fellow has been hiding in the inn recently. Does he not want to leave Desolate City?" Old Qin smiled faintly and placed down a ghost stone. He said, "Xiao Yun, be more patient. Although we have the connecting chains talisman to avoid the eyes and ears of the sages, it is still too conspicuous in Desolate City. Let him live for a few more days." Lung Yin glanced at the messy Go board and said in frustration, This fellow snatched away my extreme flame's origin flame. If father finds out, he will strip me of my status as a legitimate son. I will not be able to rest until I get it back. However, Yu smiled coldly to himself. Who asked you to covet that peak demon core back then? Even if you are not capable, you still want to join the fun. Serves you right for this retribution. However, Yu's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, "Young man or master, don't worry. If he does not leave the city in half a month, we will contact Gao Yangyu and kill him. With our strength, dealing with him together will not be difficult." Is that so? Suddenly, cold laughter came from the hall. The flames of the 15 lanterns swayed wildly, and a killing chi appeared for no reason. Yu's expression changed. He looked straight at the door and said, "Do you not know where this is? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" At the same time, Yu gestured to the right and instructed Lung Yun to go out the back door to call for help. "Stop calling for help. Only the two of you are left in this courtyard." Bang, bang, bang. The corpses carried surging energy as they smashed the door to the side hall into pieces. Then, they landed heavily in front of the group. The corpses all died in the same state. A bloody hole appeared on their foreheads. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. When Lung Yun and Yu saw the familiar corpses on the ground, their hearts immediately sank. Who was so powerful? To think that they managed to silently kill all the guards in the courtyard in such a short time. Dong, dong, dong. Outside the open door, Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi walked in with their heads held high. They looked at the two coldly. "It's you." Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling extremely astonished. He had not expected that when he did not go looking for Xiao Chun would take the initiative to kill his way over. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Old Qin, we meet again." Yu remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Good. Instead of living for a few more days, you actually dared to take the initiative to send yourself over. This saves me the trouble of looking for you." Bai Lishi tossed out Gao Yangyu's corpse and said, "Gao Yangyu said the same thing. Unfortunately, he is dead now." The moment Gao Yangyu's corpse appeared, Lung Yun's expression immediately changed. Even the calm Yu's expression turned unnatural. "Uncle Qin, help me hold on for a while. I'll go find someone to help." When Lung Yun saw that the situation was bad, he quickly fled, heading for the back door. Bang! When Lung Yun arrived at the door, a strong figure blocked his way. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Why are you running? Let me play a few moves with you." Chapter 497. When Yu saw Bai Lishi leave Xiao Chun, he found an opportunity and attacked at lightning speed. A pale white flame burned on his palm, and the surrounding air instantly turned cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This person actually has an extreme flame as well. If I collect it well, my lunar true flame will grow stronger. Even though Xiao Chun thought this, his hands did not slow down. He sent out a palm strike as well. A purple pure yang true flame burned on his palm. Bang! Yin and yang countered each other. The instant the two palms clashed, they produced a strong, explosive force. A shock wave surged out, tearing apart half of the side hall. Even Bai Lishi and Lung Yun, who were fighting, received a significant impact. The shockwave knocked them back a few steps. Lung Yun was in an even worse state. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Old Qin did not care about that. He stood firm and charged at Xiao Chun again, intending to deal with Xiao Chun as quickly as possible. Xiao Chun dealt with Xiao Chun calmly, not panicking at all. After 10-odd moves, he was only knocked back 100 meters. He did not suffer any substantial damage. Yu felt depressed. He thought back to a few months ago, when he could crush Xiao Chun as easily as crushing an ant. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had grown to such a level in such a short time. After exchanging 10-odd moves with Xiao Chun still did not completely crumble. Xiao Chun glanced at the fight between Bai Lishi and Lung Yun. It was nearing its end. Xiao Chun's expression became even more relaxed. He no longer clashed head-on with Xiao Chun. All he needed to do was delay him and not let him leave. After a while, a miserable shriek rang out. Lung Yin finally died at Bai Lishi's hands. This was within expectations. Given Bai Lishi's strength, which was equivalent to a half-step martial monarch's, being able to last for so long was already very impressive. Retreat. After Lung Yun died, Qin Yu knocked back Xiao Chun with one move. Then, he decisively retreated, wanting to leave this place. You want to leave? It's not that easy. If Xiao Chun let this person leave and notified the Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, two martial monarchs would be a great threat to Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi. Kacha! Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a sharp saber intent surged out. A resplendent purple saber, Qi, immediately blocked Qin Yu's path of retreat. Dang! Bai Lishi's attack soon followed. With the two of them working together, they completely blocked off Qin Yu's path of escape. There was not much suspense in the remaining battles. Qin Yu was weaker than Gao Yangyu, so how could he be a match for Xiao Chun and Gao Yangyu? After holding on for an hour, Xiao Chun slashed his throat with his saber. Then, Xiao Chun extracted the origin flame of the extreme Yin flame in his body. Then, he and Bai Lishi quickly left this place. According to the original plan, the two of them left the barren city overnight and only stopped after traveling for a full 10 miles. At the Heavenly Extermination Lake, Xiao Chun said gratefully to Bai Lishi, "Many thanks for your help. If not for you, the operation would not have gone so smoothly." Without Bai Lishi's help, Xiao Chun would not have been able to eliminate the two hidden dangers so smoothly. Be it Gao Yangyu or Qin Yu, they would not have been easy for him to deal with. Even if Xiao Chun had used all his trump cards and obtained the final victory, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. It would not have been like this, where he had only exhausted a large amount of essence without any major problems. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I found it very exciting as well. You have given me all the gains from the two half-step martial monarchs. Now we are even." "That's right. What do you plan to do next?" Bai Lishi asked after a pause for a while, looking at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I plan to make a trip to the deep-sea battlefield to temper myself and refine my killing qi." Xiao Chun had obtained the state of massacre from the Scarlet Throne. In the end, it was not his own. When he used it, he felt that it was still lacking. Hence, he had to go to the deep-sea battlefield. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "What a coincidence. I'm going to the deep-sea battlefield as well. The East Shallow Sea's third-grade battlefield is about to open. I was planning to go with a friend. If you do not mind, we can go together." Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He said, "Such a coincidence?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "If not for going to the deep-sea battlefield, why do you think I bought so many secret treasures?" Xiao Chun thought for a while before agreeing to the other party's invitation. Coincidentally, there were many things that he did not understand. With Bai Lishi's guidance, he could save himself a lot of trouble. In a port city in the easternmost part of the Great Chu Nation, merchant ships entered and left the bustling port. Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi stood at the shore of the port. However, they were not in a rush to board the ship. Naturally, the East Shallow Sea was in the east of the continent. If they wanted to save time, they could only go to the Great Chu Nation in the east. After leaving Desolate City, Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi traveled at full speed. After 7 days and 7 nights, they arrived at the port. Speaking of which, Bai Lishi, who exactly is the friend you mentioned? Even now, you are not willing to tell me. Is there a need to be so mysterious? After leaving the ancient desolate land, Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi relaxed. No matter how strong the Holy Fire Manor was, they would not be able to reach the Great Chu Nation. When they chatted, they did not have any misgivings. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "You will know when you arrive. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise for you." Xiao Chun had asked Bai Lishi a few times, but the other party gave him the same answer every time. So, he could only give up. Xiao Chun's curiosity was completely piqued. What kind of person could give him such a pleasant surprise? The last time we went to the Rank A battlefield, there were about 10 people. However, only the 2 of us survived, Bai Lishi said with a drawn-out sigh. Xiao Chun asked, "What kind of place is the deep-sea battlefield? Can you tell me more about it?" Bai Lishi muttered to himself, "It is time to tell you. There are demons coming out of the spatial crack in the boundless sea at every moment." However, demons are also divided into ranks. Just like humans, they will gather together if their strength is similar. It is just like how martial monarchs will not mix with martial saints. It is impossible for them to mix together. According to the strength of the demons, the factions of the boundless sea divide the regions where the demons live into 6 ranks. Once the number of demons in a certain region reaches a certain number, they will gather all the cultivators in the world to surround and suppress them. Xiaoqian thought for a while and understood what Bai Lishi meant. He continued to ask, "Has the 6th rank battlefield ever opened?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "It is best not to. Once the peak rank battlefield opens, all the martial sages in the world will rush over. Furthermore, based on history, once the 6th rank battlefield opens, the demonic calamity will not be far away." Dong! 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 Just at this moment, soft footsteps came from behind the two. Bai Lishi did not turn around. He smiled and said, "The person we were waiting for is here." Xiao Chun turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged bladesman in azure with long hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded a sharp aura and a set of facial features. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. When Xiao Chun saw this person's face clearly, he exclaimed softly in astonishment. He had met Sun Guangquan once before. Sun Guangquan was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land. He had comprehended saber intent many years ago. The rumor about Sun Guangquan's strength was that unless a martial monarch appeared, no one could defeat him. Back on Qianren Island, Xiao Chun had not seen Sun Guangquan make a move. However, he could clearly sense that Sun Guangquan was much stronger than the others. That was the intuition of a bladesman. Xiao Chun had not expected that the friend Bai Lishi mentioned would be Sun Guangquan. To him, this was a pleasant surprise. Sun Guangquan had comprehended saber intent many years ago. Xiao Chun had only comprehended saber intent recently. With this person's guidance, he would definitely improve rapidly. Sun Guangquan sized up Xiao Chun and immediately sensed the buzzing saber intent in Xiao Chen's body. He was slightly stunned and guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Old Sun, you must have heard of Xiao Chen before. This time, he will be coming with us to the deep sea battlefield." Sun Guangquan nodded and smiled softly. Who in the world of bladesmen does not know the name of the white-robed bladesman? Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, "Before Senior Sun, how could I dare to be called a bladesman?" When Sun Guangquan heard what Xiao Chun said, he waved his hand and smiled. "Don't call me Senior. I don't dare. Our strengths are about the same. Let's talk as equals. If you don't mind, you can just call me Old Sun like Old Bai does." The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, could be considered a true bladesman. With such a humble attitude, Xiao Chen's impression of Sun Guangquan improved significantly. Xiao Chen no longer felt restrained. He said, "Big brother Sun is too polite." Bai Lishi looked at the two of them interacting with each other. He smiled and said, "I say, the two of you stop being so polite. Quickly board the ship. If not, we will have to wait another day." The merchant ship set sail and headed for the true depths of the boundless sea, embarking on a long journey. Even with the help of the ocean currents, it would take at least a month to reach the true eastern shallow sea. Naturally, Xiao Chun could not wait such a long time. Aside from his usual cultivation, he would seek out Sun Guangquan every day to discuss his experiences with the saber. As a senior, Sun Guangquan did not hide anything from Xiao Chun. He answered all of Xiao Chen's questions in detail. There were some things that Sun Guangquan did not dare to be certain of. He would discuss them with Xiao Chun before coming to a conclusion. When they had nothing to do, the two would find an opportunity to compare notes with each other. With such a senior, Xiao Chun had benefited a lot along the way. Using this opportunity, Xiao Chun started to practice the four-season saber technique that Bai Shui had passed on to him. Back then, in the ancient desolate tower, the spot of light that Bai Shui had shot out was the secret manual for the four-season saber technique. The four-season saber technique was like the Wukuei saber technique. They were both peak Earth-ranked saber techniques. However, the four-season saber technique focused more on intent and not form. Hence, it was much more difficult to comprehend. As Xiao Chan fought with Sun Guanchuan, he continuously perfected his four-season saber technique. As a fellow bladesman, Sun Guanchuan could keenly point out the inadequacies of Xiao Chen's saber technique. After traveling for many days, they were no longer far from the eastern shallow sea. On this particular day, the three gathered together and started chatting. Then, Xiao Chun thought of a question. He said, "Big brother son, I have some doubts. Why are you known as the Bloody Bladesman and the ancient Desolate Land's 10 Great Bladesmen? Why have I not heard anyone mention them in Desolate City?" When Sun Guanchuan heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, "The ancient Desolate Land's 10 Great Bladesmen were known by that name many years ago. Everyone knows their own limits. Now, there are too many geniuses. This is the budding era of geniuses. Everyone is very low profile, afraid that they might end up as stepping stones." Bai Lishi added, "That is true. The experts of the older generation all value their reputation. They are all in closed-door cultivation. No one mentions their previous titles, like the 4 Great Bladesmen and 4 Great Swordsmen of Desolate City anymore." Chapter 498. Xiao Chun did not expect this to be the reason. He could not help feeling a little awkward. Sun Guanchuan laughed heartily and said, "I'm not talking about you. In fact, I don't like people who take advantage of their seniority. They don't dare to face the truth and still insist on putting up a strong front. They deserve to be slapped in the face and used as a stepping stone. When I was young, I did a lot of these things." As for why he's called the Blood Blades Man, just as Sun Guanchuan was about to explain, the merchant ship suddenly came to a stop. With their cultivation bases, they were naturally unaffected by this extreme change in speed. However, the ornaments in the room were not so lucky. It fell to the ground, and some of the porcelain was smashed into pieces. Bai Lishi said doubtfully, "Strange, why did it suddenly stop? Furthermore, it stopped in such a rush." "Let's go out and take a look," Sun Guanchuan suggested. Dong dong dong. Just as the three of them were about to take action, there was an urgent knock on the door. The door opened, and an attendant said in a fluster, "The three of you must be cultivators. Please gather on the deck quickly." Xiao Chen asked, "What happened? Did you run into a pirate ship?" The attendant squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "It's even more troublesome than a pirate ship. It's a warship of the Black Dragon Society." Black Dragon Society. Bai Lishi and Sun Guanchuan could not help but exchange strange glances. "Could it be that you want us to help you resist the Black Dragon Group? That would be difficult." The attendant said, "No, it is the Black Dragon Group's request. All the cultivators who are preparing to participate in the 3rd grade battlefield must gather on the deck." The Black Dragon Triad was the largest force in the Endless Sea. Its fleet cruised the seas in all directions. 5,000 years ago, after a fierce battle with the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace occupied half of the islands in the Eastern Shallow Sea, making it the overlord of the Boundless Sea. Back then, the Divine Dragon Palace was like the sun in the sky. It was the leader of all the factions in the 4 seas. The old Dragon King's prestige was extremely high. With a single order, countless sects in the 4 seas would listen to him. But in that battle, the Divine Dragon Palace still lost. The old Dragon King died in battle, and the 4 shallow seas no longer had an alliance leader. After that battle, the Black Dragon Triad became a god. From a force in the outer seas, it became the overlord of the 4 seas, controlling all the trade routes in the sea. On the way to the deck, Bai Lishi gave Xiao Chun a simple explanation of the Black Dragon Group, causing Xiao Chun to feel astonished. Who would have thought that in the boundless sea, far away from the mainland, there would be such a colossus as the Black Dragon Triad? Before this, there had never been any news of it on the mainland. Sun Guanchuan said, "But now, the Divine Dragon Palace's strength has increased greatly. The Black Dragon Group's edge in the Eastern Shallow Sea is no longer as great as before. So don't think too much about it. Let's go to the deck and see what kind of tricks they're playing. Hundreds of cultivators stood on the wide deck. Their cultivations were not low. They were at least superior grade martial kings. When Xiaochen looked around, he discovered 2 or 3 half-step martial monarchs. 6 huge black warships stood on the surface of the sea in front of the merchant ship. The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warships were open and flickered with a cold light. The ancient demonic energy cannons were very mighty. When filled with inferior grade spirit stones, they could severely injure a martial saint in one shot. When filled with medial grade spirit stones, they could easily injure an inferior grade martial king. If filled with superior grade spirit stones, even a martial monarch would be on tenterhooks and would not dare to clash head-on. With the deterrence of several dozen ancient demonic energy cannons, the many cultivators on the deck all showed cautious expressions. They did not dare to be too impudent. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, footsteps came from the ship's hold. Another cultivator came out. Xiao Chan turned his head and saw that this person had an exquisite figure and voluptuous curves. She wore black leather armor and carried 2 short swords on her back. She wore a half-mask that covered her face. Her black eyes were very deep and mysterious. Unexpectedly, Shifeng was on the ship as well. Xiaochen was very curious about this person. He had always wanted to know why she knew Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. However, when Xiao Chan saw the unapproachable aura of Shifeng, he gave up on the thought of greeting her. Xiao. After everyone arrived, 5 cultivators wearing black battle armor flew over from the warship. Their auras were incredibly dense. The person leading them was very strong, a half-step martial monarch. That person had a straight face, short hair, and spirited eyes. He looked very capable. He smiled faintly at the crowd and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am an insignificant captain of the Black Dragon Group's 9th Legion. My name is Jian Chainan." One of the half-step martial monarchs said somewhat impatiently, "Just speak directly. Why are you stopping us? Cut the crap." Even though Jian Chainan was interrupted in front of everyone, he did not get angry. He continued, "There is no rush. It is nothing major. Aren't you going to the 3rd grade battlefield for experiential training? You can participate through my Black Dragon group as well. Furthermore, the reward is double that of the Divine Dragon Palace." The moment Jian Chainan said this, a commotion broke out. Double the reward, this temptation was not small. However, some of the people who had been to the deep-sea battlefield smiled coldly to themselves. Their expressions did not change. Bai Lishi said softly, "Don't listen to him. The Divine Dragon Palace controls the main junctions of the 3rd grade battlefield. The Black Dragon Group only controls a small corner. Furthermore, it is not the main area of activity for the demons. No matter how high the reward is, it is useless." Jian Chainan continued, "As long as you agree to come with us, we will give you 10,000 medial grade spirit stones when you board the warship. When you return, we will give you another 100,000. If you kill more demons, the reward will increase." A commotion broke out in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who came to the boundless sea for the first time were tempted. 10,000 medial grade spirit stones was not a small sum. After the mission ended, they would be able to obtain at least 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. If they did not die, it would be a large sum. "I am willing to go." Immediately, someone who came to the boundless sea for the first time thought about it. He felt that it was profitable and agreed to the other party's request. Jian Chainan immediately tossed out a few boxes of spirit stones and handed them to that person. He smiled and said, "You made the right choice. Get on the warship." That person gently counted the spirit stones and revealed a happy smile. Then, he leaped up and landed on the warship in front. "I am willing as well. I am willing as well." Seeing that someone actually obtained the spirit stones, the number of people who agreed increased. Soon, most of the people on the warship left. Only 10-odd people who knew the inside story did not waver. These people were all peak martial kings. A few were like Sun Guanchuan. Some were even half-step martial monarchs. 10,000 medial grade spirit stones did not interest them. What they sought was a true experiential training, where they could disregard life and death. However, in the face of the limits of their lives, they needed to continuously stimulate their potential and advance their cultivation. The Black Dragon Group would not be able to satisfy them. After the group of people who came to the Boundless Sea boarded the Black Dragon Group's warship, Jian Chainan looked at the crowd and smiled. Many thanks to everyone for not giving me any trouble. You're all true elites. You're all very clear on the situation of the deep sea battlefield. Your treatment is even better than that group of people earlier. Bai Lishi mocked. What do you mean? You make it sound like we agreed to go with you. I don't think we said we would go with you. However, Sun Guanxuan sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun. Prepare to abandon the warship and head west. That is the area controlled by the Divine Dragon Palace. Do not sink to the bottom of the sea. The sea monsters, they're very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like this experiential training involved the internal strife of two peak powers. It would not end peacefully. The other half-step martial monarch said, in this boundless sea, your Black Dragon Group is not the only one who can do whatever you want. Now that we are in the Divine Dragon Palace's territory, there is nothing you can do to us. Jian Chenan's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, do you think you can get there? I will say this, whether you want to or not, you will still have to go. Let's go. The remaining 10-odd people on the deck were all astute and decisive people. When they saw that the situation had reached a point of no return, they did not hesitate to abandon the warship and leave quickly. Xiao Chun immediately jumped off the warship and headed west. His figure flickered, and in a few breaths, he had traveled a kilometer. Jian Chenan's expression remained calm. He was not too surprised. When he returned to the warship, he waved his hand and said, blast them all. Leave no one alive. Boom. The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship, which had already been filled with spirit stones, immediately lit up. Horrifying spiritual energy poured out and shot resplendent beams of light at the scattered cultivators. Xiao Chun had his spiritual sense spread out. He instantly felt 10 beams of light heading for him. If they all struck him, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive. A bolt of lightning flashed. Xiao Chun executed lightning evasion and instantly moved 100 meters to dodge. Miserable cries resounded. In an instant, 4 or 5 peak superior grade Martial Kings fell from the warship. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 warships did not give the cultivators any time to hesitate. They soared into the air and fired their cannons again. The remaining people used cloning techniques to dodge the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Some directly attacked, weakening the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Others used ingenious movement techniques to nimbly dodge. However, the 6 warships were not in a hurry. They chased after the cultivators like venomous snakes, trying to kill them all. As the cultivators dodged the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons, they inevitably slowed down. The distance between the warships and the cultivators shrank. Sun Guanxuan said to Xiao Chun, split up. Old Bai and I have our own ways to protect ourselves. We will think of a way to regroup when the time comes. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. This was the only way for now. If they stayed together, they would be too big of a target. Chi. The 6 warships had a total of 60 ancient demonic energy cannons. The resplendent beams of light in the air did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chun pushed the blue dragon cloud's soaring art to its limits. He used it continuously in the air, be it the warships flying or firing the ancient demonic energy cannons. They all exhausted a large number of spirit stones. The cultivators would definitely not chase after them endlessly. As long as they persevered to the end, they would be able to shake off their pursuers. However, this was easier said than done. Of the 10-odd cultivators, only 7 or 8 remained bitterly holding on. At this moment, the gap between the cultivators and half-step martial monarchs became clear. Chapter 499. The 3 half-step martial monarchs were at the very front. As long as they held on for a while longer, they would be able to escape the range of the cannons. What made Xiao Chun flabbergasted was Bai Lishi. This fellow relied on his strong physical body and the 5 or 6 defensive secret treasures he had. Bai Lishi completely ignored the bombardment of the cannons and endured a few attacks. Unexpectedly, he managed to walk in front of everyone. Xiao Qin's chest tightened. If these people walked out, the remaining cannons would focus on them. The situation would become even more dire. I cannot drag this out. I have to use all my trump cards. Otherwise, I will not even have a chance to use them. After Xiao Chun made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. The silver warship came out from his right eye, and Xiao Chun quickly hid in the hold of the silver warship. Bang! Bang! In an instant, a few beams of light struck the body of the silver warship, causing it to tumble uncontrollably in the air. Xiao Chun quickly lowered his feet and stabilized the direction of the warship. Then, he quickly flew to the west. With the warship as a buffer, Xiao Chun did not have to worry too much. He no longer had to dodge, and his speed increased significantly. However, the warship did not have any defensive formations. Soon, cracks appeared on it. Xiao Chun ignored the cracks on the warship and charged forward with all his might. The blood flame shoes on Xiao Chen's feet glowed. He could use the secret technique at any time. Bang! Finally, the silver warship could no longer hold on. It shattered into countless motes of light and returned to Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen did not panic. The instant the warship shattered, he activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed immediately reached Mach 4. Xiao Chun turned into a beam of purple light and moved far away in the blink of an eye, leaving the beams of light behind him. He was still 500 meters away from the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, he had attracted too much attention. Furthermore, the half-step martial monarchs had already fled. The next wave of attacks would be even more ferocious than before. I'm going all out. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and closed his eyes. With the sweep of his divine sense, he saw the light beams coming from all directions. Xiao Chen's mind, energy, and spirit gathered into a line. The state of thunder and saber intent brewed silently. Break! Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The lunar shadow saber turned into a bolt of lightning as he drew it. It was like Xiao Chan had eyes on the back of his head. He sent out 12 saber chi containing boundless saber intent and the state of thunder, clashing with the resplendent pillar of light. Bang, bang, bang. Intense explosions rang out continuously in the void. As the shock waves surged, even space itself began to ripple. For the 12 strands of the saber chi, Xiao Chun exhausted 3/4 of his essence. This was the strongest he could burst out with in one breath. After Xiao Chun swung his saber 12 times, he felt like he was about to collapse. Sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he managed to block the 9 peerless beams of light. On the deck, Jian Chainan watched the white figure break the 9 ancient demonic energy cannons. He had an astonished expression on his face. This was the first time Jian Chainan saw a youth erupt with such strength in such a short time. Even some of the older generation cultivators would find it hard to do so. No matter how dense one's essence was, if one's explosive power was not strong, it would be hard to say who would win in a real fight. When Jian Chainan saw that Xiao Chun had already escaped the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons, he asked the cultivators from the Tianwu continent, "Who is this person? Do you know him? He seems to be the great Qi nation's white-robed bladesman." However, it is not him. It is hard to be sure, someone whispered. The white-robed bladesman, Jian Chainan, frowned. He shook his head and said, "I hope he is just an ordinary genius. Otherwise, if we let him go, we will be in big trouble." Surging seawater stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, following the waves as they surged forward. He held 4 medial grade spirit stones in his hand as he quickly recovered his essence. He had exhausted too much of his essence. If he did not replenish it quickly, he might end up in the stomachs of the fish in this seemingly peaceful, boundless sea. After 1 hour, the 4 medial grade spirit stones were completely exhausted. Xiao Chen's essence barely recovered by half. However, this was enough to protect himself. Xiao Chun casually tossed aside the spirit stones and looked into the sea. The deep seawater could not obstruct his vision. At a depth of more than 100 meters, Xiao Chun saw a strange black fish. It was about the size of a palm and covered in sharp scales. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them. No wonder Sun Guangxuan had instructed him not to sink to the bottom of the sea, no matter what. If he did that, he would be able to avoid the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, if he were to face the attacks of thousands of these strange fish, he would die even faster. Xiao Chun stood up and looked around. The earlier rush had already separated him from Bai Li Shi and Sun Guangxuan. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and discovered something that was somewhat difficult to deal with. Above the vast sea, the scenery was exactly the same everywhere. No matter which direction he looked from, it was all the same, endless seawater. The sky was dark again. He could not see the sun or anything to use as a point of reference. He had no way of determining his direction. Xiao Chun revealed a helpless smile. He had already survived through wind and rain. Unexpectedly, he was stumped by such a small problem. Since he did not know the direction, he should not move around randomly. Otherwise, he might end up getting more and more wrong. He should be able to determine his direction by looking at the stars at night. However, it was only a matter of a few hours. There was no need to panic. He would wait for a while. Since there was nothing to do, there was no need to waste time. Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber and quietly practiced the four-season saber technique on the surface of the sea. The four-season saber technique had only 5 moves: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and cycle of seasons. However, each move was ever-changing. There was nothing special about it. It depended on one's control. Xiao Chun infused the various scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter into his saber techniques, forming his own unique, mysterious phenomenon. For example, Bai Shuihe comprehended the scene of spring's water turning from warm to cold. The corresponding scene was water. However, the scene that Xiao Chun comprehended in spring was thunder. The first thunder of spring, the cries of 10,000 beasts. In Xiao Chen's original world, the people called the first thunder of spring thunder. During the long, cold winter, all the beasts of the world would enter hibernation. This spring thunder was the bell that woke them up. As the thunder roared, the lifeless winter was silent for a long time. The cries of hundreds of beasts announced the arrival of spring. This was the state of Xiao Chen's saber technique. It took the meaning of spring thunder and commanded all the beasts in the world to cry. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of heaven and earth was unstoppable. As for summer, autumn, and winter, Xiao Chun was still pondering them. He did not have a clear idea. Sun Guangxuan had also given him a lot of advice, broadening his thinking and making him more cautious. On the calm surface of the water, Xiao Chun continuously perfected this move. However, every time he was about to explode, he would stop. This was because Xiao Chun felt that something was missing. If he just exploded out like this, he would not be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Just like that, Xiao Chun tirelessly practiced on the surface of the sea. As he swung his saber, he would always stop at the last moment and start again from the beginning. This repeated countless times. Without realizing it, Xiao Chun completely immersed himself in the saber technique. Xiao Chun forgot where he was and his purpose in coming here. He even forgot who he was. There was only this saber in his mind. Xiao Chun did not know that a pretty black figure was watching with interest from a kilometer behind him for a long time. However, after a while, that woman watched as Xiao Chun's exquisite saber technique always got stuck at the last moment and had to start over again, repeating this process over and over again. She felt extremely depressed. Such an exquisite saber technique had attracted her attention at first glance. She wanted to see how earth-shattering it would be at the final moment when it erupted. However, this guy in front of him was extremely brainless. Every time when the audience was most excited, he would get stuck and start all over again. This happened over and over again. Finally, that person could no longer hold back her anger. Speaking of which, can't you just erupt a little? Every time you get stuck at the most crucial moment, it makes me very unhappy. Do you know that? The sudden voice startled Xiao Chun out of his trance-like state. He sheathed his saber and turned his head to look. He discovered that Shifeng had arrived behind him at some point in time. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, I want to erupt as well. However, I still lack inspiration. If I force it, there will be a huge flaw in this move. The four-season saber technique was very different from regular martial techniques. It focused on the intent. The form was secondary. If one forced it out, the intent would not be complete. The might of the saber technique would be greatly reduced. Once it was fixed, it would be very difficult to change. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all linked together. If the first link was not grasped well, it would severely affect the next three links. Hence, this first spring thunder, 10,000 bees cry together, had to be completed in one breath, allowing it to reach its most perfect moment before erupting. The masked Shifeng said, In that case, you are really extraordinarily bored. Since you know that the inspiration has not arrived, why are you still standing here like a fool? Why are you not rushing to meet up with the Divine Dragon Palace's people? Xiao Chun shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm lost and cannot find my way. I can only wait until it is dark before making my move. In any case, I have nothing better to do. Shifeng shook her head and said, I really don't know what you were thinking. To think that you did not even make such preparations before coming to the boundless sea. The waves are very strong at night. Come with me, I have a tracking tool. This was somewhat surprising. He had not expected Shifeng to be so easy to talk to. Xiao Chun thanked her. Xiao Chun followed behind her, heading west on the calm sea. Along the way, Xiao Chun took some time to ask, I have been very curious. Who taught you the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak? Those are the secrets of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. When Shifeng heard this, she paused for a moment. Then, she said, My adoptive father taught me. However, he did not say that they were the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. This is the first time I heard you mention them. Xiao Chun thought of a possibility that he had guessed before. He continued asking, Is your adoptive father called Lung Tianhe? Shifeng stopped and turned her head back. Her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, How did you know? Indeed, Xiao Chun guessed right. Aside from the Pavilion Masters faction, no one from the other peaks could learn the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 500. Furthermore, most people would have to swear to their heart demons not to spread the secret technique. Only people of Lung Tianhu's level did not need to follow such rules. Xiao Chun asked somewhat excitedly, Where is your adoptive father now? He could finally hand over the divine weapon. No matter what, that thing was a hidden danger. Once it was exposed, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Shifeng's gaze turned wary. She asked, What are you trying to do? I'm fine. I was just asking. Can you tell me? I want to seek advice from him. After all, I am from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chun wanted to tell the truth. However, when he thought about it, the divine weapon was too important. He could not reveal it so easily. So, he could only make up an excuse. Shifeng said coldly, You are hemming and hawing. With one look, I know you are lying. It would be strange if I told you. Xiao Chun smiled and did not deny it. This matter could not be rushed. He finally had some clues. All he had to do was grab hold of Shifeng. He would eventually find Lung Tianhu. The two of them continued forward. Xiao Chun was very interested in the girl wearing the mask. Along the way, he tried to find something to talk about. He discovered that Shifeng was different from what he imagined. She was not as cold as she looked. Although she was wary of Xiao Chun, she was not too guarded against him. Speaking of which, why are you wearing a mask? Why would you not dare to show your true face? Xiao Chun asked another question that interested him. Shifeng said indifferently, My adoptive father made me wear it. He said that when I fight, I cannot control my expression. It is easy for my opponent to see through me. Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He said, In that case, if you cannot control your expression for the rest of your life, won't you have to wear this mask forever? Shifeng said coldly, Are you cursing me? Xiao Chun smiled and said, How can that be? I was just saying it casually. Don't overthink it. I hope that you could take off your mask now. That way, I can see your true face. When Shifeng heard this, she said, I will. The first purpose of this experiential training is to take off my mask. What's the second purpose? One more step, and then I'll defeat you. I've never lost to someone of the same generation. You better not die on the battlefield. Xiao Chun was speechless. Speaking of which, you're helping me lead the way now. Could it be that you're also afraid that something might happen to me? When the time comes, your strength will increase greatly, but you won't be able to find a whetstone, right? Shifeng nodded and smiled. You are absolutely right. However, the whetstone has to be changed to a whetstone. I train with the sword, not with the saber. Xiao Chun immediately felt depressed. No wonder Shifeng was so kind. It turned out that she had such a motive. In that case, I will still curse you to never be able to take off this mask for the rest of your life. Xiao. Shifeng unsheathed both her swords, and two sharp sword chi flew towards Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Two strands of sword chi slid past him and created two long waves on the water surface. Then, you have no sense of direction. Go ahead by yourself. I won't be accompanying you. Shifeng sheathed her swords and no longer bothered with Xiao Chun. Her figure flashed, and in a few breaths, she disappeared into the vast sea. You really don't understand a woman's heart. She changes on a whim. Xiao Chun felt extremely depressed as he watched Shifeng disappear from his vision. I'll just wait. After all, it will be dark soon. I'll just head west. Gurgle, gurgle. Just at this moment, a large number of bubbles appeared on the water surface in front of Xiao Chun. After taking 10 steps back, Xiao Chun's expression changed. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and cautiously sized up the situation in front of him. Chi, a huge azure dragon head, emerged from the water. The dragon head was made of metal and did not get wet. With a casse sound, the dragon opened its mouth. Two middle-aged men in purple robes jumped out of the dragon's mouth. Their purple robes were embroidered with gold, and a blue dragon was drawn on their backs. Are you here to participate in the third grade trial of the battlefield? You just need to answer yes or no. The person on the right said quickly. The person on the right spoke very quickly. When he saw Xiao Chun nod, he said, "All right, come up then. We are from the Divine Dragon Palace." Xiao Chun was not in a rush. Instead, he asked, "What proof do you have?" When the person on the right heard this, he could not help but frown. He said impatiently, "You are just a medial grade martial king. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? I told you to come in, so just come in." The person who spoke first did not waste any time. He took out a medallion and said, "This is the medallion of the Divine Dragon Palace's outer sect elder. It is the real deal. Hurry up. This is still the outer sea. It is under the control of the Black Dragon Group. We cannot stay here for too long." After Xiao Chun saw clearly, he no longer hesitated. He followed the two into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's mouth closed and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Then it swam forward. As the two walked into the dragon's body, Xiao Chun discovered that it was a small underground palace. There were night illumination stones overhead, so it was not dark. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already 10-odd people there. Xiao Chun took a look. They were all cultivators going to the third grade trial of the battlefield, just like him. However, he did not see by Li Shi or Sun Guanchuan. The atmosphere of the place was rather heavy. Xiao Chun found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. After the two Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders brought Xiao Chun to this place, they did not linger. They rushed forward anxiously. I heard that 70% of the cultivators who came to participate in the third grade trial were intercepted by the Black Dragon Group. Of the remaining 30%, 10% were killed. Only 20% managed to escape. With only 20% of the cultivators participating in the third grade trial, this battlefield will be much more difficult than usual. There will be a slim chance of survival. It looks like the Black Dragon Group is going to make a big move this time. Recently, the Divine Dragon Palace has been rising very quickly. With only 20% of the cultivators, it will be difficult for them to eliminate the demons in the third grade battlefield. We came at a bad time. Unexpectedly, we ran into the internal conflict between the Black Dragon Group and the Divine Dragon Palace. I wonder if this is a blessing or a disaster for us. Hee hee. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, It depends on how you look at it. An intense battlefield is more in line with the true meaning of a trial. If it is like playing house, what is the point? The instant the blue dragon swam around, some people in the hall sighed, some became excited, and some remained calm. Everyone was different. Xiao Chan felt that this blue dragon warship floated up and down 3 or 4 times, picking up another 5 or 6 people. After that, it swam around for a long time before it finally broke through the water and soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. After flying for an entire night, Xiao Chun leisurely landed on a small island. "We have arrived. Come on down." 2 Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders, who had led Xiao Chun in, said indifferently to the crowd when they entered the hall. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and followed the crowd. Then, he leaped out of the dragon's mouth. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered that he was in a huge drill ground. There were hundreds of blue dragon warships in the drill ground. Cultivators continuously leaped out of the dragon's mouth. There were many of them. When all of them gathered, there were more than 2,000 people. Xiao Chun felt astonished. Only 20% of them are here, and there are already more than 2,000 people. If all of them are here, there will be more than 10,000 people. The 2,000-odd people here were all elites who had escaped the Black Dragon Group's pursuit. They were all elites. The weakest of these cultivators was a peak superior grade martial king. A third of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chun did not stop looking. He continued looking and finally discovered by Li Shi and Sun Guanchuan. He quickly parted the crowd and walked over. Bai Li Shi laughed loudly and said, "I knew that nothing would happen to you. Indeed, it is as I expected. You are not injured at all." Xiao Chun nodded slightly and said, "I heard some things on the ship. It seems like only 20% of the people are participating in the deep-sea battlefield." Bai Li Shi nodded and said, "I do not know what the Black Dragon Group is up to this time. However, that is a matter between them and the Divine Dragon Palace. It has nothing to do with us. To us, this might not be a bad thing." Sun Guanchuan continued, "The third-grade battlefield is actually not as horrifying as you imagine. The combined strength of the demons does not surpass that of a martial monarch. With fewer people, it only means that we have more missions than usual." Xiao Chun asked, "What exactly do we do in the battlefield?" Bai Li Shi replied, "It is very simple. We just have to kill demons in the battlefield. Every demon we kill will give us some points. We can exchange the points for medial grade spirit stones or superior grade spirit stones at the Divine Dragon Palace." Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. "We can even exchange superior grade spirit stones." Bai Li Shi smiled and said, "Of course. The spirit veins in the deep sea are much more abundant than those on land. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people rushing to the battlefield? To put it nicely, it is experiential training for cultivators. Actually, every deep-sea battlefield is a hidden danger to the Divine Dragon Palace. Once there are too many demons and they run out of resources, they will naturally go to the nearby islands to plunder. So, you understand what I mean, right?" Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. Simply put, the experiential training of the deep-sea battlefield was because the Divine Dragon Palace did not have enough manpower and had to spend spirit stones to hire people to help. Cultivators could participate in experiential training and increase their combat experience. At the same time, they could obtain spirit stones. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder so many people came. "Elder Feng, everyone is here." This disciple went to take a head count. There are only 2,300 people. The rest have been taken away by the Black Dragon Group. A middle-aged man in purple dragon robes reported respectfully to an old man on the high platform of the drill ground. This old man's name was Feng Buyu. He was a martial monarch and was one of the Divine Dragon Palace's inner sect elders. He was also the person in charge of this third-grade battlefield. Feng Buyu muttered, "Don't bother with the Black Dragon Group's matters. The higher-ups will naturally send someone to discuss countermeasures. 2,000 elites should be barely enough. Gather them up and set off." "We obey." The purple-robed man received the order and left. He immediately passed down instructions, and the outer sect elders immediately got to work. They gathered Xiao Chun and the others. "Kassier, Kassier." The Azure Dragon battleships that were lined up vertically on the battlefield were divided in the middle and then inlaid together. Soon, to Xiao Qin's astonishment, they formed a huge, rectangular platform. Hundreds of dragon heads lined the sides of the platform. Bai Lishi patted Xiao Qin's shoulder and said, "Don't be so shocked. It is just the Divine Dragon Palace's divine dragon warships. When you reach the battlefield, you will be able to see bigger ones. Go on." Chapter 501. When the 2,000-odd people leaped onto the warship, the huge circular platform immediately soared up and floated quietly in the air. Chi! Chi! The 15 dragon heads behind the warship spewed out a huge shockwave. The Divine Dragon warship immediately shot forward. It carried 2,000-odd people and moved at Mach 4. The surrounding scenery flashed by quickly. After flying for more than 50 kilometers, the sky above them suddenly turned gray. Dark clouds churned. The further they went, the darker the color of the clouds became. In the end, it was completely black, completely blocking out the sunlight. When the group looked down, the azure seawater had turned scarlet. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of the seawater. It was extremely unbearable. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Aside from the unbearable smell of blood, he could also clearly feel resentment in the air. The resentment of the dead made one feel uncomfortable. It put a faint pressure on one's mind. Xiao Qin, you felt that mental pressure as well, right? Sun Guangquan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Xiao Qin nodded and said, yes. It would be difficult for a regular cultivator to bring out their full strength under such circumstances. Sun Guangquan smiled and said, that's right. The closer you get to the core of the battlefield, the stronger the mental pressure. There is a challenge, but it can also temper one's mental energy. This is why so many half-step martial monarchs come here. As Xiao Qin spoke, a huge divine dragon warship appeared in front of them. It was more than 8 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. When they looked up, it looked like a small city flying in the sky. No wonder Bai Lishi said that there was no need to be too astonished at the warship under them. Compared to the huge warship before them, it was like comparing a baby to an adult. They were on completely different levels. Figures in purple robes flew out from the huge warship with killing intent all over their bodies. Bang! The warship under Xiao Qin docked with the huge warship. Everyone walked towards the huge warship like it was flat ground. Exquisite tents were set up on the battleship, and a few magic energy cannons could be seen every 100 meters. Feng Biyu led the Divine Dragon Palace's people over to the crowd and introduced the situation of the battlefield. It was not much different from what Bai Lishi had said. After saying that, someone came over and gave everyone a jade card. The front of the jade card was engraved with a cyan flood dragon. That was the symbol of the Dragon God Palace. Behind it were hundreds of horizontal and vertical lines that formed small grids. If one counted carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. Every time you kill a demon dweller, a black dot will appear in your grid. Each black dot is 1 point. With this jade token, you can go to the camp to exchange for whatever you want. The person who gave Xiao Qin the jade plate explained everything in detail. After the jade tokens were distributed, some warriors immediately left the place and flew towards the darkest part of the sky. Xiao Qin felt somewhat puzzled. He said, even if the experiential training starts like this, there are no rules and regulations? Bai Lishi smiled and said, it is not that the Divine Dragon Palace does not want to talk about rules and regulations. It is that the demons do not have any rules and regulations. All you need to do on this battlefield is kill the demons you see. I will take my leave first. The two of you will take your leave first. Sun Guangquan performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi before leaping into the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiao Qin felt it was strange. He asked, Big Brother Sun is not coming with us? Bai Lishi explained, this time he's going to the core of the battlefield. He will not come out until he breaks through to Martial Monarch. His destination is different from ours. As Xiao Qin watched Sun Guangquan leave, he could not help but feel solemn. If he did not come out, it meant that he was prepared to die. If he did not succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. Although Xiao Chun enjoyed a great reputation and was undefeatable unless a martial monarch appeared, he was nothing. However, if a martial monarch appeared, he would be nothing. Xiao Chun was a proud person. Naturally, he was not willing to be stuck below martial monarch for the rest of his life. For this, he would not hesitate to risk his life. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Lishi. He said, "Your destination should be different from mine, right?" Bai Lishi nodded and smiled. "Previously, I only went around the periphery a few times. This time, I'm going to the inner area. This is your first time here, so you should go around the periphery first. Be careful. I'll be leaving as well." The strength of the three differed. Sun Guanchuan was the strongest, Bai Lishi was second, and Xiao Chun was the weakest. Naturally, they could not have their experiential training in the same place. Xiao Chun was not too surprised by this. He muttered, "Sun Guanchuan can promise himself that he will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. In that case, I, Xiao Chun, can also promise myself that I will not come out until I become a half-step martial monarch. Deep-sea battlefield, here I come," Xiao Chun shouted in his heart. A resolute gaze appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to jump off the divine dragon warship and set foot on the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen walked calmly on the Scarlet Sea. Occasionally, cultivators rushed past him, leaving Xiao Chun in the dust. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He simply walked calmly. After 1 hour, 3 small islands appeared in front of him. The islands were not large, only a few hundred meters in radius. All sorts of talisman scripts floated around the islands, forming a defensive formation. The formations of the 3 islands seemed to be connected to each other, giving off an indistinct spiritual light. If the Divine Dragon warship was the Divine Dragon Palace's main camp, then these 3 islands would be the outposts, acting as a buffer for the main camp. Cultivators in front continuously returned to the small islands in sorry states from the pitch-black sky. Immediately, healing-type cultivators on the islands went to check on the injuries of the people who returned and performed emergency treatment. It looked like these small islands were not just the outposts, but also a supply and treatment station for the cultivators participating in the experiential training. The friend in front, "Wait up!" A shout came from behind him. Xiao Chun turned his head to take a look and saw a small team of about 10 people rushing towards him. The person leading the group wore heavy blue battle armor and carried a huge sword on his back. He had thick eyebrows and a wide forehead. With one look, it was clear he was a cultivator who used brute force. This person was a peak superior grade martial king. His eyes were very spirited. Xiao Chen turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" That person smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Wu Quan, a disciple of the Great Chu Nation's Giant Sword Gate. These are the companions I invited to participate in the experiential training. I see that you are only a peak medial grade martial king. How about you come with us? After we pass these 3 outpost islands, we will officially enter the battlefield. With more people, it will be easier for us to take care of each other." Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, many thanks, Brother Wu. However, my cultivation realm is rather low. Will I be a burden to you?" Wu Quan smiled and said, "That won't be the case. Cultivation realm is not the only way to measure a person's combat prowess. I see that you walk on the water very easily. Your shoes are not wet at all. You must be an expert in movement techniques. Coincidentally, our group lacks such a person." Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything more, agreeing to the other party's invitation. Xiao Chun did not know what the deep-sea battlefield was like. It would be good to join this group and familiarize himself with the environment. After that, Wu Quan introduced Xiao Chun to the group. Aside from Wu Quan, the others scoffed at Xiao Chun. They did not show much interest. Although none of them were half-step martial monarchs, none of them were lower than superior grade martial kings. Hence, they looked down on Xiao Chun, who was only a medial grade martial king. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored them. He followed the group and continued forward. As he continued forward, the originally dark clouds above his head turned completely pitch black. It was as if ink had been applied to the sky, blocking all the sunlight. Although it was clearly daytime, Xiao Qin's vision was dark. He could see only 500 meters around him. He needed to circulate his essence to his eyes before he could see anything further. There was no wind on the sea. The faint smell of blood in the air seemed to have solidified, making one feel very uncomfortable. The heavy resentment and the formless pressure on one's spirit also put some substantial pressure on one's body. Xiao Chun, we have arrived at the deep-sea battlefield. Look around. If you see any demons, immediately come back and inform us. The one who spoke was the vice-captain of the group, Ping Xingting. Like Wu Quan, he was a peak superior grade martial king. However, he looked down on Xiao Chun. When Wu Quan invited Xiao Chun, Ping Xingting had an unsightly expression on his face. However, because the other party was the captain, Ping Xingting could not say it out loud. He could only endure it. Xiao Chun was unhappy in his heart. Ping Xingting's tone was very commanding. However, he did not say anything. He pushed off the ground and left this place. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chun rushed back. He said calmly, "There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons about 3 kilometers to the southeast. There are 6 or 7 ghost race cultivators 5 kilometers to the north. There are dozens of high-ranked shadow demons 6 kilometers to the east. There are other cultivators fighting in the demons closest to the other directions." Before coming, Xiao Chun had read some books and gained a basic understanding of the 18 races of demons. Hence, he can name all the demons in the deep-sea battlefield. Wu Quan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's movement technique is indeed powerful. Not many people can do that. It has saved us a lot of trouble." Ping Xingtung smiled coldly and said, "So what if your movement technique is powerful? Can it be of any help in battle?" Xiao Chen did not bother to argue with Ping Xingting. He smiled and said, "Brother Ping is right. When the time comes, I will just watch. I will not cause you any trouble." Ping Xingting smiled and said, "It's good that you know. Wu Quan, tell me, which of the 3 directions should we go?" Wu Quan analyzed for a while and said, "The ghost race is difficult to deal with. Let's not go to the north. The shadow demons are weaker. If there are too many of them, it will be problematic. Let's go to the southeast. There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons. With some effort, we should be able to deal with them safely." "I think so too. They're just middle-ranked blood demons. They're not that powerful." Ping Xingting nodded. Xiao Chun had met middle-ranked blood demons in the demon battlefield before. They were as strong as a superior grade martial king. However, in the deep-sea battlefield, everyone's mental energy was suppressed. They could bring out only 90% of their strength at best. As for local battles, the blood demons would not be affected at all. Chapter 502. Given the situation, they had to be careful when dealing with the blood demons. Otherwise, they might fail miserably. With everyone hurrying at full speed, the blood demon appeared in everyone's field of vision in the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. Ping Xingting waved his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I'll take the lead. Let's see how many blood demons there are in the deep-sea battlefield." The others also drew their weapons and followed closely behind him. They all had excited expressions on their faces. Boom! Boom! The scarlet sea churned and waves surged. Ping Xingting was pretty strong. With a sudden burst of power, he severely injured a middle-ranked blood demon with 3 saber strikes. However, the other 9 blood demons surrounded him. Wu Quan drew the huge sword on his back and shouted, "Go and help!" Dang! Dang! The situation quickly turned chaotic. This team that had formed at the last minute did not have any tacit understanding. The moment they charged over, the experienced blood demons split them up, forcing them to fight their own battles. The advantage of numbers instantly vanished. The scarlet water in the sea choked the noses of several cultivators. Several cultivators even panicked for a moment when the blood splashed on their faces. Xiao Chun shook his head to himself. However, he could not just leave them to die, so he could only wander around. Wherever someone was in mortal danger, Xiao Chun would rush over and draw the attention of the blood demons away. The only one who could attract Xiao Chen's attention was the team leader, Wu Quan. This person was very bold. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately attracted the attention of the three blood demons. This alleviated the pressure on the team significantly. On the other hand, Ping Xingting did not feel any pressure at all. On the other hand, although Ping Xingting was strong, he only cared about killing excitedly, not paying attention to his surroundings. The battle lasted for an hour. At the price of light injuries, Ping Xingting managed to turn the situation around. How delightful! Ha ha! Ping Xingting laughed excitedly as he wiped off the blood on his face. With one saber strike, he severely injured the last blood demon. Wu Quan quickly stopped Ping Xingting and said, "Brother Ping, wait for a while. Let's give the points of this blood demon to Xiao Chun. After all, he was the one who discovered the blood demons. Otherwise, we would not have been able to find these blood demons so easily. You would have obtained 2 points already." As the team leader, Wu Quan was still very competent. He had hunted down 3 blood demons, but he had only managed to kill one of them. The last hits from the other 2 sides were given to the other team members. He only got 1 point. Ping Xingting stopped, feeling somewhat displeased. He said to Xiao Chun, "You are right. You can kill this blood demon. I will let you have it." Xiao Chun waved his hand and said indifferently, "There is no need. These points are not enough for everyone to share. I will not join in the fun." Ping Xingting laughed mischievously and said, "Brat, you are quite tactful. In that case, I will not be polite." When the saber chopped down, the blood demon's aura disappeared. Another black dot appeared on the back of Ping Xingting's jade pendant. Wu Quan shook his head. Ping Xingting had killed those 3 blood demons himself, so he could not say anything. After that, it was time to split the spoils of war. The middle-ranked blood demons did not have many valuable items. However, with Wu Quan's help, everyone more or less obtained something. The heads of the 10 blood demons were split among the 5 injured people. With Wu Quan's explanation, Xiao Chun learned that these heads could be exchanged for some high-quality medicinal pills and spirit herbs on the outpost islets. Under normal circumstances, no one had any objections to giving the heads to the injured cultivators first. After resting for a while, the group continued on their way. With Xiao Chun scouting the way for them, they would always find the most suitable prey. After a day of fighting, no one in the group suffered any serious injuries. Only a few people were slightly injured. After some treatment, they would be able to recover their combat prowess. The sky turned completely dark. The dark clouds above made the night seem even darker. The moment night fell, everyone's vision became so dark that they could not even see their own fingers. When Wu Quan saw that someone wanted to take out a night illumination stone, he quickly stopped him. "Don't. If you take out a night illumination stone, it will attract all the demons in the periphery. At that time, even if you have 9 lives, you will not be able to survive." That person was startled and quickly stopped what he was doing. With a flip of his hand, Wu Quan took out a palm-sized model of a house. After Xiao Chun formed hand seals, the house immediately turned back to its normal size. It looked very mystical. Wu Quan smiled and said, "This is a secret treasure that I obtained by accident. It is useless in battle. However, it is best to use it to rest. Everyone go in." The house had tables, chairs, and wooden stools. All sorts of furniture of various sizes were available. There was even a stove for cooking. The night illumination stones were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the room. However, none of the light shone out. Wu Quan smiled and said, "You all take a simple rest. Tonight, Xiao Chun and I will keep watch." A sinister wind blew. It was already late at night, but the Scarlet Sea was not peaceful. All sorts of strange roars came from it, never stopping. They reverberated endlessly in the night sky, seemingly never going away. The sounds that were not horrifying during the day caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard them late at night. One could even hear the miserable cries of some unlucky cultivators caught by the demons in the night and eaten. The heart-wrenching screams made one's heart palpitate. Wu Quan's and Xiao Chen's expressions did not change much despite all these strange sounds. The two sat on the roof, each holding a bottle of wine as they chatted leisurely. "It was all thanks to you during the day. Now that I think about it, it is incredible. Unexpectedly, not a single severely injured person appeared." Wu Quan took a big gulp of wine and wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth. Then he thanked Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun brought the bottle of wine to his lips and took a sip. Then he smiled gently and said, "You are a good leader. I did not do much." Xiao Chun's words were not exaggerated. Wu Quan was indeed a good leader. After the initial run-in, the team had already formed some tacit understanding. They would no longer be separated by the demons after a short fight. Such a situation was inseparable from Wu Quan's leadership. Xiao Chun did not do much himself. He just went out for a walk and used his spiritual sense to scan the area. When Xiao Chun fought, he did not put in much effort. He only paid attention to the abilities of each type of demon. When Xiao Chun saw a teammate in a dangerous situation, he would lure the demons away. This was basically all he did. After a few more days, when Xiao Chun figured out the habits and abilities of all the demons, he would leave. Hence, there was no need to leave any impression here. Wu Quan smiled gently, tacitly acknowledging Xiao Chun's praise. He took another sip of wine and asked, "Xiao Chun, why did you come to the deep-sea battlefield?" Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "Naturally, it is to temper my strength and improve further." Wu Quan shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about that. Here, let me put it this way. After you improve further, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a grandmaster of a sect? Do you want to be a wanderer? Do you want to be the protector of a sect? Or do you want to join the royal court?" Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Wu Quan's question was somewhat interesting. Simply put, why do you want to practice martial arts? Xiao Chun thought for a while and said seriously, "I want to climb to the peak of martial arts and see what the scenery is like at the peak. Then, I want to leave my name in history. Even after 10,000 years, the world will not forget your name because of the passage of time." Wu Quan's mouth gaped slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dream is really grand. People like the Tianwu Emperor and the Thunder King are hard to come by even in a few thousand years." Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "I was just joking. I want to be a wanderer. I want to travel the world and meet the famous bladesmen of the world." Only then did Wu Quan smile in relief. If others heard what Xiao Chun said earlier, they would definitely treat it as the nonsense of a youth who did not know the gravity of the situation. The latter was more normal. However, Xiao Chun did not know that after many years, every time he recalled the conversation he had tonight, he would sigh. The youth from that day had indeed become an existence comparable to the Thunder King. His name would be left in history, lasting for 10,000 years. Furthermore, the so-called legend was by his side. History remembered that white-robed bladesman who liked to wear white robes and always had a calm and indifferent expression. However, it did not remember such a night. He, Wu Quan, had drunk wine and chatted with that legendary person. Furthermore, that legendary person was his leader in name. The night passed unknowingly as the two drank and chatted. Nothing unexpected happened. The cultivators in the room woke up one after another. When they pushed open the door and looked out, visibility was still very low. However, it was not to the point where they could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. After circulating their essence, they could still see very far. "Hey, Xiao Chun, go out and see if there are any demons. This elder brother's treasured saber has been thirsty for an entire night." The first thing Ping Xingting said when he came out was to order Xiao Chun around. His tone was very smooth and did not seem unnatural at all. Xiao Chun found it funny. This fellow is really addicted to using me. He does not seem embarrassed at all. Wu Quan said somewhat worriedly, "How about I go? You did not sleep for an entire night. You might not be in good spirits." "It's fine. It is fine to not sleep for an entire night." Hearing Xiao Chun say that, Wu Quan did not bother with Xiao Chun anymore. It was indeed fine for cultivators to not sleep for a few days and nights. Xiao Chun's figure gently drifted away, and he moved 100 meters. With a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Ping Xingting smiled at the crowd and said, "Although this fellow is not very strong, I admit that I am inferior to him in terms of movement techniques." In yesterday's battle, Xiao Chun's information was very accurate. It was as he had said. Xiao Chun had basically just drifted around, not burdening them at all. He did not compete with Ping Xingting for any rewards. He has a good temper and does not compete for anything. I like such youths. Speaking of which, the few of you should learn from him. Newcomers should have the awareness of newcomers. Xiao Chun is your role model. Unfortunately, the youths these days are not very capable, but their ambitions are higher than the sky. They're afraid that others will take away their points. They do not know how to be down to earth and move forward step by step. That is the most important thing. Now, Ping Xingting already had more than 100 points. He was very pleased with himself and started giving pointers to the crowd. Wu Quan shook his head slightly and interrupted. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's rehearse the formation from yesterday and prepare in advance. Chapter 503. When everyone heard Wu Quan's words, they immediately revealed expressions of relief. They quickly tossed Ping Xingting aside and said, "No problem, Captain." In yesterday's battle, Wu Quan's performance had already won the respect of this group of cultivators. After 1 hour, a white figure appeared on the Scarlet Sea. It was Xiao Chun returning. Ping Xingting immediately asked anxiously, "Xiao Chun, quickly tell us what's going on. My blood is already burning." Xiao Chun felt speechless and amused. He did not know what to say to this person. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and explained the situation he had investigated. Then, he said, "This is the situation. You can decide what to do." Xiao Chun's information was as detailed as before, allowing them to choose calmly. Wu Quan and Ping Xingting discussed for a while and decided to head west. He decided to walk towards the west. There were over 20 middle-level winged demons, 2,500 m away from him. The winged demons were demons with wings on their backs. Their entire bodies were covered in a hard layer of skin. They were born with the ability to fly. The green layer of skin on their skin gave them a physical defense that humans did not have. Speed and defense were the winged demons' greatest strengths. However, their greatest weakness was their weak attacks. Even if they used their full power, they would not be able to deal any fatal damage to the group. Of course, it would be a different matter if they were struck in a vital spot. Dealing with the winged demon speed was also a problem. After 7 or 8 minutes, the group saw the group of winged demons that Xiao Chun mentioned. They were 2 meters tall and were resting on the surface of the sea. They were currently fishing out some strange fish to eat. Ping Xingting had an excited expression on his face. He drew his saber, and a saber light flickered as he charged forward. However, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. Among the 20-odd winged demons, he discovered a winged demon with a long aura. It was as strong as a peak martial king. Earlier, Xiao Chun had only used his spiritual sense to scan the area. He had not discovered this hidden winged demon. If they were careless, they would be in trouble. When the winged demons discovered Wu Quan and the others, they stopped eating. They revealed ferocious gazes and flapped their wings, arriving before the group at lightning speed. Dang! 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 Following Ping Xingting's excited roar, the intense battle officially began. The calm Scarlet Sea was immediately stirred up, splashing everywhere. The surface of the sea surged, kicking up huge waves. The group had already matured. They no longer panicked over the blood on their faces. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he arrived before the winged demon that he paid special attention to. He threw a punch and stopped the winged demon from making a move. This winged demon was a bit shorter than the surrounding winged demons. However, its green cuticle was much darker. Its black eyes looked more distant too. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and faced the winged demon in front of him. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face and said, "Your opponent is me." Winged of. That winged demon sneered. It flapped the wide wings on its back and turned into a green light as it charged at Xiao Chun. Its speed had actually reached 5 times the speed of sound. Seeing the approaching winged demon, Xiao Chun's calm expression did not change at all. He stomped heavily on the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chun clenched his fist and sent out a sharp fist wind, clashing with the winged demon. Bang! The winged demon laughed strangely and punched as well. A huge force knocked Xiao Chun back 100 meters. Xiao Chun pushed off the surface of the water and spun around a few times before he managed to dissipate the force. Who said that the attacks of the winged demon are weak? This winged demon is not weak at all. Although Xiao Chun had only used 30% of his strength in that earlier punch, it still contained 150 tons of force. Yet, he was knocked back like that. It looked like Xiao Chun was right. This was a strengthened winged demon. It was much stronger than the other middle-ranked winged demons. That winged demon was not completely unscathed. It was knocked back several dozen meters before it stabilized. Roar! The winged demon roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chun again. Xiao Chun did not show any fear as he charged forward as well. However, he increased his strength to 40%. When the fists collided, there was a loud, dull sound. This time, no one moved back. Both sides were evenly matched. However, while the winged demon used its full strength, Xiao Chun only used 40%. When the winged demon's force entered his body, Xiao Chun circulated his essence and easily expelled it. However, the force that Xiao Chun sent into the winged demon's body made the winged demon feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao! 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 The strengthened winged demon spread its wings. Knowing that Xiao Chun was not easy to deal with, it did not clash head-on. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew up. The winged demon controlled the air currents and shot at Xiao Chun like an arrow. It wanted to use its advantage in speed to harass Xiao Chun and obtain victory in the end. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to continue moving. He planted his feet on the water surface and moved his fists continuously, clashing with the winged demon. If Xiao Chun did not use his essence, he would be faster than the winged demon when the winged demon moved at full speed. However, Xiao Chun's physical defense was much stronger than the winged demon's. When Xiao Chun landed a punch on the winged demon, it was equal to 10 punches from the winged demon. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the winged demon could not hold on any longer. It could not understand why this human's defense was stronger than its own. Xiao Chun looked at Wu Quan's side and discovered that the battle there was almost over. With everyone's perfect cooperation, the 20 ordinary middle-ranked winged demons did not pose much of a threat. There is no need to continue playing. Die! Xiao Chun's gaze suddenly turned cold as he raised the strength of his fist to 80%. Then, he punched at the winged demon. Bang! When Xiao Chun's fist landed on the winged demon's chest, there was a crisp sound. The winged demon's internal organs had all shattered. Its eyes immediately lost all luster. Huchi! The winged demon's body flew forward like a broken kite. Ping Xingteng, who had just dealt with a winged demon, looked at the winged demon flying over. His face lit up in joy as he laughed loudly. Good timing. Ping Xingteng stomped on the ground and swung his saber. A saber light flashed, and the winged demon's head flew off. When the others saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. The winged demon's defense was extremely strong. When they chopped at it with real weapons, they could only leave a shallow wound. The neck was a vital point. Logically speaking, the winged demon's defense should be even stronger. How could Ping Xingting chop off the winged demon's head with one strike? Everyone could not understand. Speaking of which, Vice Captain, I only found out today that your saber is so sharp. I really underestimated you in the past. Ping Xingting also felt apprehensive in his heart. This is too easy. It feels like the winged demon flying over is dead. Its defense is much weaker. However, Ping Xingting's expression did not change. He chuckled and said, "It is a piece of cake. A mere winged demon is not worth mentioning." Xiao Chun looked at the back of the jade pendant and saw an additional black dot. He thought to himself, this jade pendant is really miraculous. I just killed a winged demon with one punch, and a black dot appeared on the box. I wonder how this works. Speaking of which, Xiao Chun, you fought with that winged demon for so long. Why did you not draw your weapon? Another member of the team asked curiously when he saw the lunar shadow saber hanging from Xiao Chun's waist. Before Xiao Chun could reply, Ping Xingting quickly said, "Can you stop discouraging Xiao Chun? It is clear that Xiao Chun is embarrassed to draw his saber when he sees a peak bladesman like me. Why are you still asking? Aren't you just deliberately discouraging him? You cannot be like this. Go do what you need to do. Don't disturb Xiao Chun." Ping Xingting walked over to Xiao Chen's side and consoled him. Don't be discouraged. I had a similar experience with you in the past. I understand the grievances in your heart. Work hard, and one day, you will become a bladesman like me. After Ping Xingting spoke, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder twice to show his encouragement. However, right after Ping Xingting patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his expression turned somewhat unnatural. He withdrew his right hand and hid it behind his back, trembling in pain. Ping Xingting asked in a quivering voice, I say, Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of those 2 steel plates on your shoulders? Steel plates? Xiao Chen could not react immediately. After thinking about it, he understood. When he clashed with the strengthened winged demon earlier, he had circulated the firmament body tempering art. Before he could disperse his body tempering art, a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique would make every part of his body harder than steel. No wonder Ping Xingting said that. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he found it funny. This fellow could be considered a peak. After Ping Xingting dispersed his body tempering cultivation technique, he nodded helplessly and said, I am too weak, so I can only do this. When Ping Xingting felt his swollen right hand, he cursed Xiao Chen in his heart. Damn it, it is really painful. However, Ping Xingting could not find any excuse. He could only say depressingly, in the future, don't place steel plates on your shoulders. What use is that? Not only can you not injure the enemy, you even injure your own people. No wonder your saber techniques have not improved at all. This is the weakness of your intelligence. It cannot be changed. You are destined to be an errand boy forever. Xiao Chen, come and split the loot. Wu Quan's voice rang out at an appropriate time. Xiao Chen ignored Ping Xingting's pestering. He quickly walked over and split the loot. After that, everything proceeded as usual. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen continued to search the periphery for suitable targets. After that, they swarmed over and attacked as a group. With Xiao Chen's extremely accurate information and the help he provided during the battle, the team moved very smoothly in the periphery. The team's points rose continuously. All the team members were very excited. At the same time, as they fought with the demons, they became more experienced. They were no longer the newbies that they were when they first arrived. This continued for 5 peaceful days. Suddenly, Ping Xingting suggested, it is pointless to remain in the periphery. Wu Quan, let's go to the inner area. The demons there are stronger, and the value of the materials they have is higher. The smooth sailing of the past few days caused the other team members' confidence to soar. They all agreed, Leader, let's go to the inner area. There is no point in staying in the periphery. That's right. With our strength, staying in the periphery is too much of a waste. The human heart is never satisfied. Xiao Chen sighed to himself. This group of people overestimated him. Chapter 504. It was not that Xiao Chen wanted to discourage them. Without his secret help, this team would have struggled to survive in the periphery. Now, Xiao Chen was so ambitious that he wanted to go to the inner area. That was a place that only people of Bai Lishi's level could go. Wu Quan remained silent, not in a rush to answer. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, what do you think? Can we go to the inner area? Xiao Chen sighed softly and said, When I went out to scout, I did not see any small perfection half-step martial monarchs returning in defeat. That was all Xiao Chen said. As for what to do, it would depend on Wu Quan and Ping Xingting. Xiao Chen did not want to worry about this. Xiao Chen's purpose in joining this team was to make use of the time they fought the demons to observe the unique characteristics of the demons. Xiao Chen wanted to make full preparations for his future cultivation. He would have to leave sooner or later. Wu Quan pulled Ping Xingting to the side and started to discuss in whispers. Clearly, he was very cautious about whether to go to the inner area or not. After 15 minutes, the discussion was over. Wu Quan walked over to Xiao Chen and said, I have decided. We will go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. If we cannot make it, we will still make it in time to retreat. I know that the inner area is very dangerous. Xiao Chen, I will not force you this time. If you're not willing, we can escort you safely to the outpost islets first. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled bitterly to himself. Since Wu Quan already said that, what else could he do? After coming to this world, Xiao Chun had seen too much mutual deception and betrayal. There were not many people like Wu Quan who were truly righteous. To Xiao Chun relied on these people to obtain the information he wanted, and Xiao Chun helped them in secret. They did not owe each other anything. Whether they lived or died, it did not have much to do with Xiao Chun. He could just wash his hands of this matter. However, no matter what, the reason why these people were so confident was more or less related to Xiao Chun. It was difficult for Xiao Chun to wash his hands of this matter and let them die. This was especially so since Wu Quan treated him very well. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "Very well, I agree to go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. I will continue to help you gather information." Wu Quan revealed a smile, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, although Xiao Chun was not strong, his movement technique was indeed amazing. Without Xiao Chun and the team, they would definitely not be used to it. Ping Xingting laughed loudly and said, "I knew that I would not misjudge you. Although your intelligence and saber techniques are not that great, I really like your temper. When we have time in the future, I will teach you some saber techniques." Is to do. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiao Chen's shoulder out of habit. However, he seemed to recall something. At the last moment, he withdrew his hand at lightning speed. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiao Chen's shoulder out of habit. However, he thought of something and withdrew his hand at the last moment. Ping Xingting smiled embarrassedly and said, let's go. Same rules. Xiao Chun, you lead the way." Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Even from 5,000 kilometers away, one could still vaguely see a humanoid silhouette made of resentment in the whirlpool, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. There was an island below the whirlpool. That was the core of the third-grade battlefield. The Bloody Bladesman, Sun Guangxuan, was on that island, undergoing the final trial for his martial spirit. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The area within 8 to 9 kilometers of the island was the inner area of the third-grade battlefield. The closer one got to the island, the greater the danger. However, Wu Quan and the others only wanted to wander around the periphery of the inner area. For now, they had no intention of entering the inner area. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and recorded everything within 3 kilometers into his mind. Then, he easily avoided the demons in the periphery and carefully made his way to the periphery of the inner area. After a while, Xiao Chun stepped onto the boundary between the inner area and the periphery. The instant he stepped over, his spiritual sense picked up strong auras. Bang! 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 All sorts of shouts resounded in his mind. It was the sound of other cultivators fighting intensely. Xiao Chun hesitated for a while before he sent out his spiritual sense. All sorts of battle scenes entered his mind. Xiao Chun also gained a rough idea of the strength of these cultivators. After a while, Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense. He muttered, "It is as I expected. The cultivators in the inner area are at least small perfection, half-step martial monarchs. Otherwise, they're all teams of peak superior grade martial kings." In Wu Quan's team, only 2 people were peak superior grade martial kings. The rest were ordinary superior grade martial kings. This won't do. There are already 5 superior grade winged demons. Wu Quan cannot handle their defense, speed, and attacks. 10 superior grade shadow demons. This won't do either. 3 superior grade ghost race cultivators. This will be even worse. They will be wiped out in one exchange. After circling the periphery of the inner area, Xiao Chun searched for suitable prey. Then, he eliminated them one by one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He discovered 2 lone high-ranked blood demons. These high-ranked blood demons were stronger than Wu Quan's and Ping Xingting's. If Xiao Chun used his advantage in numbers and paid a price, he should be able to take them down. He could make them suffer a little without paying too much of a price. Given this, Xiao Chun just needed to understand his own strength and retreat in the face of difficulties. After that, Xiao Chun circled the area again. He carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense, checking for other strong cultivators. This was to prevent unnecessary conflicts. The human heart of the battlefield was always more sinister than the demons. Fortunately, the nearest team is 5 kilometers away. After the battle, I should not have any interactions with this team. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun no longer hesitated. He soared into the air and returned the way he came. After 7 or 8 minutes, he appeared before Wu Quan and the others. Xiao Chun told Wu Quan and the others about what he saw in detail. Then, he waited for the other party's decision. Wu Quan muttered, "We can deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons. The demon core of a high-ranked blood demon is worth less than 10 times that of a middle-ranked blood demon. We can give it a try." The other team members also felt that they could give it a try. None of them had any objections. Ping Xingting's face was filled with excitement. He wished he could charge over immediately. "Let's move quickly, then. If we are late and the others snatch it away, there will be nothing left." Ping Xingting roared and immediately called Xiao Chun to lead the way. Along the way, under Xiao Chun's lead, nothing unexpected happened. The group traveled smoothly. They stopped behind a reef about 1 kilometer away from the 2 high-ranked blood demons. In terms of appearance, there wasn't much of a difference between the blood devils and humans, apart from the fact that they were slightly fairer. The 2 high-ranked blood demons looked around the Scarlet Sea, searching for humans they could deal with. Clearly, while the humans were hunting demons, the demons were hunting humans as well. When the blood demons' gazes landed on the reef, everyone felt a strange chill. Their arms trembled slightly. What a fellow! A high-ranked blood demon is indeed much stronger than a middle-ranked blood demon. Just that gaze alone is enough to make one's heart go cold, someone in the team muttered. Even the usually bold Ping Xingting calmed down. He did not charge forward rashly. After Wu Quan thought for a while, he said, "Xingting, each of us will lead 5 people and separate the 2 blood demons. We will not give them a chance to work together and end the battle quickly." Ping Xingting nodded and said, "That is all we can do. You and I have to attack together." After the 2 discussed who they wanted to bring, Wu Quan said to Xiao Chun, "You should stay the same as before. Just roam around and ensure that you do not get attacked. Fight!" Ping Xingting and Wu Quan soared in the air at the same time and attacked the 2 blood demons at lightning speed. The moment the 2 moved, the high-ranked blood demons immediately felt their killing qi. They laughed strangely and attacked Ping Xingting at the same time. A piercing red light appeared on their palms. One high-ranked blood demon blocked Ping Xingting's saber light, while the other sent a palm strike at Ping Xingting's heart. The 2 blood demons ignored the attack from Wu Quan's gigantic sword. It looked like they were determined to kill Ping Xingting in an instant, even if they got injured. Damn it, do you really think this great me is a pushover? At the crucial moment of life and death, Ping Xingting completely erupted. His saber light lit up again and knocked away the high-ranked blood demon blocking his saber. Bang! Wu Quan's gigantic sword immediately chopped the other blood demon's waist, leaving behind a bloody wound. The sword chi was like a pillar, pushing the blood demon back 2 steps. The attack aimed at Ping Xingting's heart also shifted. It only left 5 claw marks on Ping Xingting's shoulder, saving Ping Xingting's life. The other team members behind Xiao Chun roared and quickly moved according to their original plan. The 6 people on each side split the 2 high-ranked blood demons. Xiao Chun did not make a move. He sat on the reef and watched. The recovery ability of a high-ranked blood demon was not something a middle-ranked blood demon could compare to. To them, it would only take them a few minutes to recover from such minor wounds. Demons were born with an advantage over humans in terms of their physical bodies. Every kind of demon had their own special characteristics that humans could not compare to. They could endure it. High-ranked blood demons were not so easy to deal with. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. The situation was as Xiao Chun expected. Although they successfully separated the 2 high-ranked blood demons, the battle was still very arduous. The final result was easy to predict. it would definitely be a miserable victory. That way, Xiao Chan would have achieved his goal. By relying on their strong recovery ability, the high-ranked blood demons did not fear the blood demons at all. The more they tired, the more wounds they suffered. Several people were caught off guard and sustained significant injuries. Bang! A blood demon opened a bloody hole in one of the team members' chests. This person flew towards Xiao Chun and sank into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chun waved his hand and pulled this person out. Then he immediately pressed on a few vital acupoints to prevent further bleeding. Then he took out some recuperation medicine and quickly treated this person. This person's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. His horrified expression had yet to fade. In that instant, this person had truly felt death approaching. It was like he had just passed by the gates of hell. That kind of horror could not be described with words. Chapter 505. Bang, bang, bang. A few more people were severely injured by the high-ranked blood demon. One of them was especially severely injured. The blood demon's sharp hand had already grasped the other party's heart. All it would take was a little more force to crush it. Fortunately, Wu Quan managed to save the other party in time. The instant the blood demon was about to succeed, Wu Quan chopped off the other party's head with his heavy sword. It was truly a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, someone had died. Xiao Chan had taken on the role of a medic. In the end, with one high-ranked blood demon dead, the remaining one would be easier to deal with. However, Ping Xingting had been careless and allowed the other party to escape. Under such circumstances, no one dared to chase after the blood demon. They could only watch as the heavily injured blood demon fled. After this battle, Xiao Chun had gained a few points and a high-ranked demon core. That was a pretty good value. However, when compared to the price he had paid, he could not smile anymore. 5 people were heavily injured and could not fight for at least 3 days. The others were also injured to varying degrees. Aside from Xiao Chun, the others were all injured. They were both physically and mentally fatigued. They could only end the day like this. Wu Quan looked at the dispirited crowd and felt somewhat heavy in his heart. The price was too high. Xiao Chun was right. The inner area was not a place they could survive. Even the outer area was not good. The difference in strength was clear. Xingteng, dig out the demon core and leave this place quickly. This place is too dangerous. Go to the outpost islets. Wu Quan collected his thoughts and stopped blaming himself. He checked everyone's injuries and instructed Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting had an unsightly expression. He sighed and walked over to the high-ranked blood demon's corpse. As Xiao Chan was taking care of an injured person, he suddenly frowned. Someone was coming. The thing that he worried about the most had finally happened. We are really lucky today. The battle just ended, and we already picked up a fat sheep. Leave behind the high-ranked blood demon's corpse, and you can leave. Suddenly, a team of 7 or 8 people walked over from 100 meters in front. The leader was a middle-aged swordsman over 40 years old. He had a sinister gaze and a long and narrow face. A tyrannical aura spread out from this person's body. With this person's special support, the scarlet water on the surface of the sea rippled and spread out in all directions. As a swordsman, Wu Quan felt a strong pressure. He revealed a horrified expression. Unexpectedly, this person was a half-step martial monarch expert. At this moment, Ping Xingting had just dug out a superior-grade demon core. He said angrily, "We spent a lot of effort to kill them. Do you think we will give them to you with just a word?" The swordsman's gaze turned cold. He sneered, "You want to negotiate with me? Very well. Not only do you have to hand over the high-quality monster core, you have to leave behind your space rings as well. Otherwise, none of you can leave." Kacha kacha. The people behind the swordsman immediately drew their weapons and looked at the crowd with hostile gazes. Everyone immediately tensed up. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. He really could not enter the inner area. Not only would he not be able to obtain the monster cores that he had painstakingly killed, now even the wealth that he had accumulated over the years would be taken away. "Hand it over, you." The swordsman took 2 steps forward and tried to grab the superior grade demon core in Ping Xingting's hand. Ping Xingting cursed, "Screw off. I nearly died to obtain this. It would be strange if I gave it to you." Ping Xingting withdrew his hand and drew his saber. A saber light soared into the sky and hacked at the swordsman. "You overestimate yourself." The swordsman shouted angrily when he saw the ignorant Ping Xingting. He stomped heavily on the scarlet sea, and the surface of the sea surged up. Ping Xingting could not stand stably due to the surging waves. His saber light deviated and struck the swordsman's left, kicking up a huge scarlet wave. Xiao! A bright light flashed in the middle of the scarlet water. The swordsman had drawn his sword. The sword light tore through the scarlet water and flicked gently, knocking away Ping Xingting's saber. The sword trembled and a drawn-out sword hum resounded. When the sword light spat out, the scarlet water in the air split in half. Then, the sword pierced towards Ping Xingting's chest. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Dang! Wu Quan's figure flashed forward and knocked Ping Xingting aside. Then, he held his heavy sword horizontally in front of him, helping to block this sword strike. A surging sword qi came from the sword, causing Wu Quan's internal organs to churn. He felt something sweet in his throat, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of hot blood. Wu Quan forcefully suppressed his hot-bloodedness and said indifferently, "Senior, you can take the superior grade demon core, and I will give you 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Can you let us leave first? Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? If you're not strong enough, don't come to the inner area." The swordsman snorted coldly and pressed his sword forward. A huge force came, and Wu Quan could no longer block it. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Logically speaking, there was indeed a gap between Wu Quan and this swordsman. However, the gap was not that big. Xiao Chun had exhausted his essence and had not recovered from his internal injuries. Hence, he was easily defeated by the swordsman in 2 moves. Pa! A gentle force landed on Wu Quan's back, neutralizing all the force in his body. Then, he landed firmly on the water. Xiao Chun had made a move. When Wu Quan landed on the water, he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Your movement technique is good. Don't bother about us. Leave by yourself." Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and took out a medicinal pill for Wu Quan. Then, he raised his hand and sent Wu Quan to the reef. Wu Quan was horrified to discover that the force from Xiao Chun was so strong that he could not resist at all. Ping Xingting, who had picked up his saber, looked at the approaching Xiao Chun. His eyes were filled with shock. "Xiao Chun, why aren't you running? Why are you sending yourself to death? With that saber technique of yours, don't embarrass yourself." Scram! Ping Xingting was speechless. He thought to himself, there must be something wrong with this fellow's intelligence. Since his movement technique is so good, why is he still here? However, what surprised Ping Xingting was that the swordsman in front did not make a move immediately. When he saw Xiao Chun slowly walking over, his expression turned grave. Ping Xingting seemed to hear the hum of a saber in the other party's eyes. When he used his essence, he was startled. Xiao Chun was clearly only a peak medial grade martial king. However, the purity and breadth of his essence seemed to be stronger than Ping Xingting's. There was only one explanation. This youth could be a genius disciple of a super sect. He had used countless natural treasures and cultivated the peak earth rank cultivation technique, or even higher. "Might I ask, little brother, what is your name and which sect you are from?" The swordsman decided to ask around first. If Xiao Chun was a genius disciple of a super sect, even if Xiao Chun could defeat him, it would not be worth it to offend the power behind him. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm. However, at some point in time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber hanging at his waist. Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "Brat Xiao Chun, you are not from a sect. If you're not satisfied, you'll have to pay a price. You can take this superior grade demon core. However, don't have any other ideas." A faint smile appeared on the swordsman's face. Since Xiao Chun is not from a sect, it is easy to deal with him. However, I have to test him first. So, he made a gesture with his left hand behind his back. "You're just a medial grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with our boss?" One of the swordsman's subordinates immediately understood. He grasped his saber tightly and released a sharp saber light. Then, he took a step forward and hacked down at Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. When he used his spiritual sense to scan the swordsman, he had already seen through all of his opponent's tricks. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was on the hilt of his saber, drew it out by 1 centimeter. Wong! The saber hummed, and an unparalleled saber intent poured out wantonly. The swordsman's opponent's sharp saber trembled continuously under the influence of this inextinguishable saber intent. That swordsman was horrified to discover that he could no longer control the saber in his hand. That swordsman quickly stopped and grasped the saber hilt with both hands. However, it was all for naught. There was another melodious saber hum, and that saber flew out of his hand, flying into the air. The long sabers in the hands of the other people were immediately drawn into the air by the saber intent and started to spin nonstop. The smile on the swordsman's face froze. Shock filled his eyes as he said in astonishment, "Saber intent." He comprehended saber intent at such a young age. How is this possible? Kassier. There was a crisp sound, and the saber that Xiao Chen had drawn out by 1 centimeter returned to its scabbard. The weapons that were flying in the air immediately fell into the sea, splashing up blood as they sank. Xiao Chen had used only half a move to defeat his opponent's sudden attack. The appearance of his saber intent shocked everyone present. Ping Xingting could not believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard and discovered that everything was real. That white-robed youth who had not drawn his saber all this while had not only exquisite saber techniques, but they had also materialized Ping Xingting's carelessness. Ping Xingting was far superior to Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting thought back to his shameless boasting about teaching Xiao Chen how to use the saber. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing more stupid than that. It was not that Xiao Chen's intelligence was lacking. Rather, it was that Ping Xingting's intelligence was lacking. Just thinking about it made him feel like an idiot. Suddenly, Ping Xingting startled awake. His saber had fallen into the sea. If he did not pick it up now, he would not be able to. Ping Xingting quickly stuck his hand into the water and used his essence to fiddle with it. That saber had been with him for many years. It was his second life. He could not lose it. Ping Xingting relied on the subtle connection he had with the saber over the years to pull it up. However, before he could rejoice, he cried out in pain. It turned out that Ping Xingting's fiddling had attracted some of the strange fish in the sea. They swam over with the saber and bit off a few pieces of flesh on his arm. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, no one noticed Ping Xingting at this moment. No one had seen this embarrassing thing. The swordsman calmed down. A cultivator with saber intent and a storage of essence that was no weaker than his was already capable of fighting him. Xiao Chen's chances of victory were only 50-50. Let's go. The swordsman put away the superior grade demon core and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left. Xiao. However, the swordsman had only taken half a step when he drew his sword. Then he spun around and swung his sword upwards, sending a sharp light at Xiao Chen's neck. Chapter 506. Xiao Chen had never let down his guard against this swordsman. Xiao Chen had observed every move the swordsman made. This little trick would only be asking for trouble. Xiao Chen drew his saber at lightning speed, moving like a silver snake. When the swordsman turned around, he discovered a pitch-black saber pressed against his neck. It was like the swordsman had turned around and handed his neck over. However, his sword was still about a meter away from Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen pressed the lunar shadow saber against the swordsman's neck and said coldly, "Don't try to play tricks with me. You are just a small perfection, half-step martial monarch. You are not strong enough in my eyes." Scram. The final word, scram, was like a clap of thunder in the swordsman's ears. Xiao Chen instantly thrust his saber forward and cut the swordsman's skin. The swordsman was horrified. In that instant, he thought he was going to die. I'll scram. I'll scram. I'll scram. The situation was not in his favor. The swordsman put away his weapon and led his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. He no longer dared to harbor any more thoughts. When Wu Quan and the others saw Xiao Chen scare off the swordsman, the shock in their eyes was indescribable. They had not expected an expert to be hiding beside them. Wu Quan got up from the reef and walked over to Xiao Chen. He had a complicated gaze as he said, Xiao Chun, what are you trying to do by following us? Xiao Chun said calmly, don't overthink this. I have my own goals, but I have never thought of harming you. However, it looks like I will not be able to accomplish it now. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll send you back to the outpost islets first. Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this group of people to figure out the characteristics of the various demons and make preparations for his own experiential training. Right now, he had only figured out most of them. There were still a few rare demon races that he had not met. Now that this happened, Xiao Chun could only put an end to his plan and act alone. That would be much more troublesome. Along the way, Xiao Chun remained silent. The others were still fine. Although they were shocked at Xiao Chen's strength, they did not feel uncomfortable. As for Ping Xingting, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Normally, he was the most talkative. However, at this moment, he did not dare to say anything. He felt very uncomfortable walking on the water. He glanced at Xiao Chun from time to time, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. The 3 outpost islets appeared in everyone's vision. Xiao Chun stopped and said, I will send you off here. Goodbye. Don't ever go to the inner area again. I really didn't expect that Xiao Chun, who usually doesn't reveal himself, would actually be such an expert. In the past, I had a feeling that he had secretly helped me before. However, I felt that his strength was too low, and I was just overthinking things. Now it seems that it was true. I really don't know why this person is following us. I really can't figure it out. How can we guess the thoughts of experts? Don't even think about it. As the team members watched Xiao Chun leave, they began to discuss in low voices. Their words were filled with puzzlement. Wu Quan patted Ping Xingting's shoulder and said, Xingting, he has already left. Don't just stand there and watch. Ping Xingting said depressedly, don't call me Xingting. Damn it, I really embarrassed myself this time. How am I to face others in the future? Night fell. The sky was pitch black. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Suddenly, a wooden coffin rose from the Scarlet Sea. Ha! The coffin door landed on the water, and the Scar Man from the Dark Church walked out with a hazy expression. He looked around and muttered, I finally arrived at the deep sea battlefield. This scarred man had been paying close attention to Xiao Chun. He wanted to make a move the moment Xiao Chun left the city and obtain the major Fiend Essence Core as soon as possible. However, Xiao Chun had been with Bai Lishi the entire time. If the two worked together, the scarred man was not confident of victory, so he could only wait for an opportunity to make a move. This wait lasted until now. The Divine Dragon Palace hated demons very much, so the scarred man had put in a lot of effort to get here. However, at this moment, the scarred man felt more relaxed. I'm really going to die. Unexpectedly, I came to the deep sea battlefield. Now that I am here, even if the two of you work together, I can easily defeat you. The scarred man looked around and verified his position. Then, he returned to the wooden coffin. The coffin lid closed automatically, and the wooden coffin slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. At this moment, Xiao Chun was bitterly testing out the strength of the remaining demons. He did not know that an unknown strong enemy was targeting him. A middle-ranked ghost race corpse lay quietly on the calm Scarlet Sea. Like humans, the ghost race walked on 4 legs. However, its head was that of a monster. Xiao Chun could not describe what it looked like. It was similar to the evil spirits in the Buddhist underworld of his previous life. However, it was not as malevolent. Xiao Chun was alone. It was no longer as convenient to move around. The demons moved in groups. There were at least 2 of them. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was very familiar with the life bestowal spell now. It was not difficult to use it to lure the other party away. However, it still took much longer than before. The ghost race has the word ghost in their name. However, their strength is not due to their strangeness. Instead, they use their mental energy to create illusions to deal with their enemies. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was incredibly strong. He did not feel much about illusions of this level. He focused his gaze and shot it out, easily breaking the other party's illusions like a saber. There are still 3 more types of demons to check. After I check them all out, it will be time to go to the inner area. Xiao Chan looked away from the ghost race corpse as he muttered to himself. In terms of individual strength, none of the demonic beasts in the outer area could last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chan. At best, they would only give him some trouble in numbers. Xiao Chan would not be able to achieve the purpose of this experiential training. There was no chance of experiencing the feeling of life and death. However, Xiao Chan was not so arrogant as to charge into the inner area. If he ran into some strange demons, he might not even know how he died. Hence, Xiao Chan needed to seriously understand the various strengths of the demons in the outer area, knowing himself as well as the enemy. At that time, when Xiao Chan entered the inner area and faced the mysterious demons, he would not panic. He would be able to face them calmly and would not die carelessly. There was no wind or rain in the Scarlet Sea. Sunlight could not shine down either. This place was dark all year round. Berserk Dragon Fist. A dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist, and a huge force burst out. Xiao Chan directly hammered a low-ranked ice demon to death, severely injuring it. Xiao Chan spread out his fingers and formed a claw. A resonant dragon image resounded, and a realistic azure-colored dragon claw appeared from nowhere. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and tore another ice demon into 5 pieces. An invisible red light immediately appeared on the ice demon's corpse and flew into Xiao Chen's forehead. The severely injured ice demon on the surface of the sea crawled to its feet with a horrified expression. Then it quickly fled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he watched the fleeing ice demon. He did not give chase immediately. Xiao Chen clenched his right hand tightly and circulated his vital qi to execute the second move of the Dragon Claw Fist, burning the heavens. He felt like his vital qi was burning. Xiao Chen's entire body felt incredibly hot. An azure-colored energy flowed from his dantian to the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest. Finally, it rushed out of the Bai Wei acupoint on his head and soared into the sky. The pitch-black clouds above his head suddenly began to churn. Waves of cyan energy began to burn in the clouds. It was as if the entire sky was on fire. Burning the heavens fist, Xiao Chan shouted ferociously and punched. The burning clouds above quickly gathered and formed a dragon fist descending from the sky. Bang! The dragon fist instantly struck the fleeing ice demon, shattering it into countless pieces of ice and falling into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chan withdrew his fist and stopped circulating his energy. The clouds above immediately returned to normal, becoming as dark as ink. What a horrifying punch. This punch actually relies on burning vital qi. The more vital qi I burn, the stronger it is. I wonder how strong it will be after I burn all my vital qi. While Xiao Chan was scouting out the strength of the demons, he also started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. The Dragon Claw Fist had a total of 4 moves and 8 moves. Berserk Dragon, burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 5th layer, he should be able to finish practicing it. Hence, he planned to finish practicing this fist technique before he entered the inner area. This would be a good foundation for his own experiential training. At that time, he would be even more confident. Ta! 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 Xiao Chen walked over to the ice demon's corpse. There were still 2 demon cores that he had not dug out. He could not waste them. The ice demons were even rarer than the ghost race. Furthermore, they were all low-ranked ice demons. Xiao Chen could not see any middle-ranked ice demons. The ice demons were made of white crystals and could naturally control ice-attributed spiritual energy. In this Scarlet Sea, there was an endless supply of water-attributed spiritual energy for the ice demons to use. Dealing with them was very troublesome. Even Xiao Chan did not dare to be careless. He could only lure over 2 ice demons at a time. If he lured over 1 more, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Xiao Chan placed the demon cores in the universe ring and muttered, "There are still 3 types of demons that I have not met. I will have to spend more time on them." The remaining 3 types of demons were the fire demons, iron demons, and Eros demons. They were rather rare. Xiao Chan had only seen some of them from afar. Furthermore, they were very mobile. They were not easy to find. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Chun had to find them. Otherwise, if he went to the inner area alone and met higher-ranked demons, he would be in a passive position. Time passed, and 1 month passed just like that. The last 2 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist were breaking the armor and seizing the heart. Xiao Chun had already completely learned them. All that was left was to slowly perfect them in actual combat. As for the remaining 3 types of demons, Xiao Chun had not found any of them. This made him somewhat depressed. Every day, he could only hunt some other demons. However, his points had increased significantly. There were already more than 100 black dots on the back of the Jade Pendant. That meant he could exchange for more than 100 points. On this day, the Scarlet Sea was as calm as usual. There were no ripples at all. Xiao Chun flew quickly on the surface of the water. He used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings continuously, recording every movement in his mind. Just at this moment, there was a miserable cry. Xiao Chun frowned. That miserable cry sounded very real. It was clearly the cry of a human. On the battlefield, humans hunted demons and demons hunted humans. In this boundless Scarlet Sea, there were cultivators dying every day. In the past month, Xiao Chun had already seen too much. If there was no danger, he would lend a hand. Chapter 507. If they were too far away or there were too many demons, Xiao Chun would not be able to do anything to them. He could not risk his life for the sake of saving others. No matter who stepped onto the battlefield, they had already put their lives on the line. No one could save them. Only their own strength was real. Xiao Chun scanned the area with his spiritual sense and frowned slightly. Then he stopped moving forward. 3 kilometers to the north, there was a small team of 10 fighting 20-odd middle-ranked winged demons. This team was stronger than Wu Quan's team. Logically speaking, they should not have any problems dealing with 20-odd winged demons. However, there was actually a low-ranked iron demon hidden in that group of winged demons. Its entire body was like metal, reflecting a faint glow in the Scarlet Sea. When the weapons struck the iron demon, they gave off crisp sounds. That iron demon laughed loudly, as if nothing had happened to it. The human team was thrown into chaos. Using the iron demon as a shield, the 20-odd winged demons mercilessly reaped the lives of the small team of 10. This is strange. This is the first time I saw 2 different kinds of demons hunting together. If I deal with the iron demon, this group of people might have a chance to turn the tables. Xiao Chun went over to take a look. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly flew over. In the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Xiao Chun had already flown 3 kilometers away. Someone is coming. When the small team, which was bitterly holding on, saw Xiao Chun, they immediately rejoiced. However, when they got close and saw that Xiao Chun was alone and that he was only a medial gray martial king, their smiles froze. The team leader had a gloomy expression. He hesitated for a while, but did not warn Xiao Chun to leave. The other team members did not say anything, either. After all, they were going to die soon. It would not be bad to drag another person down with them. Humans would never understand the hearts of humans. When the winged demons in the air saw Xiao Chun, they laughed sinisterly. Ga. Another reckless thing is coming. Huchi. 2 winged demons flapped their green wings and dove toward Xiao Chun while thrusting their sharp claws towards Xiao Chun's forehead. His speed was incomparably fast, like a sharp arrow flying in the air, emitting sharp whistles as he tore through the air. The winged demons were fast, but Xiao Chun was even faster. The blood flame shoes pushed off the water, and Xiao Chun moved in a purple arc, arriving at the winged demon's side. Berserk Dragon Fist. The dragon's head appeared, and it roared furiously. A ferocious force exploded forth. The punch directly landed on the winged devil's head, causing a pool of blood to splatter. The winged devil's head exploded. This was a weakness that Xiao Chun had discovered while fighting with the winged demons. The winged demon's entire body was covered in a hard layer of skin. Only the head was lacking. This was also the weakest spot of the winged demons. Berserk Dragon Claw. After exploding the winged demon's head with one punch, Xiao Qin's left hand turned into a claw and condensed into a realistic dragon claw. Then, when the other middle-ranked winged demon turned around, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to crush its head. Xiao Chun easily killed 2 winged demons with 1 punch and 1 claw. The leader of the winged demons immediately panicked. It quickly commanded 5 or 6 middle-ranked winged demons to charge at Xiao Chun. Berserk Dragon Break! Xiao Chun shouted, and the dragon's head on his right hand and the dragon's claw on his left quickly merged, forming a complete blue dragon circling around Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun punched, the blue dragon roared ferociously. It severely injured the 6 middle-ranked winged demons that were flying over, causing them to fall into the Scarlet Sea. How powerful! This person is a genius cultivator. We are saved. The trap team revealed joyful smiles. Genius cultivators could not be measured by the standards of ordinary people. They were all demonic geniuses that could fight above their cultivation realms. 1 in 10,000. The green face of the winged demon leader tensed up. He quickly ordered the iron demons below to block Xiao Chun and wait for them to finish harvesting before dealing with this team. The iron demon, with a metallic glow all over its body, laughed strangely. It moved like a train on the surface of the water as it charged at Xiao Chun. A 6-meter-tall scarlet wave appeared behind it. Xiao Chun wanted to test the iron demon's defense. He did not dodge, instead sending out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! The dragon's head struck the iron demon's chest and gave off a dull sound. The azure light scattered, and Xiao Chun felt his arm go numb. However, the low-ranked iron demon laughed loudly as though nothing had happened. Then it kicked Xiao Chun's chest. The low-ranked iron demon's kick was very fast, almost as fast as Xiao Chun's attack. Xiao Chun could not dodge completely, so he could only lean back to lessen the force of the kick. Bang! When the metal-like foot landed on Xiao Chun's chest, he immediately felt pain. It was like a hammer had smashed into his chest. However, it was only pain. That kick did not contain any vital chi or essence, so the force could not be transmitted into his body. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. This iron demon's body was as hard as the 1,000 Mountains frost iron, nearly invulnerable to weapons. It was like a piece of metal, but it did not have much strength. It was very painful to hit someone, but it would not cause any fatal damage. This probably explained why the iron demon would mingle with the other demons. They did not have much offensive power on their own. The iron demon laughed loudly and leaped at Xiao Chun. There was no technique at all. Its entire body was full of openings. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun's fists rained down on the iron demon's body like a storm. Dull sounds rang out continuously as he increased his strength. Xiao Chun only managed to leave a shallow dent on the iron demon's body when he increased his strength to 250,000 kilograms. However, no matter what, Xiao Chun's hands were made of flesh and blood. Now, it was incredibly painful. This was especially so for the last 250,000 kilograms punch. Xiao Chun felt like his bones were about to crack. Just thinking about it made him feel stupid. It was like an ordinary person using their fists to punch a piece of metal, crying out in pain. If that was not stupid, what was? Xiao Chun's current situation was similar. The iron demon's metallic face remained unaffected. When it saw that Xiao Chun was tired, it quickly kicked again. Bang! The iron demon kicked Xiao Chun's chest again. Using the force of this kick, Xiao Chun retreated a few steps. He looked at the iron demon, who did not feel any pain. A guess appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. Perhaps the iron demon was born without feeling pain, no matter how strong its defense was. After using such a huge force, the iron demon should have felt something. It was impossible for the iron demon to not even frown. This did not make sense. I should test this out and see if my guess is right. With a thought, Xiao Chun quickly circulated the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, breaking armor. Xiao Chun's vital chi spiraled rapidly in his body, flowing through his bones and into his fist. Chi! Chi! Immediately, a cone-shaped, azure-colored, spiraling chi formed on his fist. As the name implied, The breaking armor fist specialized in dealing with those with extremely tough defenses. Bang! A series of violent sounds rang out. The punch was like a blade that was as fast as the wind, cutting a large hole in the chest of the Iron Demon that was pouncing over. However, the Iron Demon's expression did not change. It continued to advance toward Xiao Chun, showing no signs of stopping. Indeed, it really does not feel any pain. Breaking armor claw. Xiao Chun opened his right hand and formed a claw. Spiraling chi gathered on his fingertips, forming 5 sharp claws. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and his 5 fingers sank deep into the Iron Demon's shoulder. Then, he quickly turned his body to the side and pulled with his right hand. The Iron Demon's entire right arm fell off. Then, Xiao Chun casually tossed the Iron Demon's arm into the sea. When he saw the Iron Demon charging at him, he frowned slightly, still not dead. Breaking armor fist. Xiao Chun had already obtained the information he wanted from the Iron Demon. So, he did not hold back. He directly used his speed to his advantage. Xiao Chun used the breaking armor fist and claw to break the Iron Demon in half. Only then did the Iron Demon die. Xiao Chun could not help but sigh. This Iron Demon's life force was too strong. Its defense was ridiculously strong as well. Furthermore, it did not feel pain. The Iron Demon was a race that was born to be the shield and the vanguard. If a huge battle broke out and rows of Iron Demons charged over without any regard for their lives, the scene would be terrifying. After dealing with the Iron Demon, Xiao Chun looked at the situation of the team in front. They had not taken a turn for the better. They could only barely block the attacks of the winged demons. It looked like the harassment from the Iron Demons earlier was too severe. Burning the heavens, Xiao Chun shouted, and the vital chi in his body quickly burned. An azure chi rushed into the sky, and the dark clouds churned. Xiao Chun punched, and the churning clouds in the sky turned into a dragon fist. When it descended, it killed 2 winged demons, and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Chun did not stop punching. He punched 6 times in a row and instantly killed 10-odd winged demons. The other winged demons fled in all directions. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and stood upright. The fiery clouds in the sky immediately scattered. When the team members saw Xiao Chun drifting away, they were simply startled. Genius cultivators, we are indeed different. With just a few punches and kicks, we defeated these low-ranked demons. The team leader sighed. Then, he thought of his despicable thoughts and could not help but feel ashamed. Xiao Chun had come to save him. However, he had not thought of warning him. Instead, he had thought of something along the lines of dying together. Now, he had another scapegoat. Let's rest up. We cannot stay here any longer. We have to rush back to the outpost islets. The team leader sighed and called out to the team. Chi! Chi! Right at this moment, a wooden coffin suddenly emerged from the pool of blood. This strange scene caused the team members to jump in fright. Pah! The coffin lid landed on the water and splashed up a scarlet wave. The scarred man, Wu Yang, walked out with a sullen expression. He looked around and frowned. Strange, I clearly sensed his scent. Why did it disappear so quickly? When the scarred man saw the team member beside him, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, he stretched his hand and pulled the team leader over. Then, he lifted up the team leader's collar. The scarred man's gaze turned sullen as he asked in a hoarse voice, Did you see a white-robed bladesman? Which direction did he go? Answer me honestly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. When the scarred man felt the other party's strong aura, the team leader nodded vigorously. He said hurriedly, I saw him heading north. He moved very fast. He should be 6 kilometers away by now. Everything I said is true. Don't kill me. Chapter 508. The scarred man smiled coldly and sent out a slap, turning the other party's head around. Foolish. Everyone who sees me has to die. What does it matter if you say it or not? Quick, run. The rest of the people panicked and ran in all directions. The scarred man smiled and said, You think you can run? The scarred man quickly formed hand seals with both hands. When he completed the last hand seal, he smashed his right palm on the scarlet sea within a kilometer of him. 10 wooden coffins rose from the scarlet sea and formed a circle. The wooden coffins opened, and 10 demonic corpses leaped out, launching themselves at the remaining people. The scarred man ignored the miserable cries of the crowd and looked into the distance. He had an impatient expression on his face. That brat managed to escape again. I wonder when I can catch him again. In the following days, Xiao Chun searched the entire periphery of the battlefield. Furthermore, he swept through the place back and forth. In the end, his hard work paid off. Xiao Chun managed to find the fire demon. The fire demon was completely red, and there was a clump of flames on its head. When Xiao Chun rushed over, an inferior-grade fire demon was cleaning up the battlefield. There were a few human corpses floating on the surface of the water. The hearts of the corpses had been dug out. It was a cruel sight. The fire demon squatted on the water, dissecting a female corpse. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. No matter how sinister the human heart was, it would not do such a cruel thing. Furthermore, the demons treated humans as their food, not having any qualms about killing them. The fire demon wiped off the blood from the corner of its lips and got up to look at Xiao Chun. It laughed and said, "It has been a long time since someone took the initiative to seek trouble for me. Don't you know that the fire demon race has the strongest offensive power among all the demon races?" Xiao Chun looked at the corpses floating on the water. This fire demon had easily killed a small team by himself. Without needing to know, Xiao Chun could guess how strong it was. The fire demon stared at Xiao Chun. When the fire demon focused on Xiao Chun, something seemed to move quickly in the air. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. A fierce flame started to burn in his right eye. The flame that the fire demon released was an Yin flame. The purple thunder true fire should be able to restrain it. Hee, the eye contact game is over. Human, you could die now. The fire demon let out a strange laugh, and the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy suddenly moved. Countless dense sparks appeared and gathered towards Xiao Chen's body. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Chen's body was engulfed in raging flames. The blood under his feet boiled and wisps of hot air quickly rushed to the top of his head. Fire-attributed spiritual energy filled the world. Wherever there was air, there would be fire-attributed spiritual energy. As long as one was within the fire demon's line of sight, there was no way to avoid this move. Xiao Chen's eyes were fixed on the fire demon. He had already sensed the movement of the fire attribute spiritual qi in the air. However, Xiao Chun did not expect the fire demon's move to be so strange. There was no way to dodge it. No matter how he flew up and down in the sky, he could not dodge it. This was because the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air was already controlled by the fire demon. No matter how one ran, one's body would always be in the air. Unless one could hide in the air and completely avoid the air, one would not be able to escape. Amidst the raging flames, an essence barrier separated Xiao Chun from the flames. The flames clung to the essence barrier and burned continuously. Xiao Chen's essence drained continuously. He needed to maintain the essence barrier. Otherwise, if the flames touched his body, even if he had a body of steel, he would still be burned to a pile of scraps. Boom! The situation was dire. Under the fire demon's control, the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy flew towards Xiao Chun like motes of stars. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao Chun had exhausted about a third of his essence. The fire demon could continuously use the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air. Furthermore, no matter how much essence Xiao Chun had in his body, there would come a time when it would all be used up. The fire demon appeared to be very patient. He revealed a cruel smile on his red face. The flames on his head danced continuously. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the flames were shrinking at an extremely slow rate. The fire demon's eyes controlled the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air and gathered it toward Xiao Chun. The fire demon had already made up his mind to exhaust Xiao Chun to death. The light of the flames penetrated the essence barrier and shone on Xiao Chen's delicate face. Xiao Chen's eyes were very deep. No one could guess what he was thinking. The surrounding seawater churned. Under the blazing flames, the sea of blood emitted countless flickering red steam that drifted far into the sky. The flames surged, But Xiao Chun did not panic. If he wanted to leave, the divine weapon in his universe ring could help him break out of the situation. However, he had not reached that point yet. Xiao Chun gently tapped the essence barrier with his finger and tore a small hole. A strand of flame immediately shot out. The hole closed, and Xiao Chun controlled the strand of flame on his palm. Then, he placed it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully. As the flame danced on his palm, Xiao Chun felt a chill spread out. He entered deep thought. The fire-attributed spiritual energy of the natural world did not differentiate between yin and yang. It was the purest, most primitive flame. Only the user could change its attribute. The fire demon's flames were classified as yin flames. The flames he controlled changed their attribute, becoming yin flames. Furthermore, there were too many of them, resulting in the yin flames being of very low grade. They were much weaker than the extreme yin flame of the Holy Fire Manor. Compared to the lunar true flame in Xiao Chen's Sea of Consciousness, it was not even worth mentioning. After he casually extinguished this flame, Xiao Chen already had an idea. He gently tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet throne mark flickered, and a lunar true flame floated out from his forehead. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. With a thought, the egg-sized lunar true flame floated above his head. Break! With a light shout, countless densely packed holes appeared on the Yuan Qi barrier, and traces of flames impatiently shot in. The lunar true flame slowly spun around and absorbed all the incoming flames. Then it slowly swallowed them up. The two were on completely different levels. When the incoming flames came in contact with the pale white lunar true flame, they were instantly assimilated. Time passed slowly. The leaping flame above the fire demon's head had already shrunk by half. However, the fire demon could still sense Xiao Chen's life force flourishing. How can it be like this? Given a human's cultivation, even if he is a half-step martial monarch, his essence should have been drained long ago. The fire demon felt that something was wrong. He revealed heavy doubt in his eyes. He did not know what had happened. I cannot exhaust too much of my origin flame. I will wait for another 7 or 8 minutes. Whether he is dead or alive, I have to go and check. After 7 or 8 minutes, everything returned to normal. As the fierce flames burned, an overwhelming blood mist dyed the dark clouds above red. However, Xiao Chen's life force was still flourishing amidst the flames. The flames above Xiao Chen's head drained once more. A murderous intent flashed on the fire demon's face. He closed his eyes, and the flames around Xiao Chun slowly vanished. When the flames vanished completely, the fire demon saw a scene that made him want to vomit blood. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the scarlet sea with his eyes closed. The pale white flame above his head refined the flames that it had absorbed. Many thanks for your yin flame. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The size of the lunar true flame did not change much. However, the rice grain-sized origin flame in it had grown larger, benefiting significantly from it. Fire Demon Hong's face was filled with endless fury as he screamed, "Damned human! You are actually using my flame origin essence to cultivate. Watch as I cut open your skull and take out your flame origin essence." Xiao, the lunar true flame, returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. Then he stood up and said indifferently, "Do you think you can do that?" The fire demon did not waste any more words. The flames above his head leaped wildly. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise significantly as he waved his hand. A flaming whirlwind appeared on the surface of the water, heading for Xiao Chun. Burning the heavens, Xiao Chun did not move. As he burned his vital qi, azure clouds filled the sky. Then a dragon fist ascended. The azure dragon fist seemed to contain boundless force, scattering the whirlwind in an instant. So. Sparks flew everywhere. The fire demon moved his hands. The instant the whirlwind scattered, the sparks quickly formed 3 small whirlwinds and continued flying. Claw! Xiao Chun turned his fist into a claw. The burning azure clouds in the sky turned into a huge dragon claw. With a gentle pull, it tore the three whirlwinds into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. However, the berserk flames did not show any signs of stopping. The moment they shattered, they reformed and surged at Xiao Chun again. Xiao Chun did not show any signs of fear. He burned his vital qi continuously as he executed the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, burning the heavens, continuously changing. No matter how the flames surged and how many changes there were, Xiao Chun remained unmoved. As his fist and claw switched, he shattered them all. In the fire demon's anxiety, the flames in his hand changed into countless patterns. He was very familiar with the various changes. However, Xiao Chun did not budge. He directly used brute force to break the fire demon's attack. This was bullying the fire demon for not having enough strength. Xiao Chun did not play tricks with the fire demon, clashing head-on with brute force. When Xiao Chun saw that the flames above the fire demon's head had shrunk to the size of a fist, he squinted and finally moved. Xiao Chun stopped burning his vital qi, and his figure leaped up. Then he executed the berserk dragon fist, smashing down. Roar! The dragon roared, and the sound waves spread out, shattering the flames into pieces. Then, the azure dragon head descended on the flames. A horrified expression appeared on the fire demon's face. Then, he made up his mind and spat out an incredibly vast and vigorous flame. Red flames immediately filled Xiao Chun's vision. He smiled coldly, and the purple thunder, true fire, which he had been preparing for a long time, surged out from his right eye. Bang! The moment the stored-up purple flames came into contact with the flames that the fire demon spat out, it tore them apart like they were rotten wood. The yin and yang flames clashed, creating a boundless shockwave. A deep, ball-shaped pit appeared in the Scarlet Sea. The surrounding seawater sank and formed a huge whirlpool. The fire demon was blasted far away in a sorry state. He, who had played with fire all his life, finally got played by it. The fire demon's skin tore open and blood flowed out. Only a small strand of the flame above his head remained, swaying with the wind. Xiao Chun walked forward expressionlessly and used the armor-breaking fist to punch a large, bloody hole in the fire demon's chest, which had a weak aura. Chapter 509. Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. Just the thought of the corpses on the blood sea made him seethe with hatred. There is no doubt about the fire demon's techniques and offensive abilities. He should be the strongest among all the demons. If he runs into an opponent weaker than him, he can easily kill them. That is why he usually moves out alone. After the battle ended, Xiao Chun summarized some of the fire demon's strengths and characteristics and felt a headache coming on. If Xiao Chun ran into a fire demon of equal strength, he would be at a disadvantage in a contest of techniques. Hence, if he ran into a middle-ranked blood demon, he had to end the battle quickly and force it to clash head-on. For the rest of the time, Xiao Chun spent all his time looking for the succubus, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. Succubus was a type of female demon. According to the book, she was a demon that could arouse the desires of man. She also cultivated in bewitching techniques. By absorbing the yang essence of humans to cultivate, one could experience extreme happiness and die painlessly. Of all the demons, they were the strangest and most difficult to deal with. If one's will was not strong enough, they would sink into them. It was also the type of demon that Xiao Chun was most afraid of. No one could avoid the natural instincts of man. It was the deepest desire hidden in the body. Xiao Chun was somewhat disappointed that he did not find any low-ranked Eros demons. If he went to the inner area, he would have to face a middle-rank Eros demon right from the start. It would be much more difficult to resist the temptation. I'll search for another 7 days. If I can't find it, then forget it. I've wasted too much time in the periphery. In midair, Xiao Chun looked at the vast sea of blood and sighed softly. 7 days passed very quickly. Xiao Chun still did not find anything. Occasionally, he would meet some cultivators and ask around. However, none of them had seen an Eros demon. Some said that they saw a succubus from afar, but when Xiao Chun rushed over, he still found nothing. In the end, he could only give up helplessly. He had found all 18 types of demons, but he had not found the Eros demon. It was truly a pity. That night, Xiao Chun found a reef and casually sat on it. He closed his eyes and did not do anything. He did not cultivate or comprehend any states. He only did one thing, and that was to comb through the 17 types of demons that he had encountered. What were their weaknesses, what were their strengths, and what were their habits and characteristics? He began to make a summary. After daybreak tomorrow, he would enter the inner area of the battlefield and begin the real trial. Xiao Chun was not liked by Li Shi, who had a full set of medial-grade secret treasures. He also did not go in groups like the others. This was a matter of life and death. These preparations were necessary. The iron demons excelled at defense and were natural meat shields. However, their offensive power was not strong. If they encountered a high-level iron demon, they would avoid it if they could. No one liked the feeling of forging iron. The fire demons were the demons with the strongest techniques and explosive power. If Xiao Chun encountered them, there was no need to compare techniques with them. He should just clash head-on and end the battle quickly. He could not allow the fire demons to display their advantage in techniques. Winged demons had good speed and defense, but their attack power was slightly weaker. They liked to dive down from midair, and their weakness was that they had less cuticles on their heads. When they dove down, they could directly explode their heads. Information like this kept flashing through Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun kept summarizing and refining the information, and then came up with techniques to deal with such high-level demons. By the time Xiao Chun opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. He jumped off the reef and headed towards the inner area of the battlefield without hesitation. There was a clear dividing line between the inner area and the outer area. Although it was not marked, as long as one crossed that line, one could clearly feel it. The pressure on one's mind was different. The various demons were also stronger than the ones in the outer area. Not long after, Xiao Chun ran into a group of high-ranked winged demons. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered there were about 20 of them. 20 is a little too much. 10 should be the limit. I should lure some away first. Xiao Chun did not intend to avoid them. He quickly formed hand seals and changed his hand seals. Then, 10 human-shaped pillars of water slowly rose up from the water. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun shouted, and the 10 pillars of water suddenly formed. The blood turned into 10 people. They all looked like humans, both male and female. Now that Xiao Chun was very familiar with the life bestowal spell, this trick was no longer a problem for him. However, the blood did not have any spiritual energy. Naturally, the figures formed would not have any combat prowess. However, they could still be used to attract the attention of the demons. Xiao Chun directed the 10 figures to charge at the group of winged demons. Xiao Chun slowly flew into the air and waited quietly. Puda! Puda! The 10 figures were so real that the winged demons could not tell them apart. When they felt that their prey did not have a strong aura, they laughed strangely and charged down. They took the bait. Xiao Chen's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile on his delicate face. Then, he gave those clones a final order to charge forward. Xiao Chen's main body slowly descended and headed for the remaining 10 high-ranked winged demons. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and slowly walked over. Hey, there is someone who is not afraid of death here. He is just a medial-grade martial king, and he is already running away. He is really bold. A winged demon laughed strangely in the air and dived down. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, giving off a buzzing sound as it tore through the air. Xiao Chen smiled and quickly moved in an arc. He tilted his body slightly and punched the berserk dragon fist at the winged demon's head. Xiao! When the high-ranked winged demon's attack missed, it reacted very quickly to Xiao Chen's attack. It flapped its wings and slid over, brushing past Xiao Chen's punch. Not bad. The reaction of a high-ranked winged demon was not something a middle-ranked winged demon could compare to. If it were a middle-ranked winged demon, its head would have exploded long ago. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and formed a claw with his fingers. A huge azure dragon claw appeared and grabbed the other party's head, crushing it. How ruthless! The other winged demons, flying in the air, all took a deep breath. The main reason was not because of Xiao Chen's strength, but because of his expression when he made his move. Without any fluctuations, Xiao Chen killed a demon in 2 moves. Blood spurted out, but he did not even bat an eyelid. Xiao! 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 The other winged demons dived down at the same time, attacking Xiao Chen together. When they spread their wings, it felt like they covered the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and removed the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet mark flickered continuously, and the state of massacre spread out wildly. Since Xiao Chen was here to temper his killing qi, he could not use the great perfection state of thunder. If he wanted to use it, he would use the purest state of massacre. Kill! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light spread out on the slender saber. A surging state of massacre surged out like it was solid, causing the momentum of the winged demons to pause. Wu Kuei transforms to qi. Saber lights danced, and scarlet Wu Kuei tree branches flew at the 9-headed winged demons. Bang! 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 The scarlet saber qi struck the winged demons. With the support of the saber intent, it tore through the thick skin and left deep wounds. The momentum of the 9-headed winged demons was immediately disrupted. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the group of winged demons. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and saber lights danced around. He fought continuously with the 9-headed winged demons, ignoring life and death. Xiao Chen only treated this as a trial to temper his state of massacre. Normally speaking, Xiao Chen could deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons easily. However, dealing with 3 would be problematic. Dealing with 4 would require him to pay the price of light injuries. Xiao Chen did not know what price he would have to pay to deal with 9 in one go. Perhaps he would be severely injured, perhaps he would die. However, Xiao Chen came to the deep-sea battlefield to challenge his limits. He wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the martial Tao between life and death. Hence, he had to force himself into dire straits. Xiao Chen had already made all the preparations. All he could do now was to do his best to fight, to stimulate his potential and survive. Bang! 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 Waves churned and pillars of water rose up in the Scarlet Sea. Ripples spread out in all directions. The winged demons were demons that specialized in speed. Xiao Chen's speed was not slow either. The battlefield between the 2 of them kept moving. They were in the sky and on the ground, moving quickly in all directions. Xiao Chen's white robes were already dyed red with blood. Some belonged to the winged demons, and some belonged to him. Xiao Chen's fair face was also covered in blood, making him look very ferocious. A red light flickered in his eyes. Qi! Qi! When a winged demon died, a red light immediately shot into the forehead of the winged demon. The red light in Xiao Chen's eyes intensified, and his state of massacre instantly soared, becoming even more berserk. After absorbing a strand of red light, Xiao Chen would not break it like he did in the past. He wanted to give it a try. Xiao Chen wanted to see if he could use the euphoria of massacre to increase his combat prowess. After the battle ended, he could suppress it together. Kill! 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 The thought of massacre filled Xiao Chen's mind. He ignored the wounds on his body and used his sharp saber techniques to kill the blood demons flying around. After a long time, the intense battle above the Scarlet Sea finally stopped. Drops of blood dripped off the lunar shadow saber and fell into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao! 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 Countless strands of red light from the high-ranked winged demon's corpse quickly flew towards Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! When the red light poured in, it was like something exploded in Xiao Chen's mind. The euphoria of massacre that he had been feeling all this while burst forth at this moment. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and resisted this euphoria. He had a pained expression on his face. The lunar shadow saber fell into the Scarlet Sea with a huang-dang sound. In the end, the state of massacre is not my own. I cannot overuse it. I have to clear this stage and take the initiative to grasp the state of massacre. No matter how intense that feeling was, Xiao Chen held his head with both hands and resisted bitterly. He steeled his belief in his mind. Young hero, you look like you are in great pain. Do you need elder sister to help? Just as Xiao Chan was in great pain, a sweet voice rang out. When Xiao Chan heard that voice, the euphoria of massacre seemed to lessen somewhat. Xiao Chen's eyes regained some clarity. When he saw who it was, he could not help but be stunned. An Eros demon. The one who spoke with that sweet voice was actually the Eros demon that Xiao Chan had been searching for. Unexpectedly, it appeared at this crucial moment. That Eros demon looked very similar to what was described in the information. She was tall and voluptuous. Her clothes were revealing a lot of her skin. Her skin was smooth and white, looking very delicate. Chapter 510. She looked no different from a human woman. However, there was a thin, black tail sticking up behind her. This made it clear that she was not human. However, for some reason, when Xiao Chan looked at her face, it was blurry. He could only feel hazy. Xiao Chan discovered that the thrill of the frenzied massacre was slowly fading away, replaced by another kind of desire. The Eros demon's eyes were still red. However, they were not blood red, but crimson. The Eros demon seemed to have a boundless charm. With just one glance, Xiao Chan felt his entire body heat up and his mouth go dry. As the Eros demon got closer, a fragrance wafted over. The Eros demon's soft voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. The entire space seemed to be filled with pink light. When the Eros demon saw the crimson light in Xiao Chen's eyes, she revealed a cocky expression. She stretched out her right hand and tried to touch Xiao Chen's somewhat bewitching face. Xiao! Just at this moment, the crimson light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded away. They became clear again. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand at lightning speed and grabbed the Eros demon's wrist. Don't move. Xiao Chen's two fingers were like pincers on the Eros demon's lifeline. The Eros demon's hazy face revealed only a pair of alluring eyes. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Scatter your charm technique and look at me. If you move, you will die immediately." Young hero, don't be like this. This servant is doing this out of good intentions. I grab you back from your desire to kill. The real show is coming up next. The Eros demon's almond-shaped eyes were like flowers. She leaned towards Xiao Chan and a faint fragrance spread out from her body. Xiao Chan exerted some force on the Eros demon's right hand. The Eros demon immediately panicked and stopped what she was doing. Xiao Chan smiled coldly and said, "What is the real show? Sucking my yang yuan? You are about to die, yet you still dare to be dishonest? I'll say it again. Don't play any tricks. Scatter your charm technique and look at me." Hee hee. In that case, I'll listen to young hero. This servant will scatter my charm technique. The succubus giggled, and the faint fragrance in the surrounding space immediately disappeared. Her hazy face also clearly appeared in Xiao Chen's field of vision. What surprised Xiao Chan was that this succubus appearance was incomparably pure. Her almond-shaped eyes had become clear and pure, and there was a purple rhombus mark between her eyebrows. Strange, I don't think I've heard of succubus having a mark between their brows. The mark seemed to be engraved with an ancient pattern. Just as Xiao Chen's eyes focused on it, the mark suddenly flashed with a demonic purple light. Xiao Chen's eyes momentarily blurred. By the time his powerful divine sense reacted, the succubus in his right hand had already broken free from his control. Blood Flame shoes activate. The runes on the boots suddenly blossomed, and Xiao Chen's speed suddenly reached 4 times the speed of sound. He turned around and appeared in front of the succubus. Boom! Xiao Chen struck the succubus with a berserk dragon fist. The dragon head roared ferociously, and the succubus vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled as she fell miserably into the water. Xiao Chen said calmly, "You are an advanced demon, right?" The so-called advanced demon was not a high-ranked blood demon or a low-ranked blood demon. Instead, it was the nobility of the demons. Demons were also an intelligent race. They had their own martial techniques and civilization. However, in the demonic world, only advanced demons and the higher-ranked royal clans were qualified to learn the demonic race's martial techniques. The demons that Xiao Chan saw on this battlefield were all low-ranked demons. None of them could learn the demonic race's martial techniques. They all relied on their innate abilities to fight. In reality, the demons that came out of the spatial tiers were all low-ranked demons. Even the demons, who were as strong as martial saints, were only extremely talented and had cultivated their physical bodies to the extreme. This was the information that Xiao Chan had read in an ancient book before he came here. However, the Eros demon before him seemed different. The mark on her forehead was extremely ancient. The Eros demon, who was currently wiping the blood off her lips, looked at Xiao Chan in shock. Her expression changed slightly as she asked, "How did you know?" Naturally, Xiao Chan would not tell her that he was just guessing. It was impossible for an advanced demon to be so weak. Something must have happened to her, causing her to become extremely weak. "What do you want to do? Just say it." The Eros demon no longer hid her identity. Her earlier gentleness vanished without a trace, replaced by a faint might. She could tell that Xiao Chan did not want to kill her. If he really wanted to kill her, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Xiao Chan stepped gently on the water and slowly walked towards the Eros demon. He asked indifferently, "What is your name?" "You should already have a name as an advanced demon." "Lung Yu, accompany me for a year, and I will let you go." Xiao Chan paused for a while before finally stating his purpose. Lung Yu's heart turned cold. Humans in many planes had the habit of subduing Eros demons as pets. Could this person be thinking of the same thing? Xiao Chan continued, "In this 1 year, if I fall into the state of massacre, you will be responsible for pulling me back until I completely grasp the state of massacre." Lung Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If that was all, there was no problem. However, she thought of a problem. She asked, "What if you still cannot grasp the state of massacre after a year?" Xiao Chan looked coldly at the Eros demon and said indifferently, "That is my problem. You don't have to care about it. I only have one question. Do you agree or not?" A killing intent spread out from Xiao Chen's body and enveloped Lung Yu. Xiao Chen's tone did not contain any emotion. Lung Yu felt a bone-chilling coldness. She had a premonition that as long as she answered no, this person in front of her would definitely not kill her without mercy. "I agree." In the end, Lung Yu still chose to agree. It was just 1 year. To her, who had a long life ahead of her, 1 year was too short. Xiao Chan scattered the killing intent in his heart. He took out a spirit blood jade from the universe ring and dripped his blood on it. Then, he tossed it over and said, "Drip your spirit blood on it. I will let you go after a year." Lung Yu shook her head and said, "No. That way, you will completely control me. At that time, I will not be able to do anything even if you do not let me go." Xiao Chan did not say much to her. He said indifferently, "Think about it yourself. If you are not willing, I will find another Eros demon." The other party needed to drip her spirit blood on the spirit blood jade before Xiao Chan could feel at ease, keeping her by his side. The demons were very cunning, not to mention the Eros demon, who was good at charming people. Furthermore, if others discovered that he was with an Eros demon, it would be problematic. Entering the spirit blood jade would allow him to avoid these problems. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan started to search for his saber. His lunar shadow saber had fallen into the Scarlet Sea and had sunk for an unknown length of time. Normally speaking, if the lunar shadow saber was within 2 kilometers, Xiao Chan would be able to sense it easily. However, that lunar shadow saber had already fallen for a long time. Furthermore, there was the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It might already be 10 kilometers deep. Xiao Chan extended his spiritual sense into the depths of the sea. However, after a kilometer, he could not go any deeper. He could only return empty-handed. However, Xiao Chan was not worried. He could sense the general direction of the lunar shadow saber. He would not really lose it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan walked over to the somewhat pitiful Eros demon. He said indifferently, "Have you thought it through?" Lung Yu clenched her teeth and said, "I promise you. I hope you will keep your promise. Also, I will say something else. I'm the only one who can pull you out of massacre. The other Eros demons will not be able to do so." Xiao Chan was somewhat surprised. However, he did not believe the other party's words. The demons were crafty. He could only treat it as a scheme. Xiao Chun took out the spirit blood jade with Lung Yu's soul blood. Then he dripped his own soul blood on it. After using a secret technique, this Eros demon would be his spirit pet in the future. If he died, Lung Yu, who had sacrificed her soul blood, would die immediately as well. This was enough to guarantee that the other party would not play any tricks. "Come in," Xiao Chun instructed softly. Lung Yu helplessly turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. Bai's seal in the spirit blood jade had already been forcefully broken by her father. Hence, there was no problem with using the spirit blood jade to seal Lung Yu. After putting away the spirit blood jade, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and carefully sensed the direction of the lunar shadow saber. The moment the lunar shadow saber formed, Xiao Chun held it in his hand. After thousands of battles, Xiao Chun had already established an indistinct connection with the lunar shadow saber. In reality, every cultivator had a similar experience. Back then, Ping Xingting was able to find Xiao Chen's saber because of this. As long as one had feelings for one's weapon and treated it as a companion, over time, one would naturally establish this wondrous connection. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and quickly stepped on the Scarlet Sea. His figure flickered, and in a short while, he had traversed more than a kilometer. It should be here. However, I do not know how deep I have sunk. I have never heard anyone mention how deep the boundless sea is. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun used his essence to form a barrier around him. Then, he slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. After sinking for 500 meters, Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. Fortunately, he had his spiritual sense, so he was not blind. After descending another 500 meters, Xiao Chun finally saw the strange fish that he had seen before. Their pitch-black bodies were covered in hard scales. Their sharp teeth crisscrossed together, not allowing any water to pass through. With his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun could see many skeletons floating around in the seawater. There were at least 1,000 of them. They looked very horrifying. However, there were even more strange fish than the skeletons. Their numbers were staggering. They floated around in large groups. Everywhere they passed was like a hurricane. There were at least 10,000 of them. Xiao Chun felt his scalp go numb. With so many of them, he could not do anything to them in the water. Xiao Chun could only carefully avoid these strange fish. He walked and stopped. After he figured out the pattern of these strange fishes' movements, he increased his speed. After descending another 2,000 meters, the entire Scarlet Sea sank into eternal darkness. Xiao Chun felt a boundless pressure in his heart. He felt very uncomfortable. He did not want to stay here any longer. However, for the sake of the lunar shadow saber, he could only endure. As a bladesman, he could lose anything except his saber. After descending another 5 kilometers, Xiao Chun finally felt the presence of the lunar shadow saber. It was about 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. Although he could not see it, the feeling was very real. Xiao Chun increased his speed again. Chapter 511. A spot of light flickered quietly in the dark seawater. It was Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He revealed a faint smile and waved his hand. The lunar shadow saber quickly swam towards him. Xiao. The lunar shadow saber swam faster and faster. When it arrived before Xiao Chun, he grabbed the handle and sheathed it. Lunar shadow. Lunar shadow. No matter where you run to, even if you run to the ends of the world, I will find you and bring you back. Xiao Chun held the saber and said resolutely in his heart. With the saber in his hand, the pressure in his heart immediately lessened significantly. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the surroundings. Xiao Chun frowned and became cautious. He extended out his spiritual sense and discovered that many skeletons had appeared in the surroundings at some point in time. These skeletons were different from the human skeletons above. They did not move with the sea current. Instead, they moved toward Xiao Chun in a regular pattern. 2 spots of light floated in the eyes of these skeletons. They seemed to be alive as they flickered. Quickly leave. These are lich fiends made from the resentment of human kings and demons. They cannot be killed. Don't get entangled by them. Lung Yu's anxious voice came from the spirit blood jade in Xiao Chen's chest. Even without Lung Yu's reminder, Xiao Chun had already felt something strange about these skeletons. So he quickly swam upwards. However, it was already too late. There were too many lich fiends. At some point in time, they had already surrounded Xiao Chun. 5 or 6 skeletons above slowly descended toward Xiao Chun. A faint fluorescent light burned in the hands of the skeletons. When they were only 5 meters away from Xiao Chun, the fluorescent light shot towards him. The fluorescent ball of light flew towards Xiao Chun. The ball of light seemed formless as it penetrated his essence shield and entered his forehead. Ghostly cries and wolf howls resounded in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The ball of light turned into a malicious spirit, devouring Xiao Chen's mental energy. Oh no, it's a mental attack. Xiao Chen focused and quickly gathered his spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness, forming a dazzling golden deity. The golden deity held a sharp saber and sent out a resplendent sword light, killing the evil spirits in the sea of consciousness one by one, and the evil spirits dissipated. The devoured spiritual force returned to Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The spiritual force in his sea of consciousness seemed to be much stronger than before. Kacha. Following the death of the evil spirit in the brain, the body of the lich blocking the way in front of him cracked and quickly decayed, turning into nothingness in the dark sea. When Lung Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, saw all this, she was greatly startled. Although these were the weakest witch fiends, even a martial monarch would not be able to deal with their mental attacks so easily. Xiao Chun was merely a medial grade martial king. Unexpectedly, his mental energy was ridiculously strong. No wonder Xiao Chun could break free from his charm technique with just a thought. Within the light shield, Xiao Chun understood. He smiled lightly. He didn't plan on leaving. The spiritual attacks of these liches were completely ineffective against him. Instead, they would be devoured by him. Mental energy was not easy to cultivate. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It would be a pity to leave like this. After 1 hour, the witch fiends blocking Xiao Chun scattered. They avoided Xiao Chun like he was the plague. Xiao Chun laughed loudly and chased after the witch fiends. If they only had mental attacks, he would not be afraid of these witch fiends. Boom! Just as he was about to give chase, a bright light suddenly exploded in the darkness, illuminating the eternal darkness of the seabed. A skeleton with a jade-like luster walked out from the light. Every bone was crystal clear, looking like a work of art. 2 balls of firefly light shone brightly in his eyes, giving off a feeling of holiness. Pussy Eye. The jade-like witch fiend looked at Xiao Chun and waved its 5 fingers. A beam of light turned into a sharp blade and sliced the seawater in half, heading for Xiao Chun. This is an advanced witch fiend. Furthermore, it is a rare sage attribute witch fiend. You have no chance. Hurry, leave quickly. This witch fiend was able to materialize mental energy and achieve such might. Xiao Chun knew that he was not a match for it. The instant the beam of light appeared, he immediately headed for the top of his head. Who? The advanced witch fiend flicked its hand a few times. Beams of mental energy turned into radiant blades and shot at Xiao Chun from the bottom of the sea. Sliced by the radiance blade, the scarlet seawater was like tofu, sliced into pieces of various sizes and separated. He wasn't cutting through the seawater, he was cutting the void into pieces. Xiao Chun understood and was horrified. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. He should not have coveted the mental energy. Friend, since you are already here, why leave? Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The advanced witch fiend pointed at the top of Xiao Chen's head. 9 dragon-shaped beams of radiant energy formed a cage, trapping Xiao Chun. As the cage descended, the space below seemed to shrink, trapping Xiao Chun within it. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Chun had never expected mental energy to be so mighty. It could even change the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Chun did not just sit and wait for death. He shouted ferociously, and the spiritual sense formed by the mental origin in his mind rushed out of his forehead. Then, he chopped at the cage with a sharp blade in his hand. Bang! Xiao Chun gathered all his spiritual sense and chopped down on the cage. The seawater shook intensely, and the cage was chopped in half by the sword strike. The radiance of the deity was incomparably dim. There was only an indistinct shadow flickering faintly. Now that his spiritual sense was damaged, Xiao Chun immediately felt sleepy. He felt incredibly weak, like he would fall asleep at any moment. However, there was no time to rest. Xiao Chun could only force himself to focus and recall his spiritual sense back into his sea of consciousness. Then, he quickly rushed over. Xiao Chun had just rushed over when the cage of light closed up again. The advanced witch fiend below entered deep thought. It was unknown what he was thinking. The advanced witch fiend stopped attacking and flicked his finger. The cage of light turned back into 9 dragon-shaped beams of energy and returned to his body. Strange, such impure mental energy can actually cut open my 9-dragon prison, the advanced witch fiend thought doubtfully. Xiao Chun felt increasingly dizzy. He saw stars. His mental energy was extremely weak, and he felt like he would fall asleep at any moment. Xiao Chun mustered the last of his energy and swam forward quickly. He could not fall asleep in this scarlet sea. If he fell asleep, he would end up in the stomachs of the fish. Just as Xiao Chun thought of the strange fish, a large school of strange fish appeared in front of him. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. My luck is really bad. The spirit blood jade on Xiao Chun's chest glowed faintly. That was a sign that Lung Yu was about to come out. Xiao Chun stopped her. Don't come out. You will not be able to help. Kassier. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light flickered on his forehead. The saber gave off a scarlet light, and the state of massacre burst forth. Kill! 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 The scarlet pool in the throne churned continuously. Xiao Chun's mind was filled with the state of massacre. His saber techniques became incredibly sharp. Saber lights flashed in the scarlet sea. Every time Xiao Chun swung his saber, 10 odd strange fish would be chopped in half. However, there were simply too many strange fish. They were everywhere in the scarlet sea. They opened their sharp mouths and tried to bite Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun protected the vital points of his body and went all out. The sharp state of massacre made his saber technique incredibly ferocious. He would kill whoever blocked his way. Putong. After killing for an unknown period of time, Xiao Chun leaped out of the scarlet sea. The wounds on his body looked somewhat horrifying. His white clear wind robes were dyed red. Blood splashed on his body, mixing with his own blood. Xiao Chun looked like he came out of hell. Now that Xiao Chun was out of the water, he would no longer be harassed by the strange fish. The drowsiness that he forcibly suppressed came back together with the relaxation of his heart. The pain on his body and the weakening of his mind made Xiao Chun dizzy. His entire body felt incredibly sore. I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up if there is nothing important. Xiao Chun muttered. He could no longer hold on. He closed his eyes and fell into the vast scarlet sea. Xiao, the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chun's neck flickered with a dim light. The Eros demon Lung Yu came out of the jade and looked at Xiao Chun sleeping soundly in the scarlet sea. She shook her head slightly. How reckless. How did you know that I could not do anything to those corpse demonic fish? Lung Yu looked up at the pitch-black sky and gazed into the distance. She said softly, Is this the Sky Dome realm? The once strongest realm of the 3,000 great realms. Indeed, it has declined significantly. Xiao Chun slept very soundly. He slept for 3 whole days without waking up. His body floated on the surface of the sea for a long time. If a human cultivator came over and saw Xiao Chun covered in wounds and bloodstains, they would think that he was a corpse if they did not pay attention. Human cultivators were not interested in corpses. Lung Yu hid in the spirit blood jade and did not attract any trouble. If a demon came over to snatch away Xiao Chun's corpse, Lung Yu would have to jump out and say that the prey already had an owner. The other demons would also leave. Back and forth, the same thing happened nearly every day. Another 3 days passed like this, but Xiao Chun still did not wake up. However, Lung Yu felt somewhat annoyed. She said in a low voice, "This fellow definitely knows that I will help him cover up. That's why he dares to sleep so soundly." Lung Yu had taken out her spirit blood. If Xiao Chun died, she would die as well. No matter how annoyed she was, she had to continue helping him cover up. Dong! 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 Footsteps came from the surface of the sea again. When Lung Yu felt the aura of humans, she quickly hid in the spirit blood jade. A team of 10 people walked over to Xiao Chun in the distance. Someone immediately discovered Xiao Chun's body. He exclaimed, "Big brother, there seems to be a person lying in front." The person leading the team was about 40 years old. He had a calm expression and a sword hung at his waist. He was a small perfection, half-step martial monarch. The teams that dared to mingle in the inner area would have a half-step martial monarch leading them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to mingle in the inner area. The middle-aged swordsman glanced over and lost interest. He said indifferently, "It is just a corpse." What's so strange about that? There are always people dying on the battlefield. Even if there was something good, it would have been taken away long ago. The person who spoke smiled and did not say anything more. He had only said it casually and did not mean anything else. However, the middle-aged swordsman had only taken a few steps when he frowned and stopped. He vaguely saw the other party's lips move. When the person behind saw the middle-aged swordsman stop, he could not help but ask, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Chapter 5:12. The middle-aged swordsman did not say anything. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and slowly walked toward Xiao Chun. When he was 100 meters away from Xiao Chun, he drew his sword and sent out a sharp sword chi. He drew his sword and sent out a sharp sword chi at Xiao Chun. Dang! Lung Yu flew out from the spirit blood jade and sent out a beam of energy to block the sword chi. Eros demon. Why is an Eros demon with a human? What's going on? It really is an Eros demon. There are really all sorts of strange things happening these days. When the cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman saw Lung Yu's hazy face, they were all astonished. They quickly took a few steps back and discussed the situation. In this battlefield, the Eros demon was very mysterious. Most cultivators avoided the various legends about the Eros demon. However, the middle-aged swordsman did not panic. Instead, a look of envy flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "I nearly misjudged. This fellow actually subdued an Eros demon as a pet." Looking at the hazy face and beautiful eyes of Lung Yu, the middle-aged swordsman said calmly, "Don't make things difficult for me. I will take something and leave. I will not harm this person's life." The Eros demon's charm technique had a fatal attraction to humans. Before Lung Yu unleashed her charm technique, the middle-aged swordsman already felt his entire body heat up. If Lung Yu unleashed her charm technique, given his willpower, he would not be able to block it. Lung Yu smiled tenderly and said, "No way. This person has a bad temper. If you take away his spatial ring, he will definitely punish me. Big brothers, please do me a favor and pretend you did not see anything." The voice was very gentle and seductive. The cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman had already moved a long distance away. However, when the middle-aged swordsman heard this voice, he still felt dizzy. His entire body felt very comfortable, like the little sister next door acting spoiled to him. The middle-aged swordsman calmed himself and thought to himself, "Indeed, she lives up to her reputation. I've already started cultivating my mental energy, but I still cannot block it." Pusii, the middle-aged swordsman, was already prepared. He took out a short sword and stabbed it into his chest, 1 centimeter away from his heart. Intense pain jolted the middle-aged swordsman awake. He narrowed his eyes and raised his sword, charging at Lung Yu. Lung Yu was startled. She had not expected this person to use such a decisive method to break her charm art. Xiao Chun grasped the position of the short sword very precisely, putting the cultivator in constant danger of death. With death looming over their heads, no one would think about lust at the moment of life and death, unless they had cultivated their charm technique to the pinnacle. Damn it, the aftereffects of forcefully transmigrating to another plane are too great. Otherwise, How could this little trick deal with me? Lung Yu felt very anxious. She blocked her opponent's sword technique in a sorry state. Her opponent was a half-step martial monarch. His sword chi was very ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Sword chi flew everywhere, and the waves on the blood sea churned endlessly. The middle-aged swordsman's chest was bleeding profusely, but his expression was one of madness. Xiaochen forced Lung Yu to retreat continuously. He smiled maniacally and said, "Are you regretting it now? You should have agreed earlier. Ha ha ha. Now, not only do I want to take the things, but I also want to take the person. I have not experienced the taste of an Eros demon before." Boom! The swordsman's sword technique changed, and a huge sword chi swept over from the side. Lung Yu could not dodge in time and was struck by the sword chi. She vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably into the water. Lung Yu was already wearing very little clothes in the first place. When the sword chi struck her, her clothes became even more tattered. She could not hide her body at all. "Aren't your charm arts very powerful? Try it on me." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged swordsman laughed maniacally. Sword lights danced around. Lung Yu, who had just gotten up, could not block a few moves. The sword chi knocked her back again. Several sinister wounds appeared on Lung Yu's fair skin, and blood flowed out. After 7 or 8 minutes, Lung Yu was severely injured. She lay weakly on the blood sea. The middle-aged swordsman smiled coldly and said, "You do not know what's good for you. Tie her up. I will let you enjoy yourself tonight." At this moment, Lung Yu looked very lovely. When she saw the cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman, her blood surged. When they heard this, they all rushed over. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Xiao Chun. When he saw the universe ring in Xiao Chen's hand, he smiled faintly and said, "You can even subdue an Eros demon. You are quite capable. Unfortunately, the heavens want to subdue you. There is nothing you can do." The middle-aged swordsman stretched his right hand towards the ring on Xiao Chen's hand, wanting to break it off. Just as he bent over, Xiao Chun, who was lying on the blood sea, suddenly opened his eyes. "Even if the heavens want to subdue me, it is not your turn to take advantage of me." Puxia. Xiao Chun, who had suddenly woken up, immediately stood up and smashed his palm on the sword hilt in front of his chest. The short sword pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's body. He was instantly severely injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion was extremely pale. The middle-aged swordsman quickly retreated. His expression was filled with shock. He had not expected the almost lifeless Xiao Chun to wake up at this moment. "Good. If you had not woken up, it would have been fine. I would have taken some things and left. However, since you injured me today, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The middle-aged swordsman shouted ferociously. He brandished his sword and a resplendent light flickered. A goshawk made of essence flew at Xiao Chun. The goshawk looked very real. Every feather was clearly visible. It stuck close to the water surface and charged at Xiao Chun. A vast energy caused the blood water to soar. With the help of the goshawk, the blood water rose higher and higher. When it was only 100 meters away from Xiao Chun, it was like a huge wall, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Xiao Chun pulled his palm back, and the lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. The saber hummed as it flew out of its scabbard. Wukuei shakes the heavens. A scarlet divine Wukuei tree formed by the pure state of massacre descended from the sky, carrying an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Bang! The tree's roots pressed down on the goshawk. It cried out miserably and turned into strands of essence that scattered. The scarlet Wukuei tree's strength did not decrease. Suppressing the huge wave, an invisible force slowly spread out from the tree, suppressing the huge wave that had a terrifying momentum. The surging scarlet sea turned calm once again. A scarlet Wukuei tree stood quietly on the water surface. No matter how the undercurrent flowed, it did not move at all. After breaking the other party's counterattack, Xiao Chun looked towards Lung Yu. He saw that Lung Yu's fair skin was covered in wounds. She looked very pitiful. The 9 subordinates of the middle-aged swordsman had wretched smiles on their faces as they walked towards Lung Yu excitedly. "You're seeking death." Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and he pushed off the water surface violently. The force of this kick was very strong. After he leaped up, a pillar of water soared into the sky. Glittering wukuwei, a scarlet wukuwei tree branch appeared from nowhere. It flickered with a dazzling red light as it flew towards the cultivator in front. The sharp killing chi merged with Xiao Chen's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. The scarlet tree branch was like a saber chi descending from the sky. The person in front felt a bone-chilling cold. He quickly turned around and retreated. He drew his saber and sent out a screen of saber chi, trying to seal this strand of saber chi. However, the tree branch, infused with the state of massacre and saber intent, was extremely sharp. It pierced through the screen of saber chi in an instant. Then, it pierced through the cultivator's protective essence and pierced through his heart. His heart was broken, so naturally, he couldn't be more dead. That person's eyes widened, and he fell backwards in extreme dissatisfaction. He landed heavily on the water surface with a bang. The other 8 were startled. They quickly scattered and surrounded Xiao Chun and Lung Yu, who had landed from a distance. Xiao Chun helped Lung Yu up and asked, "Are you all right?" "That person injured me too severely. I did not want to enter the spirit blood jade," Lung Yu said somewhat miserably as she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Xiao Chun nodded to indicate his understanding. It was not that she could not enter the spirit blood jade. However, after she entered, she would fall into a deep sleep. She could only come out after she recovered. She would not be able to come out for at least half a month. Xiao Chun took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and handed it to her. He said calmly, "Sure. If you say you do not want to enter, then you do not. I will deal with this. Attack together. This brat can subdue an Eros demon. He must have many good things on him." The remaining 8 people drummed up their courage. In the end, the greed in their hearts won over their fear. They soared into the air and sent all sorts of ferocious killing moves at Xiao Chun. Seeing the multicolored attacks in the air, Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate them. He swung his saber forward and quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Scarlet ripples flickered under his feet. Wukuwei blossoms. After the hand seals were formed, Xiao Chun picked up Lung Yu, who was beside him. A scarlet flower bud enveloped the 2 of them. Bang, bang, bang. 8 sharp attacks struck the flower bud. Xiao Chen's chi and blood surged within it. His complexion turned red as he resisted the pressure from the flower bud. A vast energy spread out from the flower bud, forming a strong shockwave. A scarlet wall rose up in the surroundings. Not far away, the middle-aged swordsman looked at the flower bud. He hesitated for a while before taking out a medicinal pill and swallowing it. Then he sat cross-legged on the water. The wound on his chest was very horrifying. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chun was just an ordinary peak medial grade martial king, and that such an injury would not be a problem. However, reality proved that this was not the case. Xiao Chun had broken his killing move, which contained 60% of his strength, with 1 saber strike. Even a regular superior grade martial king would not have such an easy time. The swordsman had to treat the wound on his chest first. As for the other 8 people, he just needed to delay them for a while. He could not be bothered with whether they lived or died. Flower bloom. Xiao Chun shouted, and the scarlet flower bud instantly bloomed. Countless scarlet petals drifted quickly on the water's surface. It looked very enchanting. Xiao Chun carried Lung Yu and leaped into the air the instant the flower bloomed. He held his saber with 1 hand and charged at the 8 superior grade martial kings amid the petals. Dang, dang, dang. An invisible red light flowed under the scarlet petals. When the red light entered Xiao Chen's body, it increased his speed significantly. He was able to deal with the attacks of the 8 people in a very calm manner. A faint red light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. The state of massacre spread out in the air. It was clearly 8 against 1. However, when the 8 people faced Xiao Chun, They felt that they had no advantage at all. They were completely suppressed by Xiao Chun amid the petals. Chapter 513. That person tried to retreat a few times, but Xiao Chun quickly caught up to him. With a flash, he sent out a dazzling saber light and forced that person back. The saber technique was filled with a state of massacre. However, Xiao Chun felt calm in his heart. He looked at Lung Yu in his embrace and entered deep thought. This was the feeling Xiao Chun needed to find when controlling his massacre. He wondered if it had anything to do with Lung Yu. As for the other 8 people in the flower petals, Xiao Chun was not worried. Even if there were another 10 people in the flower petals, he was confident of trapping them. After another 15 minutes, one of the 8 people finally revealed an opening. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and countless flower petals danced behind him. A sharp light flickered on his saber as saber intent surged out. He knocked aside the other party's weapon and gently sliced his neck. Blood spurted out and his head fell to the ground. With one person dead, the others panicked. They only thought of how to charge out. However, this gave Xiao Chun a greater opportunity. Lung Yu, who was in Xiao Chun's embrace, looked up at Xiao Chun's calm expression. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. This youth was different from the human she had seen before. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao Chun dealt with the remaining 7 people. He glanced at the middle-aged swordsman, who was anxiously treating his injuries. Then, he gently tossed Lung Yu into the air and landed on the water. Wu Kuei supporting the heavens. The flower petals filled the air and danced behind Xiao Chun. A boundless red light poured into Xiao Chun's body, causing the speed of this saber to reach its peak. It reached Mach 4. 5. The middle-aged swordsman opened his eyes and looked at the approaching Xiao Chun and the countless flower petals behind him. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You have already recovered from your injuries, yet you still dare to charge over. Ignorant, eagle spreading wings." The middle-aged swordsman shouted ferociously and stood up. A brilliant light flowed on his sword, and a furious eagle spread its wings from behind him. It carried a boundless aura as it flapped its wings at Xiao Chun. "Chi! Chi!" The eagle let out a loud and clear cry. As it flapped its wings, a gust of wind surged. Its sharp claws flickered with a cold light as it tried to grab Xiao Chun's head. "Be careful!" Lung Yu, who was in the water behind Xiao Chun, exclaimed softly. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. Together with the boundless scarlet petals behind him, he thrust his saber forward. The faint red light in Xiao Chun's eyes turned bright red. He had fully activated the state of massacre. The red saber light instantly became extremely resplendent. It was so bright that it hurt people's eyes. "Break!" Xiao Chun leaped into the air and pierced through the eagle's belly with his saber. Boom! Then, he pierced through the eagle's belly. 2 eagle claws struck Xiao Chun's body at the same time, leaving 10 bloody wounds. But that was all. Xiao Chun still managed to pass through. Before the middle-aged swordsman's astonished gaze, Xiao Chun swooped down at an extremely fast speed and knocked away the other party's sword with his saber. Then, the tip of his saber stabbed into the other party's chest. Huchi, the scarlet petals behind, Xiao Chun immediately surged in. A huge force exploded and knocked the swordsman back several hundred meters. A scarlet wukuwei tree quickly grew out of the wound. The roots quickly took root in the middle-aged swordsman's body, firmly grasping his internal organs. The wukuwei tree pressed down on the middle-aged swordsman, who was trying to stand up, preventing him from moving. Xiao Chun slowly walked forward. Blood dripped from the tip of his saber. When he arrived beside the middle-aged swordsman, he did not hesitate to chop down. Lung Yu, who had followed over, lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Chun. She whispered, "Xiao Chun, can you let me handle this person?" Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Then, he understood what Lung Yu meant. Eros demons cultivated by absorbing the yang essence of men. A strong Eros demon that relied on yang essence to raise her cultivation would not be any weaker than other demons. When used together with charm techniques, they were the natural nemesis of male cultivators. Xiao Qian felt that Lung Yu's strength had been greatly weakened. Regular Eros demons would not be so weak. Aside from charm techniques, they did not know anything else. Furthermore, Lung Yu was an advanced demon. That was the nobility of the demons. She was qualified to learn the demon race's martial techniques. No matter what, the middle-aged swordsman was a small perfection, half-step martial monarch. He would be very useful in helping Lung Yu recover her strength. Xiao Chun was not afraid. If Lung Yu's strength increased, she would be a threat to him. With the spirit blood jade, he would be able to control her life at all times. Xiao Chun walked forward and scattered the divine Wukuei tree on the middle-aged swordsman. Then, he quickly tapped on the swordsman's chest and sealed his meridians. Xiao Chun said to Lung Yu, "Do as you please. I will not disturb you." When Eros demons absorbed yang essence, they usually did so during intercourse. They would let the man enjoy extreme pleasure. When the pleasure reached its peak, they would automatically send out yang essence. There were other ways to extract yang essence. However, the effects would be much weaker. No Eros demon would be willing to use other methods. After Xiao Qin spoke, he quickly left this place. He had fought many battles and exhausted a significant amount of essence. He also needed to deal with his injuries. Lung Yu watched as Xiao Qin left. She smiled bitterly, speechless. After that, she shifted her gaze to the middle-aged swordsman. Strands of pink light scattered into the surroundings like pollen. The middle-aged swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He knew what awaited him. He struggled to stand on the water's surface, wanting to flee. However, he was helpless. His internal organs were badly injured. Furthermore, his meridians were sealed. He struggled a few times to no avail. Don't come over." Lung Yu ignored the middle-aged swordsman's pleas. Her gaze was incredibly cold as she controlled the pollen light to enter his body. At first, the middle-aged swordsman resisted. However, in the end, his eyes turned hazy and he revealed a faint smile. His expression was extremely joyful. It was like he was experiencing something extremely happy. Many illusions of love appeared in his mind. After a while, Lung Yu made her move. She grabbed the middle-aged swordsman's head and slowly closed her eyes. Strands of yang essence flowed into her body. This method was completely different from what Xiao Chun had imagined. If he had known, he would not have dodged. As the strands of yang essence entered her body, Lung Yu's injuries healed at a visible rate. Her delicate skin became even smoother and more exquisite. One could even faintly see a faint luster. Her entire face was glowing, and her fair skin looked so delicate that it seemed as if it would break at any moment. Bang! Lung Yu released her hand, and the middle-aged swordsman's body slowly fell to the water. He no longer breathed. Before he died, he still had a joyful smile on his face. Lung Yu removed the middle-aged swordsman's spatial ring. However, she did not open it. Instead, she walked quickly towards Xiao Chun on the surface of the water. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the Scarlet Sea. He held 4 medial grade spirit stones in his hands. When he heard Lung Yu's footsteps, he opened his eyes and casually put away the medial grade spirit stones that he had not finished absorbing. "Who?" Lung Yu tossed the spatial ring to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stretched his hand out and caught it. He scanned it with his spiritual sense before placing it in his universe ring. When Xiao Chun saw the radiant Lung Yu, he frowned slightly. He felt a trace of displeasure. However, when he thought about how she was an Eros demon, he realized that it would be unfair to judge her by human standards. Xiao Chun no longer bothered with this matter. He said, "I have a few questions for you." Lung Yu nodded and said, "I will answer what I can tell you. As for what I cannot, don't force me." Xiao Chun smiled gently and said indifferently, "Don't overthink. I'm not interested in your identity. First question, how many days did I sleep for?" 10 days. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had slept for so long. The drain on his mental energy was too great. This time, if not for Lung Yu's help, any demon or vicious cultivator would have been able to take his life. It looked like Xiao Chun had to be more cautious in the future. His mental energy had not been tempered and was very rough. In reality, it was not suitable for actual combat. Glancing at Lung Yu, Xiao Chan said softly, "Many thanks for your help in the past 10 days. Second question, how much do you know about Lich Fiends, especially that last advanced Lich Fiend?" Lung Yu thought for a while before saying, "Lich Fiends are not very mysterious. There are Lich Fiends in every plane. Some cultivators gather their resentment after they die. When there is enough resentment, it will attach itself to the skeleton and form a Lich Fiend. This is especially so in the human-demon battlefield. Who knows how many demons and cultivators have died in the past thousands of years? It is not strange for Lich Fiends to exist. However, that last advanced Lich Fiend is somewhat ridiculous." Xiao Chen exclaimed softly and asked, "How is it ridiculous?" "It is somewhat ridiculously strong. Advanced Lich Fiends do not have such strength. Furthermore, its aura is very gentle, radiant, and holy. I have never seen such a Lich Fiend before. It was indeed ridiculously strong. It could bring out its mental energy to such a level. Just thinking about it was horrifying. However, there was no need to worry for now. That Lich Fiend would not leave the bottom of the sea. As long as Xiao Chun did not provoke it, it would be fine. In the future, he would not need to use the Lich Fiend to strengthen his mental energy. That kind of untempered mental energy, no matter how much he had, would not be of much use." After wasting 10 days, Xiao Chun rested for a while. Then, he stopped hesitating and continued his training. He had to completely grasp that state of massacre. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Perhaps one day, he would become a slave to massacre and be controlled by the strange Scarlet Throne. Xiao Chen avoided the other cultivators and carefully chose his opponents along the way. Then, he stopped at a rather desolate place. About 2 kilometers to the north, there was a group of blood demons that had just finished fighting. The human cultivators had suffered a crushing defeat. The group of blood demons was currently enjoying a feast of human flesh. The scene was incredibly cruel. Even though Xiao Chan had seen many similar scenes, he still felt sorrowful in his heart. This was probably the most miserable ending for fallen cultivators. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and adjusted his emotions. When his mental state returned to normal, he made his move. "Life bestowal spell," Xiao Chun shouted, and 10 odd figures made of blood quickly appeared on the surface of the water. They looked exactly like humans. There was no difference from the naked eye. Xiao Chan was already very familiar with using the life bestowal spell to lure away the demons. Soon, 10 odd high-ranked blood demons chased after him with sinister smiles. 12 high-ranked blood demons should still be within my limits. I can challenge them. Looking at the remaining blood demons, Xiao Chun circulated the state of massacre. Then, he grasped the lunar shadow saber and charged at the blood demons. Chapter 514. Kasie. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light flickered. The intense battle started. One high-ranked blood demon was already as strong as a superior grade martial king. 12 high-ranked blood demons would be even harder to deal with than the 9 cultivators that Xiao Chun killed earlier. The battle lasted for a long time. In the midst of the intense killing, Xiao Chun executed all his martial techniques and movement techniques to their limits. In the end, the battle still could not end. Xiao Chun could only bring out his state of massacre to its limits. The boundless desire to massacre dominated his mind once again. Xiao Chen's saber techniques immediately turned even sharper. The scarlet eyes of Xiao Chun made him look even more like a demon than the demons. Blood continued to flow from the pitch-black saber. Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed red once again. When the last high-ranked blood demon died to Xiao Chun, countless beams of red light made of killing intent headed for his forehead. The blood pool in the Scarlet Throne also increased rapidly. The bloodlust that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. The clash of reason and desire caused Xiao Chun to sink into boundless pain once again. The expression on his face was very horrifying. "Xiao!" A dim light flashed, and Lung Yu appeared. Her pure face instantly turned incredibly bewitching. Her pair of almond eyes bloomed like peach blossoms, tender and alluring. With just one look, one would sink into them. Strangely, The moment Lung Yu appeared, Xiao Qin's pain lessened significantly. His eyes also turned from scarlet to scarlet. The desire to kill gradually subsided and was replaced by an instinctive desire. A hazy illusion appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. The Lung Yu before him seemed to become the perfect goddess in his heart. She looked pure and bewitching. She smiled faintly, captivating. With one glance, she looked like the lover that he had waited for many years. This kind of charm technique was not purely a seduction of lust. Instead, it entered the depths of one's heart, stirring the most obscure feeling in the depths. She is the person you're looking for. She is the woman who can accompany you to the end on the path of martial arts. Even if the world changed, even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the world changed, even if time passed by, she would still silently accompany you until the end. Such words kept ringing in one's mind, like hypnosis, telling one over and over again to make one believe that it was the truth. There was only one desire in one's heart, and that was to possess her, to possess all of her, her body, her soul, her everything. It was extremely terrifying. Compared to the desire to kill, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker. With his tenacious willpower, Xiao Chun tried to resist this temptation and mend his lost soul bit by bit. Seeing that Xiao Chun had completely forgotten about his desire to kill, Lung Yu smiled faintly and dispersed her charm technique. She stood calmly in front of Xiao Chun. After a long time, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. They were incomparably calm as he looked at Lung Yu. He already believed what she had said at the beginning. Only I can bring you back from your lust for slaughter. Xiao Chun said calmly. Your charm technique seems to have improved. Does it have anything to do with the earlier matter? Naturally, the earlier matter referred to the matter of Lung Yu absorbing the swordsman's yang energy. Lung Yu nodded and did not deny it. Xiao Chun looked at Lung Yu and discovered that she had hidden herself even more deeply than he had imagined. He said bluntly, if one day you do not disperse your charm technique and I fall into it, what will happen? Lung Yu revealed a gentle smile on her pure and fair face. She said ambiguously, who knows? It looks like the spirit blood jade cannot completely control her, Xiao Chun thought to himself. If she succeeds in bewitching me, it would be easy for her to escape the spirit blood jade's control. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chun refined some water from the Scarlet Sea and casually washed his body. Then, he started his experiential training again. Xiao Chun had not truly grasped the state of massacre yet. He needed to fill his mind with the state of massacre, but still maintain a calm heart. Only then would he be considered successful. Time slowly went by. The deeper Xiao Chun went into the inner area, the stronger the demons he met. Every battle was hair-raising. There were several times when he was severely injured and on the verge of death. He broke through his limits again and again as he hovered on the border of life and death. The Scarlet Pool in the Scarlet Throne had already turned into a lake of blood. It was many times larger than before. Now, with just a thought, the surging state of massacre would spew out. However, when Xiao Chun brought out the state of massacre to its limits, the desire to sink into it became even more berserk. If it were not for Lung Yu's assistance, he might not have been able to hold on. Every day and night, aside from fighting, there was only fighting. There were endless battles, endless massacres. As a result, Xiao Chen's combat experience became increasingly rich. In battle, his usage of saber techniques and fist techniques became more flexible. Sometimes he could even modify some martial techniques to make them more suitable for him. The cruelty of the deep-sea battlefield made Xiao Chen's state of mind even more resolute. The cultivators that became food for the demons also pushed him forward continuously. If Xiao Chun did not want to become food for the demons, he could only become stronger, stronger, stronger. On this particular day, after Xiao Chun finished his battles, Lung Yu pulled him back from the state of massacre and made a request. I do not want to enter the Spirit Blood Jade again. I do not like the environment there. Xiao Chun had long since understood that Lung Yu did not like the environment in the Spirit Blood Jade. Back then, when she was severely injured, she still refused to enter. She must have experienced something that caused her to be extremely afraid of that environment. Xiao Chun muttered, sure. If you say you do not want to enter, then I will not enter. Lung Yu was somewhat surprised. She had not expected Xiao Chun to agree so easily. After all, it would be troublesome for a human to see an Eros demon beside a cultivator. Lung Yu lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun heard a loud explosion in the distance. Ripples spread out from the surface of the sea. When the ripples reached Xiao Chun's feet, a force came from above. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun was sent flying. Fortunately, Xiao Chun reacted very quickly. He used some force to stand back up, and vital qi came from his feet. When the two forces clashed, they formed a 10-meter-tall wall of water in front of Xiao Chun. What a powerful person. Even though the shock waves traveled so far, they are still so strong. That person should have the combat prowess of a great perfection half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chun thought to himself. This is not the deepest part of the inner area. It is rare to see such a strong cultivator. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to go over and take a look. After 15 minutes, he saw the scene of the battle with his spiritual sense. A young cultivator in bright yellow robes stood on the Scarlet Sea. He was leading 20-odd winged demons alone. Flaming palm. The young man shouted and sent out thousands of flaming palms. The flaming palms exploded among the group of winged demons, injuring several of them. The thousands of flaming palms exploded and merged into an intense shockwave that spread out in all directions. The ripples that Xiao Chun had encountered at the start should have been caused by this move. When Xiao Chun saw all this, he was astonished. Even he would not dare to attract so many winged demons at once. At most, 15 winged demons would be his limit. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had not expected this person to be so young. This person did not look much older than him, but he was already a half-step martial monarch. His overall combat prowess was comparable to Bai Lishi's. There should not be such a genius among the young cultivators of the four nations. This person should be a genius cultivator of the Great Gene Nation or a local expert of the Boundless Sea. The winged demons flew very fast. After they blocked this attack, they immediately caught up to the young cultivator. If they surrounded him, no matter how high his cultivation was, only death awaited him. The young man did not panic. Ice attributed spiritual energy gathered in his palms. Strands of white cold qi appeared in his palms as he pushed them forward. Oh! Specks of frost spread among the group of winged demons. When the frost touched the bodies of the winged demons, it immediately turned into hard ice, slowing them down. The young cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. The distance between him and the winged demons increased once more. Then, he executed a group fire-attributed attack. This repeated over and over again. The young cultivator's expression remained calm. Although there were many winged demons, they were all within his control. They could not attack him at all. The young cultivator's martial techniques of the ice and fire attributes were very smooth. When combined with his peak movement technique, it gave the impression that he was toying with the high-ranked winged demons in the palm of his hand. However, Xiao Chun knew that this person was playing with fire, dancing on the tip of a knife. If he was not careful, he would immediately die here, becoming food for the winged demons. However, the young cultivator was indeed qualified to dance on the tip of a knife. Perhaps this kind of exciting and stressful game was what he sought. After another 15 minutes, the 30-odd high-ranked winged demons were toyed to death. However, the young cultivator did not seem to suffer any injuries. The yellow-robed cultivator was not in a rush to clean up the battlefield. He looked in the direction of Xiao Chun and said softly, "Friend, after watching for so long, do you not intend to show yourself?" The voice was not loud, but Xiao Chun, who was a kilometer away, heard it clearly. The other party must have sensed his spiritual sense. The battle had just ended, so this person only had 50% of his strength left. Xiao Chun did not need to be afraid. He slowly walked over from a distance and looked at the young man calmly. He said, "I do not have any malicious intent. I'm just passing by." The yellow-robed cultivator sized up Xiao Chun with his deep eyes. He was not blinded by Xiao Chun's cultivation. In Xiao Chun's eyes, the yellow-robed cultivator saw a vast, hidden killing intent. There was also the faint hum of a saber. When a yellow-robed cultivator looked back and discovered Lung Yu behind Xiao Chun, he frowned slightly. His expression instantly turned cold. Without saying anything, he directly sent a palm strike over. Bang! A huge wave immediately soared up from the Scarlet Sea. Cold chi quickly spread out from the scarlet waves and solidified into a huge scarlet ice palm, pressing toward Xiao Chun. The huge scarlet ice palm was more than 500 meters tall. Its 5 fingers were like pillars supporting the sky. The lines on the scarlet palm were clear, and scarlet cold chi spread out from it.